Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Forbidden Bond by Quinn Loftis, narrated by Terry Schnaubelt. Prologue. Nothing will ever be the same again. Alice. Alice drifted in and out of consciousness, catching snippets of conversation around her. She heard Cain's voice, tight with worry, as he argued with someone. "I don't care what you think. Fix her." Alice wanted to tell him she was okay, that she just needed rest, but she couldn't make her lips move. A cool hand brushed her cheek. "Just hang on, Alice. I've got you." The touch wasn't familiar, and yet she wanted to cling to it like a life preserver. The thought chilled her because she shouldn't want to hold fast to Cain. But it didn't stop her. Something inside her reached out to him, using his touch as an anchor to pull her up out of the darkness. With great effort, Alice peeled her eyes open. The room swam before finally settling into focus. She was in a massive bedroom, one she immediately recognized as belonging to the vampire king. Cain sat beside her, his elbows braced on his knees, head bowed. He looked up when she stirred, relief washing over his face. "There's my girl," he said softly. "How do you feel?" His girl? Alice blinked, trying to get her bearings. She didn't have the strength to question the strange, possessive words. "Weak, tired." Her voice came out as a hoarse whisper. She lifted a shaky hand to her neck, feeling the bandage there, then everything came flooding back. She remembered Claude sinking his teeth into her flesh, the burst of pain, Cain forcing her to drink his blood. Blood. The tang of it lingered on her tongue, mixed now with the metallic taste of fear. Her brow furrowed as reality rushed over her. "Am I—" She couldn't make herself say the word. She couldn't give voice to the possibility. How could she deal with the reality of being Cain took her hand in both of his, enveloping it in the strength that came from one of his kind. She wondered briefly if he had to temper that strength in order to keep from harming her. "You're still you, but just becoming more," he said firmly. "Just rest and heal. We'll deal with everything else later." Alice searched his face, looking for any deceit, but she found only sincerity. He meant what he said. She was still herself, but was she still human? Cain had said more. In her mind, more in this context meant monster. So even though she still felt human, she wasn't. But what could be done about it now? She leaned back against the pillows, and though exhaustion crept over her, there were still questions burning through the fog in her mind. "Claude?" Cain's jaw tightened. "Gone." There was barely leashed violence in that word. Alice didn't doubt he would tear Claude apart if given the chance. "And Finn? Lizzie? You have to let them go. They don't deserve this." "Shh," Cain squeezed her hand. "We'll deal with all of it soon. Just get your strength back first." He was right. She could barely keep her eyes open as it was. The questions could wait. But there was one more thing she needed to say before sleep claimed her. "Thank you," she whispered, "for saving me." Alice felt this strange urge to throw herself in his arms, as if that's where she belonged, had always belonged. For so long she'd felt like she was on the outside looking in. Allowing herself to be held by him would at least give her a sense of being tethered, attached to someone or something. But to be attached to a being like Cain felt wrong. How could someone be both right and wrong at the same time? Cain's expression softened. He reached out to graze her cheek with his knuckles. "I'll always save you, Alice. Always." Chapter 1. "Could somebody please pinch me? Or better yet, just hit me in the face with a 2x4 and make sure this isn't just a bad dream." Alice. The next few days were a blur of sleep and wakefulness. Cain barely left her side. He cared for her gently, changing her bandages and ensuring she ate. It was as if the Cain she'd met that very first day she'd arrived, the vampire king, had been replaced with someone else entirely. At night, he held her close, keeping vigil and guarding her as she slept. And she let him. Alice craved his presence. In his arms, the horrors of Claude's attack faded away. And that was disturbing because the sharp teeth that Claude had used to pierce her skin were strikingly similar to the ones in Cain's mouth. But when Cain touched her, it was with care, not malice. When he came near to her face, it was to check that the wound was healing, not to tear her throat. "Why are you doing this?" she asked one evening when she finally felt like speaking. Her voice was hoarse from lack of use. "Doing what?" Cain set a half-full cup of water on the bedside table. "Feeding me, tending to my wound, pulling up my covers." She pointed to his hands, which now held the end of the blanket. "Why are you taking care of me?" Alice didn't understand this Cain. This Cain wasn't a vampire. He was a man, offering to help a woman he seemed to care for. Cain sat down on the edge of the bed and brushed stray strands of hair away from her face. "I'm doing this because I want to. It's as simple as that." His voice was rough with emotion. "I want to protect you from the ugliness of my world." He shook his head and dropped his eyes as his jaw clenched. "I failed to do that when Claude attacked you. I will never fail again." He raised his gaze back to hers. "I'm truly sorry for what you endured, Alice." The sincerity in his tone was so thick it was almost tangible. Alice felt emotion welling up inside of her. How long had it been since someone had taken time to care for her? "I have no hidden agenda," he told her. "In my long, long life, nothing has ever felt as right as you do. Here, with me." Alice had no idea how to respond. She was confused and traumatized from the attack. She didn't know if she should even trust her mind or her instincts. "Just let me take care of you," he said earnestly. "Let me keep you safe." Alice simply nodded because it had been a long time since anyone had cared enough about her to even wonder if she was safe. When she was finally strong enough to take in a small amount of nourishment, her body's needs came back full force. To her utter embarrassment, Cain even had to help her to the bathroom. "So long, dignity." Alice gripped the edges of the sink, unable to tear her gaze from the stranger staring back at her from the mirror. In the harsh bathroom light, she saw the sunken eyes ringed with shadows, the pallid skin, and the hideous wound marring her neck. It was as if all her previous vibrancy, her very life force, had been sucked out of her in an instant. She supposed, in a way, that's exactly what had happened. When Claude sank his fangs into her flesh, he hadn't just taken her blood. He'd taken something much deeper and more vital. Her spirit, her humanity. Yet Alice didn't crave blood, at least not yet. Cain assured her she was still human, but that she was also becoming more. "Jeez," she blew out a breath. Her mind was on repeat, a broken record stuck on the same word, more. Alice had just found out she was some kind of special, supernatural healer. Now she'd been given vampire blood. Did that mean she was going to eventually be a hybrid healer vampire? So that would make her what? A hampire? A vam healer? A blood-craving monster that lived only to feed on others, while at the same time healing their wounds as she created them? Alice shuddered, squeezing her eyes shut against the swirling darkness of her thoughts. "Quit being dramatic, Alice," she muttered to herself as she turned on the water and splashed the cold liquid on her face. She grabbed a towel and patted her skin dry with a groan. Alice smoothed her hair down over the mark, attempting to hide it from view. What Cain said might be true. She was still herself. But there was something different. something other inside her. She just couldn't put her finger on what. A light knock sounded on the door.
"Alice, are you all right?"
Cain's voice carried through the barrier, and she could hear worry in his tone. "I'm fine. Just give me a few more minutes." Or a decade might be better. She had a feeling these were not the types of emotions that were worked through quickly. How did one go back to a normal life after everything she'd learned and experienced? Was it even possible? Did she really want to? Alice shook her head and took a deep breath before blowing it out slowly. Turning away from the mirror, from the ghostly waif reflected there, Alice made herself focus on the simple act of bathing. She scrubbed at her skin as if she could shed this wrongness along with the grime. It was no use. When she finally emerged wrapped in a towel, the desolation clinging to her spirit remained. Cain's eyes were heavy with understanding. Wordlessly, he folded her into his embrace, enveloping her in his strength. She sagged against him, soaking up that solid warmth, grateful he didn't force her to speak when words had deserted her. Alice was tired of being strong on her own. She'd been alone for far too long. Her father was an ass who only thought of himself. Her mother hadn't been able to stomach being married to an ass, and she hadn't bothered to take her daughter with her into her new life. In Cain's arms, Alice could almost forget the gaping sense of loss inside, the feeling that some vital piece had been cleaved away, stolen by Claude's vicious attack. Here, there was only calm, only the reassurance of Cain's presence. Not to mention being with him took her mind off the strange sensations that were beginning to wage a battle inside her body. As his hold tightened, she knew she couldn't stay cocooned here forever. There were still problems to be faced, but for a moment she let the rest of the world fade away as she found solace in his embrace.
"If I could take away your pain, I would in a heartbeat," he said softly. "I would undo everything that happened."
He paused, and she could feel there was more he wanted to say, so she waited.
"I'm worried you will fear me simply because I'm a vampire like Claude. The idea of you being afraid of me is abhorrent."
Alice pulled back so she could look at his face. She traced the contours with a finger, the high cheekbones and strong jaw. When she got to his lips, he closed them, as if hiding his fangs from her. "Show me, please." Slowly he parted his lips and let her see the sharp teeth. Feeling brave, or simply out of her mind, Alice pressed her thumb gently against one of the incisors. She pushed thoughts of Claude away, and only thought of Cain and his treatment of her. Alice pulled her hand away and then looked him in the eyes. "I'm not afraid of you, and I don't think I could say that to any other vampire." The week passed, and Alice continued to heal physically, but emotionally she felt as fragile as a baby bird, and the feeling pissed her off. Timidity was not a character trait with which she was familiar, and yet she constantly looked over her shoulder, wondering if Claude was going to jump out and yell boo at her.
"You can't stay in this room forever, no matter how much I like seeing you in my bed,"
Cain told her on Friday. Wait, was it Friday? She shrugged because what did it really matter?
"You won't get stronger if you just lay in bed."
"I don't just lay in bed," she said, lifting her chin. "I walk to that chair," she pointed to the piece of furniture, "and sit. Then I stand and walk to the bathroom and then back to the bed. See, I'm getting plenty of exercise."
"Cute," he said dryly, "but that's not enough. Come join me in the lab. I miss having your sharp tongue to put Willis in his place."
His crooked grin teased her. "You don't need my help putting Willis in his place. All you must do is look at him sideways, and he scurries like a mouse." Cain walked over to the bed where she sat on the edge. He wrapped both hands around her biceps and pulled her to her feet as if she weighed nothing. Then he cupped her face and stroked her cheeks with his thumbs.
"You're stronger than this," he said firmly. Don't let Claude or any vampire make you a captive of your own fear."
She took a deep breath as his words reverberated in her head. Alice had always prided herself on how strong she was. She valued her independence. Was she really going to let Claude take that from her? Finally, she nodded. "Okay." His broad smile was beautiful, as if she'd just handed him the most amazing gift. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and then took one of her hands, pulling her toward the closet.
"Put on some real clothes. Those pajamas might disintegrate because you've worn them for so long."
"They're the softest ones." Alice knew he was right. She'd not bothered to change for who knew how many days.
"When you're done, give them to me so I can wash them."
"Ha ha," she deadpanned. She closed the closet door in his face and then began the task of picking out something comfortable to wear. As she ventured out of Cain's room, reacquainting herself with the facility, people watched her with a curiosity that made her want to hiss at them like an irritated cat. Thankfully, most of the other workers at the facility gave her space, except for Willis. The other scientist had a death wish, or at least that's what Alice had decided based on his continued annoying behavior.
"How are you feeling now?"
he asked for the 5th time in 30 minutes. His constant questions were ceaseless.
"Is your mouth dry? Does the idea of human food disgust you? Do your teeth feel sharper? Are you having any urges?"
"Does the urge to shove a sock down your throat count?" Alice asked in a saccharine, sweet voice. Willis held up his hands.
"No need to get all cranky on me. I'm just doing my job, Alice."
She glared at him. "Believe me, Willis, if I get the urge to bite someone, you will be the first to know. And it won't be because I've told you about it."
"Back off, Willis," Cain growled. "Can't you see you're overwhelming her?"
The scientist bobbed his head.
Yes, of course. My apologies."
But his gaze still followed Alice closely. She half expected him to pull out a notebook and start taking notes. As the days passed, she and Cain developed a routine. Alice found it oddly comforting. All the routines she'd ever had before in her life had been by herself. She stepped out of the steam-filled bathroom in the set of pajamas he'd threatened to burn, butthead, and Cain motioned her over. He sat on the large, overstuffed couch in the quaint sitting area.
"Let me check your wound."
His voice was softer than it was when they were out around other people. "It's fine," Alice told him, though she knew he would still demand to see it. Sure enough, his eyes narrowed.
"Let me look at you."
A shiver ran down her spine at his words. Though she knew what Cain meant, the words held an intimacy that made her realize how much she'd come to trust him. She walked over to him and took a seat. Cain pushed her damp hair away from her neck, revealing the skin that she knew was probably still flushed from the heat of her shower.
"It's nearly completely healed,"
he murmured as his fingers ran over the flesh. "I told you." The words came out breathlessly because, at the same moment, Cain pressed his lips to the skin where the healing bite mark was located. She sucked in a breath and bit the inside of her cheek. Cain had become increasingly more affectionate, and Alice hadn't done anything to discourage his advances. He'd become her safe place. But even with him, there was still an undercurrent of some otherness flowing through her veins, something not quite human. She'd hoped it, too, like the bite mark, would fade in time. But that wasn't the only weird thing. Alice's sense of reality was also off-kilter. Sometimes she felt like she was losing gaps of time, like she was somehow going through the motions in a dream instead of living her completely messed-up life. One afternoon, Cain found her standing at the window in his room, looking out at the stark beauty of the desert landscape. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. It was no longer weird to have him touch her so casually. In fact, she'd come to crave his touch and found herself holding her breath when he was near, waiting with anticipation for the feel of his skin against hers. She leaned back into him, taking comfort in his closeness. Part of her felt like she was betraying Lizzie and Finn. She hadn't even brought herself to check on them, other than to ask the guards about them. Alice couldn't shake the feeling she was siding with the enemy. Yet when Cain looked at her as if the sun rose and set in her eyes, she couldn't see him as her enemy. I must convince him to let the couple go. And then everyone else he had captured. Surely I can talk some sense into him. They've come so far in their relationship, she'd been more open with Cain than she had been with anyone in her life.
"You've been quiet today," he murmured against her hair. "Talk to me. What's on your mind?"
She considered brushing it off, saying she was fine. But if she couldn't be honest with him, who could she be honest with? "I need to ask you some tough questions, and I'm worried how you'll react," she said, holding her breath as she waited.
"You can ask me anything, Alice," Cain told her. "Don't ever be afraid. Please."
She blew out the breath and then turned in his arms so she could look at him. "It's about Lizzie and Finn." She waited to see if he would respond, but he simply stared back at her, his features holding interest. "I want you to let them go. Please. Lizzie is practically still a kid, and Finn just found her, his true mate. Think of how you want to protect me." She took his hand and placed his palm against her cheek. "Consider how he must feel, unable to do anything to keep Lizzie safe." Her voice broke as emotions for the couple welled up inside of her. Alice knew they had been building, but not to this extent. He continued to stare at her, his face giving nothing away.
"There's more," he said softly. "Get it all off your chest, and then I will address everything. Hopefully I can relieve you of your worries."
"I'm scared," she finally admitted softly, dropping her head. The tremble in her voice made her want to punch something. Her emotions were all over the place. Cain placed a finger under her chin and tilted it up.
"Scared of what?"
"Of becoming something I don't want to be. Of losing who I am." She hesitated. "Of caring for you, of losing you. I'm scared of what will happen to Lizzie and Finn and all the other dormants in this place. I'm just..." She shook her head. "I'm a mess, and I hate it. I hate feeling unsure, and..."
"And what?"
"And I don't want to like you or care for you. You're a man."
"Thank you for reminding me," he said dryly. "I'd almost forgotten."
"I haven't had the best luck with men, and I don't mean in just a romantic sense. You've met my father. He's a grade-A ass," she continued. "So, yeah, I'm worried that you'll get bored and jump ship, and where will that leave me?" She didn't give him time to answer. She was on a roll. "I'll tell you."
"By all means,"
he said. "It leaves me alone for however long I might live, which brings me to my next fear. If I'm a vampire, I will live for hundreds of years. I don't want to start that life with a broken heart. And then there's the whole blood-sucking and sating some unquenchable hunger thing. That doesn't sound appealing at all." Tenderness filled Cain's eyes, something she now knew he reserved only for her.
"Have you had the urge for blood?"
His voice was calm. Alice shook her head. "No, but something is wrong with me. Something inside of me doesn't feel like me. It's like there's just something else here." She pressed her palm to her forehead. "Like I'm not alone inside. I don't like it. I've always been alone. But at the same time, it's so good to not be alone anymore." Cain cupped her face in his hands, his gray eyes boring into hers.
"First, I won't let any harm come to Finn or Lizzie. For you, and you alone, I can make that promise. I can make that promise, Alice, because I love you. Those are words I never thought I'd say to anyone, but then you came along and turned my world upside down."
Alice's eyes widened as she stared at him. "You love me?" she stuttered out. Super smooth. "But how? I mean, I'm... He placed his finger over her lips and shook his head.
I don't need you to say it back. Not until you can say it without a wavering voice. Understand?
She nodded because the words still eluded her.
As for the dormants,
Cain continued, dropping his finger from her lips,
I can't give them up. I'm too close to having what all vampires crave, but not all have. The ability to walk in the daylight, to step out of the shadows where we've been forced to live. I need you to trust me. We'll figure this out together.
He sounded so sure, and she wanted desperately to believe him. He'd said that he loved her. If he loved her, then she should be able to trust him. That was one of the foundations of love. Alice's heart swelled in her chest as she felt emotions flooding her. Some she couldn't put a name to, and others she wasn't ready to voice. So, instead of speaking, she stood on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. It wasn't the first time they'd kissed, but it was the first time she had initiated it. Cain responded immediately, pulling her close, kissing her back with fervor. In the shelter of his embrace, her doubts faded away. But the reprieve couldn't last forever. 2 days later, a meeting was called. By whom, Alice didn't know, but in attendance were Cain, the military leaders, and all the government officials involved in this little scheme, which wasn't so little at all. Alice didn't want to be there because she knew her father would be present. She had absolutely no desire to see the man who so often made her life a living hell. It was his fault she was even in her current situation. She couldn't help but wonder if he'd noticed that something was different about her. Did she want him knowing that she was with Cain? Am I with Cain? Damn, I need a vacation, Alice muttered under her breath as she followed the vampire in question.
Don't we all?
Cain said softly, only for her ears.
But the time for decisions has arrived, which means any vacations will have to wait.
He leaned down then, his mouth right next to her ear.
I'm sure we can find some time after the meeting to have a reprieve from all the business. Perhaps a massage for my lady?
Alice forced herself not to react to his words, even though she was now thinking of the times they'd laid in the dark and he'd tended to her weak muscles. At the end of the day, they were always burning in pain, as if she'd done an intense workout instead of simply walking from one place to another. Cain gave good massages. Rustling in voices pulled her from her thoughts and back to the present. They gathered in a conference room around a large metal table. Alice held herself ramrod straight in her chair, hands resting on the table. She placed them in her lap when she noticed them trembling. She heard her father's voice, and her stomach twisted unpleasantly. Colonel Mark Douglas had a distinctive, deep baritone voice, and he was also almost always berating or otherwise giving his very disapproving opinion to some poor soul when he was speaking. Another man, disheveled and obviously in a hurry, came scurrying in with a stack of papers before her father made an appearance.
Sorry I'm late.
He took the only empty chair. Cain gave a slight nod of his head.
Just glad you could make it, Sam.
Cain looked at the others in the room.
Sam is our legal representative to you, the American government.
Rumblings of disapproval echoed around the room. Alice tensed as her father strode into the conference room, his uniform crisp and posture bored straight as always. Colonel Douglas surveyed the room with a piercing gaze before his eyes landed on her. Alice lifted her chin and resisted the urge to shrink under that stare. She wished that she could reach and hold Cain's hand. Like an anchor in a tumultuous ocean, he steadied her.
Colonel Douglas, Cain said coolly, I wasn't aware you were still involved in this project.
Project? Alice almost rolled her eyes, as if they were building bridges or developing new weapons instead of meddling with the very nature of life and death. Alice met her father's gaze evenly.
Why would my status change? I believe I have brought much to the table to help make this endeavor successful.
His eyes stayed on Alice, as if making the point that he'd brought her to the table.
Perhaps you've brought all that was required of you.
Cain's voice was whip-sharp.
You gave us the very best scientist in the nation, if not the world. Do we really need to ask more of you?"
The sarcasm was so thick in the Vampire King's voice, it was a wonder anyone could still breathe. The Colonel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't challenge Cain. He simply shrugged and finally looked away from Alice.
"I'm here until my superiors say otherwise."
Taking his seat, he turned his gaze to Cain.
"Let's get down to business. The Joint Chiefs are eager to see results from our investment here."
Cain leaned back in his chair casually, but Alice sensed his focus sharpening like a blade.
"Eager though they may be, progress takes time, as I'm sure you understand, Colonel. A reasonable amount of time," Mark Douglas bit out. "The Defense Department provided significant funding for this facility. There's increasing pressure to show a return on that investment."
Another man at the table, Admiral Prescott, leaned in. He furrowed his dark brows.
"Specifically, we need to know if you've successfully created any of these hybrid soldiers you promised."
All eyes shifted to Cain, awaiting his response. Alice's stomach nodded. They couldn't reveal Lizzie. She wouldn't turn her friend over to the government, her father, more precisely, to be treated like an asset and nothing more. Cain met her pleading gaze briefly before addressing the room.
"We've made strides, but successfully generating viable hybrid subjects takes great care."
The military men exchanged disgruntled looks. General Brock's assistant, Francis, piped up.
"We need more than vague progress reports. Do you actually have functional hybrid prototypes or not?"
Alice saw her father's shrewd gaze flick to her again. Sweat beaded along her spine. Cain spread his hands diplomatically.
"As I said, this scientific process is extremely complex, with many variables at play. We must proceed with diligence to ensure stable outcomes."
Colonel Douglas scowled.
"Cut the bullshit, Cain. If you have a successful hybrid specimen, I expect you to disclose it now."
Alice's breath stopped in her throat. The room seemed to tilt around her. Then Cain was speaking again, smooth as silk.
"You have my word that I will inform you immediately when we achieve substantive results. At this stage, all I can report is steady progress toward that end goal."
The Colonel still looked suspicious, but Cain remained unruffled, the picture of reason. After a taut moment, Mark Douglas gave a curt nod.
"Very well, but my superiors will want hard evidence soon. This project is nearing a critical juncture."
"Of course." Cain's smile didn't reach his eyes.
"We all want the same outcome here."
Alice slowly released a shaky breath. Crisis averted for now, but the scrutiny would only increase. They were running out of time. The rest of the meeting passed in a dense discussion of budgets, timetables, and contingencies. Alice kept her eyes down and her mouth shut. She could feel her father's gaze boring into her periodically, as if trying to see into her mind and root out the truth. At last, the officials seemed satisfied, or at least placated. As they filed out, her father paused beside her chair.
"I expect to hear from you very soon."
His tone brooked no argument. Alice's guts twisted, but she nodded. "Yes, sir." Once the room cleared, she practically collapsed into Cain's waiting arms. "That was too close." Cain stroked her hair soothingly.
"I'm going to have to make another hybrid. I told you I'd keep Lizzie safe, and I will keep my word, but they won't stay off my back for much longer."
She peered up at him in dismay. "You mean I'm going to have to make another hybrid? It takes my blood."
His jaw ticked. "Yes, making successful hybrids is how we keep Lizzie safe, and I need your blood for that. And soon you'll need to make a choice."
Alice pulled back, eyes widening. "A choice? Between what?" Cain cupped her cheek gently.
"Between revealing what you are to your father, which will allow you to stay here, or returning to your human life."
Leaving her father? Then the truth dawned on her. When Colonel Douglas found out what she was, a gypsy healer, a supernatural being, he'd want to run experiments on her. He'd want to know how she could be of service to the government's cause. And Cain was giving her the opportunity to return to her human life? Was that even still an option? The idea sank like a stone in Alice's gut. She realized this place had become her home, and Cain had become everything. Could she really just abandon it all? Cain seemed to read the turmoil in her eyes. He drew her close again, lips brushing her hair.
There's time yet to decide. Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Some of Alice's anxiety eased. No matter what happened, she wouldn't be alone. She had Cain, Lizzie, and Finn, and for now, that was enough. Over the next few days, Alice wrestled constantly with the choice looming before her. On this particular day, as she roamed the corridors aimlessly, she realized it was time to talk to Lizzie. She could put it off no longer. 2 guards stood on either side of the door to the hybrid female's room. Alice ignored them and knocked. "You don't have to knock," Lizzie's voice carried through the barrier. "Do you think this is a 5-star hotel and I'm some kind of guest that can choose when and to whom I open my door? I'm locked inside this hellhole. I'm not exactly locking people out." One guard snorted a laugh but quickly smoothed his features. Alice pushed the door open, then closed it behind her. Lizzie was lying on her stomach on the bed. When she saw Alice, she jumped up and hurried to her. "Holy hell, woman!" Lizzie wrapped her in a tight hug. "Are you okay? Cain wouldn't tell us crap because he's an ass, and I've been worried about you. That doesn't mean I'm not pissed as hell at you because you helped make me a hybrid, but chick solidarity has to be elevated above, you made a dick move by turning me into a hybrid wolf vampire. You know what I mean?" She said all of this while continuing to hug Alice. "And besides Finn, you're my only friend in this Frankenstein existence. So naturally I was worried sick that Claude had killed you, or maybe bloodlust got the best of Cain and he accidentally offed you, which totally would have sucked because you're growing on me like a fungus." "Good grief, Lizzie," Alice chuckled. "You're going to pass out if you don't stop talking long enough to take a breath." Lizzie released her and stepped back. She gave Alice a quick once-over, her eyes landing on the spot on her neck that was nearly healed. "So, you're not dead, but are you undead?" Lizzie narrowed her eyes. Alice made a motion to a chair. "Can we sit for this talk?" Lizzie's eyes widened. "There's a talk? Not just an answer? Yep, I'm a vampire gypsy healer, or nope, that shit failed, thank goodness." Alice walked over to the chair and took a seat. "There's a talk. If I've learned anything in my time here, it's that there are no simple answers in Area 51. Lizzie took the other seat and curled her legs up, wrapping her arms around them as she rested her chin on her knee. "Okay, this is obviously something that's stressing you out on a whole new level because you're usually cool as a cucumber. And the chick I see before me isn't as cool as a cucumber, carrot, tomato, eggplant, spinach, or any other vegetable you might keep in the refrigerator. So take a breath and then just let it out." Alice chewed on her bottom lip as she tried to formulate the words. She'd already gone over how this conversation would go in her head 1,000,000 times, but now that she was in Lizzie's presence, everything she'd rehearsed had disappeared from her mind. Alice had thought she would just rip the bandage off as quickly as possible. Now she was hesitating. "Suck it up, Buttercup." "Okay, here goes nothing," she whispered and then looked at Lizzie. "To start, I'm not drinking blood. Yet. I mean, I'm not craving it or anything, but there's something definitely different about me. I can feel it inside." Alice pressed a hand just below her collarbone. "It does feel like I'm changing, and there's nothing I can do about it. Whether that means I'm going to wake up one day as a blood-sucking monster, I have no idea." Alice paused, and Lizzie simply stared at her. Finally, the scientist spoke again. "But that's not the scariest thing." Lizzie frowned. "Potentially waking up as a blood-sucking monster is not the scariest thing? What could possibly be scarier than that?" Alice fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, her gaze bouncing from Lizzie's, down and back up again. I've changed in other ways, and... She trailed off for a moment, then took a deep, steadying breath. I don't want you to hate me or feel betrayed. Well, those are excellent things to avoid in friendship. I certainly don't want to hate you or feel betrayed. Granted, I sort of already felt betrayed when you put Cain's blood in my body, and yours too. But I'm growing as a person. I've had a lot of time to work on myself in this room. Lizzie's tone was dry and sarcastic. Alice blew out a breath and then finally blurted out, I have feelings for Cain. Feelings, and he has them for me. He told me he loves me, and maybe I shouldn't trust him because, damn, that was fast. But then I think, why not? Is there really a time limit on when someone falls in love with a person? But then I think, can I trust him? He's a man. All the men I've known have mostly sucked. And this one literally sucks, Lizzie muttered, but Alice was on a roll. And I'd sworn them off, but at the same time, I've been alone in one way or another my whole life. And he makes me not alone. No, she shook her head. Not just not alone. He makes me feel valued, precious, and seen. These past weeks, he's taken care of me like no one has ever done in my life. Not my mother, and definitely not my father. I mean, she held up a hand. I know what he is, but I don't know how to stop what's happening between us. And I don't even think I want to. She shifted in her seat, leaning forward a bit. Lizzie stared back at her, but Alice couldn't get a read on what the girl was thinking, so she just plowed on. It's like I know what he is and what he's capable of, but then with me, he's so different. He's kind and considerate, and he's been taking care of me this whole time. In the back of my head, I'm screaming at myself, what the hell, Alice? You know? And then there's you, and all I could think was that I was betraying you. And now you'll hate me, and I'll only have Cain. And what if Cain does something like my mother did and just leaves me high and dry? Then I have no one. And all I wanted to do was make some amazing scientific discovery and get my name in the Scientific Hall of Fame, and... Wait, is that actually a thing? Alice huffed out a laugh. No, but is that the only thing you heard? Lizzie lifted a shoulder. It's the thing I felt I could respond to without giving too much brain power to it. Fair enough. I'm sorry, Lizzie. Why are you apologizing to me? Lizzie dropped her legs and leaned forward, resting her elbows on her thighs. We don't get to pick who our hearts choose. I mean, yes, there are some emotions that we absolutely choose to feel, but the beginning sparks of love... She shook her head. Those are totally out of our hands. It's when things get hard that love becomes a choice. She bobbed her head from side to side a couple of times. I mean, do I get it? No. He is good-looking, but he's also a villain. He's selfish and narcissistic and has all the red flags of, I'm going to tear your heart out and laugh while I do it, warnings. And yes, I mean that literally and figuratively. But I don't hate you. Lizzie held Alice's gaze as she continued. I don't have a lot of friends. In fact, I've only ever had one, and I lost her. You can't trust people when you live on the streets. You were real with me. I realize that took courage, but you told me the truth, and that goes a long way with me. Alice wiped away a tear that had slipped down her cheek. When had she started crying? Her emotions were all over the place. Thank you, she finally managed to squeeze out of her tightened throat. It feels so good to tell you and know that we'll be okay. It came out as a question. Girl, we won't be okay until we get the hell out of Dodge. Lizzie smirked. Our friendship, blossoming as it is, will be fine. It's been forged in fire, and short of you feeding me to Cain, I think I can talk you out of whatever hold he has on you. The problem was, Alice didn't want to be talked out of it. And that was the crux of it all. How low was she willing to sink, simply to not feel alone anymore? Was love enough to pardon Cain? Lizzie held up a hand. Change of subject. Sort of. She waved her palms up and down like a scale. It's still about you and what's happened to you, but we'll just ignore the Cain portion of the show for the moment. How are you, outside of the Vampire King soap opera? I feel like I'm going to have to hide for the rest of my life. If my father finds out what has happened to me, he will not hesitate to take me into government control and treat me like a lab rat." Her breath shuddered as she shook her head. "I don't want to spend my life hiding who I am, but do I really know who I am or what I am anymore?" Alice raked a hand through her hair in frustration. "Is there any option that doesn't end in disaster?" Lizzie blew out a breath, her amber eyes thoughtful. "Have you considered that maybe you're exactly what you were before? A gypsy healer. You're not drinking blood, you aren't craving it. So I don't see how that classifies you as a vampire." "Then why do I feel like something is off?" The fear in Alice's voice frazzled her nerves. She hated being afraid, being anything less than entirely sure of who she was and what she was doing. Alice had always been so sure of herself, and now she didn't even know who she was anymore. All because of Claude. Chapter 2. Perception is one of those things that screws with your head if you're not careful. Hell, it screws with your head even if you are careful, because no matter how cautious you are in life, you can't really prepare yourself for a supernatural being to skew your perception so badly that you aren't even sure who you are anymore. Lily. "We need the healers to contact Alice." Lily stood with her hands resting on her hips, her hair up in a messy bun and still in her sleep clothes. Sally found it oddly comforting to see her looking more like a worn-out mom, the Lily she'd known her whole life, rather than the warlock queen she'd become.
"Why the sudden urgency?"
Fane frowned. Sally leaned forward where she sat, as much as her bump of a stomach would allow. Costin sat beside her and ran his hand up and down her back, applying slight pressure. It felt good. Though she was just getting ready to start her second trimester, Sally's back already bothered her. Since she was bitten by Claude, and Tenya hasn't been able to get a hold of her via the phone he'd given her. And I've seen something. Lily dropped her hands, then raised them to go to work on her messy bun, though it didn't look to Sally like it needed any help. Maybe Lily just needed something to do with her hands. The woman was clearly irritated. "It's not good, Fane." Lily turned and looked at Sally. "I realize you are in a tough spot with the baby and the overprotective helicopter-hovering mate," Sally offered. Costin let out a low rumble. His annoyance at her assessment ran through their bond. Sally shrugged. "Just speaking the truth, babe." He didn't respond, as had become his custom of late. The further along in her pregnancy she became, the more withdrawn and serious her male seemed to be. "Yes," Lily pointed at Costin, "that. But you're the most powerful of the healers, and if I'm being honest, there's just something about you that is trustworthy, Sally. Maybe it's the sprite blood or just your honest love for everyone. But you must be among the healers that contacts Alice. And Kara's been through a lot. Her experience will help Alice not feel isolated. Jewel needs to be left out of this one. Fane, you'll have to ask Dylan directly if you want to know why." The door to the office swung open, and the healer in question walked in with her mate right on her heels. "I took the liberty of texting Kara," Lily said as the couple filed in. "I know she's been resting and processing, and that's why she hasn't been here. But," Lily gave Kara an encouraging smile, "what you went through wasn't for nothing. Horrible things can be used to bring about beautiful change."
"So you want the 2 pregnant healers to be the ones digging into the mind of a woman who might be attached to the king of vampires, a.k.a. our nemesis?" Nick asked as he grabbed Kara's hand and guided her to an empty spot on one of the large couches. He gently nudged her down, and Kara rolled her eyes before glancing at Sally. "And the non-pregnant healer gets to sit this one out?" Sally gave her a knowing grin. The other healer was in the same boat, dealing with a mate in hyper-intense protective mode. "I realize that sounds like a crap plan, but can you tell us what you've seen, Mom?" Jackie cut Lily off. The Warlock Queen had no need to explain herself. Sometimes crap plans were the only plans. "You know I can't give you that information." Lily's yellow warlock eyes flashed with frustration. "No matter how much it would help you.
There are rules for a reason. In case you haven't noticed, our rules are being stretched, changed, and tested constantly, Jen said dryly from where she sat in Decibel's lap in one of the overstuffed chairs. She leaned back, her head resting on her mate's shoulder as she swung her right leg, which was sitting on the arm of the chair, back and forth. We've been breaking rules left and right, Miss P. Why suddenly decide to follow them now? Because there is a lot, and I mean a lot, at stake if we screw this up. Lily looked back at Sally and then to Kara. Please contact her.
I don't like it. Nick shook his head and shoved his hands into the pockets of his worn-out jeans. Before you texted her, he addressed Lily, I'd been planning to bring her here because Kara wanted to be close to Sally, not so she could put herself in danger.
I understand. Lily's voice was gentle. Sally's been in people's minds before, and she's made it out just fine.
Fane leaned back against his desk. His piercing blue gaze no longer held the gentleness of the boy Sally had met years ago. Fane was a man now, a king. And somehow, in the time he'd taken the mantle from his father, he'd been chiseled like stone into a formidable foe. As he looked at Nick, it was the alpha staring out at those wolf's eyes, not the friend.
I understand more than you can know how desperate you feel to protect your mate.
Fane tilted his head in that wolf-like manner that even Costin did occasionally, and his blue eyes glowed. Jackie shifted until her hip was pressed to Fane's, no doubt trying to calm him down because the alpha of alphas was not in a cheerful mood.
But we all have to make sacrifices. We all have to put ourselves in harm's way, whether we're comfortable with it or not. I want more than anything to send my mate and son away to another realm where I know they will be safe. Even as we stay here,
he motioned around them to the office that looked like his back at the Romania mansion, enchanted for them by Peri while they remained in the sprite realm.
The chances grow that an enemy might find and attack us.
He pushed away from the desk, and Jackie moved with him, her hand slipping into his.
But we have the burden of saving those who cannot save themselves. That falls on us, which includes Kara.
He looked at Costin.
And Sally as well.
Costin bared his teeth at his alpha. Sally reached over and smacked his leg.
Stop that! You know I can handle myself.
Okay, so had Sally been in some pretty shitty situations since joining the supernatural world? Yes, she had. But she'd come out stronger on the other side.
Besides, it's not like we're going anywhere. You two will be sitting right there with us as we travel into her mind.
Exactly, Kara nodded. Fane and Lily aren't asking us to go to the front lines of a battle.
The mind is a dangerous place,
Costin spoke up. Sally's stomach twisted as she remembered several of their pack members that had endured battlefields in their mind. Costin wasn't wrong. Jewel, Anna, Zara, and even Decibel had had their heads messed with. Not to mention all of them that had once been trapped in the in-between. And those battles had been just as dangerous, perhaps more so than those battles fought in the physical world. Fane's voice was somber.
I'm sorry, Costin, but I'm not asking. Sally and Kara will reach out to Alice. We need to know what's going on. With Claude gone rogue, we don't have a way to contact Lizzie. I can try to reach Finn through the Alpha Bond, but since I've not officially made him a pack member, it will be difficult to tap into his mind.
Thank you, Fane, Lily said respectfully. And Nick, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't for a significant reason.
We got this.
Sally clapped her hands once, then dropped them onto her lap.
Kara, ready?
Kara's eyes widened. Now? She pointed in front of her. Like literally now? Sally nodded.
No time like the present.
The other healer blew out a breath and pushed her hair away from her face. Okay, let's do this. That's my girls, Jen said like a proud mother. Kicking ass and taking names.
All we're doing is talking to Alice in her mind, Sally told her best friend. There will be no victorious return with a head in tow.
Way to burst my bubble, Sal. Jen flicked her hand at Sally. I'm going to go corrupt Tiberius while you two mind hop.
Sally turned to Costin. Text Gavril and let him know Jen is not to be within 50 feet of Titus. I think it's time for a restraining order. Chuckles rippled across the room. Sally raised a brow at them. I'm not joking, Jen. You're a menace. Leave my kid alone, or I promise I will permanently dye Thea blue. She'll be a living version of that blonde smurf. Jen's mouth dropped open, and then a grin spread across her face. Dang, girl, pregnancy looks good on you. Look at you, being all threatening and stuff. I love it. She climbed off Decibel's lap and started for the door. Keep us posted on how Operation Infiltrate Vampire Lover's Brain goes. I promise I'll just teach Tegan how to fight dirty, but I won't corrupt him any more than that. You could call him by his name, Jackie offered amiably. Jen paused, giving it a thought. Nah, I gotta get my kicks somewhere other than my doll-dismembering child. Fair, Sally nodded. Thea is a tad twisted. Decibel sighed as he followed Jen to the door.
Seriously, Sally, give my kid a fighting chance and let my female teach yours how to be ruthless. I'll keep an eye on them.
Sally's shoulder sagged dramatically. Fine, but no cuss words. No promises, Jen hollered as she walked out into the hall. The door closed behind the couple, and Sally looked at Jackie. I can't wait until Slade is old enough to be corrupted. Maybe then she'll lose interest in Titus. Thanks for that thought, Jackie said dryly. Kara stood up and walked over to the other side of Sally, taking a seat on the couch next to her. You ready to give this a go again? Sally shifted to face the healer, and Costin was at her back. Nick stood behind the couch where his mate sat. Yep, Sally said. Fane, what should we ask her? Fane crossed his arms in front of his chest. Jackie took the hand that had been holding his and slipped it under the side of his shirt. Skin-on-skin contact. Whatever she needed to do to keep Fane grounded.
First, you're going to have to earn her trust. She might not give you any information at the start. This go-round, you may just have to build rapport. Tell her things about yourselves. The kind of things you don't like to talk about that will be relatable to her situation.
Sally knew what Fane meant, and he was right. She did not want to talk about her past, the things she'd endured at the hands of the Order, but it would be a way to win Alice's trust. A common struggle. Having someone tell Alice that she would make it amidst the crucible was probably exactly what she needed. You're not alone, Alice Douglas, Sally said softly as she took Kara's hands in hers. She stared into Kara's wide eyes. We got this. Then Sally closed her eyes and started searching for the cords that connected all the gypsy healers to one another. She just needed to find Alice's. Then they could essentially hop on and figuratively ride that sucker all the way into Alice's mind. She searched for the purple strand and stifled a gasp when she saw it was no longer entwined with the other healers, but instead resting alone off to the side. That's not right, Kara said next to her.
What's not right?
Nick's voice reached through their trance. Shh, Sally told him. We need to concentrate. Put a lid on that worrying crap or I'll ask Fane to ban you from the room. Nick cursed under his breath but went silent and stayed that way. Costin was quiet as well, though he kept a hand on Sally's back, grounding her to the here and now. Why is her strand not entwined with ours? Kara asked as she and Sally moved their own light forms toward the purple one. I don't know, but we're about to find out. Picture your hand wrapping around the purple cord. Sally wasn't sure how she knew this was the right thing to do, but it felt right. Famous last words. As soon as both of their lights wrapped around the purple cord, Sally found herself zooming through the darkness. Sally had to struggle to maintain her hold. Her own light seemed eager to repel Alice's, much like two magnets pushing against each other at their similar poles. Sally flew forward as if on a roller coaster ride, her light form zigzagging wildly before being catapulted through a door and into a room. Once inside, Sally's and Kara's physical bodies materialized. Both their heads swung around as they tried to gain their bearings. We're not in Kansas anymore, Sally muttered. The room was dark and decadent. A large bed took up most of the space, and in the middle of the bed was Alice's still body. She was deathly pale. "What the hell?" Kara hurried over to the bed. She climbed up and sat next to Alice. Kara gently picked up the scientist's hand and looked over at Sally. "She's freezing." Sally walked around to the other side, her eyes taking in Alice's facial features. She reached over and put her hand under her nose, feeling her breath. It was there, but shallow. "She's still alive. How can we communicate with her?" Sally gave Alice a long look. "I don't know. I can only assume this is not a natural sleep. If it was, she'd have woken as soon as she felt our presence. We are in her mind, after all. Invading someone's brain has a tendency to get their attention." Kara put her hand on Alice and shook her gently. The other healer didn't stir. "Damn." Sally also placed her hand on Alice. "Let me see if I can get inside her mind in this form." "You mean get inside her mind from inside her mind?" "It sounds ridiculous when you say it like that, but I think someone or something is blocking us from making complete contact with her subconscious. I'm going to try to break through that barrier." Sally sat down on the bed and pressed a hand to Alice's cool forehead. The woman's lips had even lost their pink hue, taking on more of a bluish color. Whatever was going on, it was bad. Sally pulled on the magic of her bloodline, and then pulled on Costin's as well, hoping to ensure that she was geared up as she went into the unknown battlefield of Alice's mind. "Kara, you stay right here," Sally instructed. "I need you to pull me out if I get stuck." "On it," Kara said in a no-nonsense manner. Sally closed her eyes and pushed her light into Alice's mind. The sensation was like forcing herself through thick mud. First, her hand squelched through, then her entire body took on a light form and sunk through the protective barrier that had been around Alice's mind. Sally was inside, and there was Alice, pacing around in what appeared as an empty hospital room. Alice's eyes were unfocused, and her hands twisted around and around as she muttered to herself. Sally listened, trying to pick up what the scientist was saying. "Not right. It's not right," Alice said over and over. She lifted her hands and ran them through her dark locks. "Something is so wrong. Why can't I figure out what is wrong?" Her voice broke and tears ran from her eyes down her cheeks. "Where am I? What am I doing here? Why can't I leave?" With every question, more tears came, and Sally's heart broke for her. "Alice." The other woman's head snapped up, and her gaze collided with Sally's. "Who are you?" Alice took a step back. Sally held up her hands. "I'm a friend. I'm not here to hurt you." As she took in the woman's appearance, she was shocked to see what Sally could only call the shell of a person. Like a wraith, there seemed to be little life in Alice's eyes. Her face was gaunt, and her eyes were rimmed in dark circles. She seemed overly thin from what Sally could see of the outline beneath the gown she wore. Alice snorted. "That's exactly what someone who is here to hurt me would say to lure me into a false sense of security." Sally shrugged her shoulder. "That's a fair assessment. You're right not to trust strangers. I would be wary, too, in your position. But I promise, I truly mean you no harm." Alice's eyes narrowed, arms crossing defensively. "Why should I believe you? For all I know, you're just another illusion in this nightmare. At least, I think it's a nightmare. I don't really know. I don't know what's real. I'm a scientist, and I can't figure out reality. How sad is that?" Nightmare? So Alice was at least somewhat aware this wasn't reality. Sally filed that information away. But was it a nightmare? Or was it something else? "Let me prove my intentions," she offered. "Ask me anything. I'll answer honestly." Alice chewed her lip, considering. "Tell me about yourself. Something real. Not the usual, 'my name is' crap." Sally nodded. She knew she would have to open up. "All right. I grew up in a middle-class family. My parents are awesome, and it turns out my mom is a sprite. My dad is a human, but a badass human. I'm mated to a werewolf named Costin, and we're pregnant with our second child. We adopted a son that had been held captive by vampires because he's a dormant wolf."
Alice blinked, some of the suspicion fading from her gaze. Sally continued.
"I can honestly say that though my life has had many huge blessings since discovering that I'm a gypsy healer and mated to a mega-hot werewolf, life was easier before all of this mess." She gave a wry smile. "Maybe it wasn't full of adventures. Well, if you don't consider Jen's escapades adventures, but it was safe. Sometimes I really miss that."
"What happened to you?" Alice's quiet question lacked accusation, only understanding. "If you don't feel safe now, something must have happened."
"After being with Costin for a couple of years, I was abducted. Some bad things happened."
Sally's throat tightened.
"I ended up with a group called the Order of the Burning Claw. They—"
She broke off as the old pain welled up. She swallowed and forced it down. This wasn't about her wounds.
"Let's just say they took things from me that I could never get back. But I survived. Costin came for me, as I knew he would. Nothing short of the Great Luna would have stopped him. I had to start over in some ways. Trauma, the mental kind, sometimes hurts more than the physical pain."
She met Alice's eyes evenly.
"You can survive this too, and have that life still ahead of you."
Alice stared at her for a long moment. Then, haltingly, she whispered, "You're real. A real person." Alice wiped at more tears.
"Sometimes I think it's not real, but it feels so damn real. I'm tired. I don't know what's happening to me. I was attacked by Claude, a vampire, and Cain was desperate to save me, but not for my blood."
Alice looked at her, a deep V forming on her brow.
"He doesn't want me for my blood. He wants me for me. He's said he's in love with me."
She laughed, though it sounded a little unhinged.
"It sounds insane, but love conquers all, right? Isn't that how the saying goes? But what if I'm wrong? What if it's not love? What if I wind up needing help because it's not real? Would you help me?"
Sally nodded. Shock, fear for Alice, and relief that she actually wanted help crashed through Sally. Sure, there was some stuff that would require a big-time come-to-Jesus meeting, but the potential was there.
"Yes, and I'm here to help you if you'll let me."
Sally couldn't help but be shocked that Alice had feelings for Cain, but she wouldn't judge, not after what she'd done. Sally had learned that powerful supernatural beings had ways to make you do things you might not otherwise want to do. "Quit thinking that way." Costin's voice filled her mind as his love poured into her body like warm water. "I will bite you if I must in order to remind you that you are mine. I choose you no matter what." Sally's heart squeezed in her chest. Her mate reminded her over and over, sometimes daily, that he wasn't going anywhere, and what had happened to her held no sway over his feelings for her.
"I love you, Costin Miklas. Now keep your thoughts to yourself."
"Don't give me a reason not to."
Damn, he'd gotten grumpy since she'd started showing her baby bump. They were going to have a talk about that. I'm not sure how you can help." Alice's voice drew Sally out of her thoughts. "I don't even know where here is."
Alice's breath hitched on a sob.
"Everything is wrong. Broken. I feel like I'm breaking."
Heart aching, Sally moved closer. When Alice didn't retreat, Sally reached out and took her hands.
"I know it feels that way, but you aren't broken, Alice. Your mind is just lost right now, and we are going to guide you back. Believe it or not, I've dealt with something very similar with another healer. Her name is Jewel, and I have a feeling you two are going to be fast friends. She got lost in her mind, and her mate was unable to help her, so I did. And now she's with her true mate, and they're happy and safe." Confusion flashed across Alice's face when Sally said the words, "we are," but before she could explain, footsteps rang out.
"There you are."
Sally turned to see a man striding toward them. He was tall, sharp-featured, and had cold gray eyes. She stiffened. Alice's face suddenly softened. It was like the woman who'd just been standing before her was someone completely different. "Cain, I was just—" She looked at Sally, but Cain's gaze didn't follow hers. Sally shifted, and still he didn't look. He only had eyes for Alice. Damn it, she'd seen that look before. In fact, she saw it every time she looked at Costin.
"I let you sleep in today. You were very tired yesterday."
His eyes warmed as he stared at Alice, thawing out the icy persona of the man who'd walked into the room.
"How are you feeling now? Any new urges?"
Alice shook her head. "Still not craving O-positive." The scientist had looked away from Sally and seemed to be making a point not to look back at her. "She's a gypsy healer," Sally spoke up, figuring she might as well get the confrontation over. Costin was going to be pissed. "Alice can't become a vampire. The healer magic in her would never allow it. Her body will fight it. Her body is fighting it. You've seen the way her physical form looks."
"You are correct, Brown Eyes," Costin growled. "Pissed is a good description."
"You'll get over it. Now leave me be. I have to focus." Cain's expression darkened as he strode towards Alice. Though his face was etched with anger, his touch, when he moved Alice behind him, was gentle.
"I should have known you healers wouldn't stay away."
He reached behind him and took one of the scientist's hands in his and entwined their fingers.
"Alice belongs with me." He lifted his chin in challenge. "And I'll kill anyone who tries to take her."
"She's your mate?" Sally tried to keep her tone indifferent.
"Yes," Cain said matter-of-factly. "And just like your male would do for you, I will protect her at all costs."
"My mate is true," Sally countered. "Ordained by the great Luna. Can you say the same? Is this what's best for Alice?" Releasing Alice's hand, he moved toward her, radiating menace. Sally's protective instincts roared to life. Power flared in her blood, and she felt Costin give her a boost of his own power. "Back off!" The words ripped from her in a snarl. The walls shuddered under the force of her will. "You have no power here in the unwoken world, and she is under the protection of Fane Lupei."
"And me,"
Perizada's voice boomed throughout the room. Sally gasped as the Fae suddenly appeared in an explosion of bright light. Peri's image burned brightly, and it was almost painful to look upon her. Sally knew better than to ask how in the world Peri could show up inside Alice's mind. The High Fae was powerful, ancient, and full of abilities that continually surprised Sally. Cain pulled up short, shock breaking through the stony mask. Behind him, Alice made a small, startled sound. Sally kept her eyes locked on Cain.
"Vampire King looks good on you, Cain."
Perizada's voice no longer boomed.
"Though it hasn't made you any less of an ass. That's a shame. How are you here?"
Apparently Cain hadn't gotten the memo that Peri goes wherever the heck Peri wants.
"I go where I'm needed, vampire," Peri said coolly. "As all the gypsy healers are under my protection, Alice is mine."
Cain's brow rose as he rocked back on his heels.
"Is that so? They're under your protection?"
He let out a low, humorless chuckle.
"And how has that turned out for those females? Should I go over for Alice's sake? What happens to the healers under your so-called protection?"
"What is he talking about?" Alice asked at the same time Sally's stomach dropped.
"Word gets around in the supernatural community. You should know this better than anyone, Peri. I mean, do you honestly believe people are ignorant of what happened to this one?"
Cain pointed at Sally. She wished she were a wolf so she could bite the damn finger off. Sally turned to look at Alice. The woman was now staring at her in a much less trusting manner. Damn it. Her wounds had yet to completely heal, but now Sally was going to have to rip the bandage off anyway. "Damn vampire," Sally muttered under her breath.
What about the 5 new healers? If I remember the gossip, a couple of them wear the mark of a certain high fae that defected from your council.
Cain tilted his head.
How are they doing? Healing up okay?
Peri's face remained blank, as if none of the shots he'd fired at her had hit their mark. She actually looked kind of bored. For all Sally knew, the high fae was bored. Peri wasn't easily entertained, and she'd been MIA for a while, so who knew how long she was planning on sticking around after this shit show.
Alice.
Peri turned her gaze away from Cain and focused on the scientist.
My name is Perizada. I'm a high fae. Basically, that means I'm very old and powerful.
And Cain is implying that despite your age and power, you are not capable of protecting those under your care? Alice asked. It's a fair question, Sally shrugged. Granted, it doesn't seem that he's offered up information about his involvement in the Order of the Burning Claw. Alice looked at Cain, her eyes narrowing. I don't know what kind of club that is, but the name alone is sending out some serious red flag vibes. Alice then looked back at Peri. And if what he's saying is true, then I'm getting red flag vibes from you as well. Peri glanced at the healer and then back to Alice.
I said I'm powerful, not infallible. I am not a god. I am created just as you were, and I have flaws, faults, and a boatload of transgressions. But I also care deeply for those who I claim as my responsibility.
What happened to me wasn't Peri's fault. However, your vampire played some part in it, considering he was batting for their team. Sally turned her body so she could see Alice, but still keep Cain in her line of sight. It's not something I like to talk about, but for you, I will. Is it worse than what Lizzie or I've been through? Alice sat on the edge of the bed, her hands resting in her lap. Peri snorted.
What you and Lizzie are enduring is a cakewalk compared to what our Sally has been through, not to mention Kara. Yes, Peri waved her hand. She's a gypsy healer, too. You guys are a hot commodity in the supernatural world. Congratulations on getting to be the most desired of all supernaturals.
I don't think that's something I should be excited about, Alice said flatly.
Alice,
Cain started, but she held up a hand and he stopped. If I mean anything to you at all, you will let me hear these women out. Alice's voice was strong, although she looked ready to pass out. I know I have feelings for you, but I don't understand them. I don't understand any of this, and it's driving me crazy. Anguish filled Cain's eyes as he stared at Alice. After a very long pause, he finally nodded.
Okay, just promise me you will talk to me after. Can I have your word?
Alice nodded. Yes, we will talk. Peri took a step toward Cain, her light beginning to shine brighter again.
This is your only warning, she bit out. If you hurt Lizzie, Finn, or Alice, what Kara did to Lud Carib will look like child's play when I'm finished with you. I'm done playing nice.
Peri playing nice? Sally asked herself. When? For a breathless moment, Sally thought he would challenge the High Fae. Instead, he took a step back, his jaw clenched. His eyes were filled with rage, and something else that Sally couldn't put her finger on. Without another word, he turned and stalked away, leaving through a doorway behind him. Sally slumped down on the bed in relief before turning back to Alice. Are you okay? Alice stared at her wide-eyed. No, I'm confused. I don't like being confused. And who the hell are you? And how did you get here? This question was directed at Peri.
I already told you who I am. Keep up. I thought you're supposed to be some kind of genius, Peri quipped. You and Jewel will have to have a battle of wits.
Peri held out her hand and snapped her fingers. A chair appeared beside the bed. She sat down, moving as gracefully as a cat.
Now, as far as Cain being in your head, you do realize that this is all happening in your head, right? He only has the power you give him, Peri explained. If you don't want him in your head, you can keep him out.
His blood is in me. Doesn't that make him my sire or something? Alice picked at her shirt nervously.
You aren't a vampire.
Sally detected exacerbation in the Fae's voice.
Didn't you hear that part?
Alice frowned at the Fae as her back straightened. I was a little distracted by the two females who just suddenly showed up in my head, and then realizing that I think everything that has been happening, the life I thought I was living, wasn't really happening. Are you trying to tell me Cain has me playing house with him in my head? Why are you so shocked? Sally asked, unable to quell her ire. You're in a government lab with a bunch of people that Cain abducted and has experimented on while using you to make his experiments work. How could you not see those massive red flags? I mean, they're practically yelling at you. That's not the Cain I've been seeing lately. Alice's voice was not as strong as it had been. The Cain I'm with takes care of me. He loves me.
The Cain you're with is the same Cain that had plans to enslave the humans to the supernaturals,
Peri said, her tone sharp but not cruel.
He's the same Cain who's killed countless humans and supernaturals alike. And apparently, his treachery doesn't end there. He's also the same Cain who has kept you unconscious and used your sleeping mind as a way to make you have feelings for him. The blood running through your veins doesn't make him your sire, but it does create a supernatural bond, and he's been using that to keep you from waking up.
The gamut of emotions that moved over Alice's face were numerous and fast, but the one that settled there was cold as ice. She looked at Peri and then Sally. Can you wake me up? It was clear the doctor wanted to change the subject. Is that possible?
Anything is possible, Peri offered. We're going to try. Sally has another healer sitting outside of your mind. She's going to help. But first, I think Sally should share with you what Cain was talking about. You need to trust us if we're going to get you out of this as a whole, sane human being.
Alice chewed her lip, but nodded. Okay. She looked at Sally. I'm all ears. Sally took a deep breath, steadying herself. She hadn't told this story in so long. But Alice needed to understand she wasn't alone. She needed to know that everyone went through trials similar to hers, and they came out stronger on the other side. Several years ago, I was abducted by a group we mentioned, the Order of the Burning Claw. Sally's heart beat painfully in her chest as she thought about what she now considered the worst time of her life. They took me from my mate and pack and wiped my memories of them.
You don't have to tell her, Costin growled into her mind. She can either trust you or not. I don't want you hurting like this, Sally mine.
Why do you think we go through pain, Costin, if not to help others while they're in the midst of their own agony? If I don't tell her, then I suffered in vain. Alice's brow furrowed. Why would they do that? The question pulled Sally's thoughts away from her upset mate. To control me. It's the same thing Cain is trying to do with you. Use my abilities for their own ends. Sally clasped her hands tightly. They placed me in a new apartment, gave me a new life, made me think my parents were dead and that I was starting over. And I got a job at a bar owned by a rogue werewolf and his pack. The Order intended to force a bond with... She took a deep breath. Sally still couldn't say his name. It made her want to vomit. Peri made a derisive sound.
As if our Sally would ever submit to being manipulated so. They had to use very powerful magic in order to get her to do what they wanted. And even then...
I knew something was wrong. I knew something was missing, and I would cry at night for the ache in my soul. I didn't remember it was Costin, my mate, the other half of my soul. How did they get around that? I mean, how do you forget your soulmate? Sally winced as Alice's words cut her like a knife.
She didn't forget him, Peri said sharply. What Alston really did was use magic to make Sally believe in the huge lie that wasn't her life. He took months away from her real life, months away from those of us who love her and were terrified for her and Costin. But thank the great Luna, Alston is in hell where he belongs, and there's a place there with Cain's name on it, too."
"I'm sorry," Alice said quickly. "That was thoughtless of me. I didn't mean for my words to come out so blunt."
Sally gave her a small smile.
"It's okay. You couldn't have known."
She took a deep breath before continuing.
"His name was Jericho. In the beginning I was wary, but he was kind to me. Protective, even. I started to let my guard down. Remember," she twisted her fingers together, "I thought I was single. I had no memory of any life before that moment."
She remembered those early days in vivid detail. The tiny apartment that she was so proud of, Jericho's attention and his kindness to her. He'd been a lifeline in her confusion.
"I didn't understand why I felt so empty," she went on softly, "like I was missing some vital piece of myself. I just knew something was wrong."
Alice's eyes were riveted on Sally's face. "Did he know about your memories being taken?"
Sally nodded. "He was an agent of the Order playing a part. It was all a sham."
"He played it well," Peri offered, her voice gentle. "But in the end, he ended up as werewolf kibble, so perhaps he played the part a little too well."
Sally's mouth quirked. "He did play it well, and gradually I started to trust him."
She thought back on quiet evenings, closing the bar down together. Jericho keeping a respectful distance as he cleaned glasses or wiped counters. She remembered how playful he could be. But even as she thought about it now, there was no fondness. There was no attraction, no loss. She didn't care for him, had never cared for him. It had all been fake.
"He never pushed for more than I was ready to give," Sally said softly. "Never demanded anything of me at all."
"Why do I feel a horrible but coming on?" Alice practically whispered. "Because what he did do is worse," Peri answered. "And, like I said, he became werewolf kibble." Alice slowly uncurled from her defensive posture, clearly resonating with that sentiment. Sally continued.
"He gave me a bracelet as a gift."
Sally involuntarily shivered. She could practically feel the jewelry on her wrist even now. "You're mine, Brown Eyes. There's no bracelet, never again," Causton told her as she felt his fingertips on her cheek. He grounded her. Sally met Alice's gaze.
"The bracelet was enchanted. It made me vulnerable to his wiles."
Sally squeezed her eyes shut briefly against the painful memories. The shitty thing about memories is that some of them don't fade. Perhaps the feelings toward them do, but some memories remain as vivid as when they happened. She swallowed several times, trying to keep her composure. "Imagine a magical date-rape drug," Peri said quickly, her words terse. "The bracelet made it impossible for Sally to say no." Sally's eyes filled with tears. She still cried about this, even after all this time. But it was usually in the privacy of her own shower, while scalding water flowed over her. Thankfully, things had gotten better since she'd found out she was pregnant. Her resolve to let go of that past had become much firmer.
"Causton had it worse," Sally explained. "He remembered me. He knew I was his true mate and I was missing."
"I thought we were going to have to put him down." Sadness filled Peri's voice. Sally knew the Fae was serious. "I thought for sure he was gone. It's one thing to know how the males feel about their females, but to see it lived out, to see one lose the other half of his soul?" Peri shook her head. "I wouldn't wish that on anyone." Alice's eyes filled with tears.
"He went feral," she whispered. "I've read about what happens when males cannot be with their true mates. It's awful."
Sally nodded.
"It really is."
"So, what happened?" Alice grabbed a pillow and squeezed it to her chest. "How are you here now? Where is your mate? I'm assuming, considering you're with child, that you must be with him." Sally glanced down at her small baby bump, and her lips turned up slightly.
"Yes, I'm with him." She tapped her head. And he's always with me. He's become even more overprotective since I became pregnant.
There's no such thing as overprotective,
Causton grumbled. Sally kept her attention on Alice. Long story short, Peri and my two best friends found me and tried to get a feel for what had happened because they were worried about my mind. Once Causton knew where I was, there was no stopping him.
As if we would have tried, Peri scoffed. They all got what they deserved.
He killed them? Alice's eyes widened. Peri chuckled, and it was a wicked sound.
He savagely killed them. It was a thing of beauty, really, unless you're squeamish. Then you probably would have been disgusted by the body parts and organs, stuff that is supposed to stay on the inside. Well, it didn't.
I'm a scientist, Alice said matter-of-factly. I don't get squeamish. I get curious. Peri's brow rose.
That's a little disturbing. Maybe you should think about seeing a therapist. We've been talking about our pack getting some therapy. We definitely need to follow through on that. Some of those wolves can be batshit crazy.
Sally sighed. Ignore her, Alice. She's dramatic because after 3,000 years she's gotten bored.
Not anymore, Peri shook her head. You ridiculous healers are always getting yourselves into some sort of bind because you thought you had a brilliant idea. Do me a favor, Peri looked at Alice. If you ever think you have a brilliant idea, just tell yourself it's the dumbest thing you've ever heard, and then do the opposite of that so-called brilliant idea.
Why and how are you here? Sally asked dryly. Because I think I got this. She motioned between her and Alice.
Did you not hear me tell Cain I show up where I'm supposed to be? Peri brushed away non-existent dust from her shirt. I swear, pregnancy makes you girls denser.
Is she always this pleasant? Alice pointed at Peri. Oh, no, Sally pursed her lips. Sometimes she can get downright rude. Alice's cheeks puffed out as she exhaled. Wow. Yep. Sally popped the P on the end of the word. Okay, so now I've shared about me. Can you tell us about you and, well, how you came to be whatever it is Cain seems to think you are? Alice rubbed her face with both hands, the pillow falling limply in her lap. I ended up here because of my father. Peri sighed.
Another one with daddy issues.
Good grief, Perizada, Sally snapped. If you're just going to spout comments from the peanut gallery, then go back to wherever the hell you came from and get an attitude adjustment while you're at it. Sally wasn't surprised when the damn high face simply smiled.
Pregnancy is doing you some good. This new blunt Sally is cute.
Sally threw her hands up in the air. Why does everyone keep saying that? Pregnancy is doing me some good or it looks good on me. Come up with some better material. You and Jan are just borrowing from each other. I just can't with you right now. Alice, she motioned with her hand, please continue and ignore the psycho fae. Alice bobbed her head. Okay, well, like I said, I'm a scientist, a geneticist to be exact. My father is military and into some shady crap. He told me I was taking this job or he'd ruin my career.
Called it, Peri muttered. Daddy issues times 1,000.
Thankfully, Alice took Sally's suggestion and simply ignored the high fae. She continued with her story and told them all that she'd experienced since being employed with Cain. Sally listened intently, her stomach twisting more than once. But Finn and Lizzie are together now? Sally asked after Alice explained the dormant and the rogue werewolf's involvement.
This Lizzie chick sounds more like a healer, Peri offered. Sassy, a mess of a life, and attracts both the overprotective and narcissists. Are we sure she's not one of you?
She's a werewolf. I've seen it. Now she's a hybrid. I've seen that too. Alice's brow furrowed and her hand absently rubbed at her bottom lip. In fact, I've seen her recently, or at least I thought I was with her. But I wasn't, was I? Was all that just something Cain concocted in my head? Does he have that much power over my mind? Her voice rose with every word. And what about the meeting with the military? Did that happen? Because it all felt real. Like as real as you two standing here. Somehow, Her words died off, and she just looked confused. I don't know exactly how he's doing whatever this is. Sally lifted her hand and motioned to the clinical room around them. Maybe he has a way of sharing his memories with you, and inserts you into them so it feels like you were actually there.
At this point, I think anything is possible, Peri said, her tone weary. Unfortunately, it's not only the good guys that can adapt. The villains in our story have done a pretty damn good job making adjustments to overcome rules and boundaries, too.
Like the mental bond? Sally offered. It's supposed to be this sacred thing between true mates, and yet the healers have it, and now apparently a vampire king can have it as well.
We're just going to have to get some walls put up in that mind of yours, Peri told Alice. You're going to have to imagine Fort Knox around your brain.
I can do that. Alice's dull eyes showed a glint of determination.
Excellent. Peri rubbed her hands together. Now, back to the hybrid. Considering my age and all that I've seen, I'm curious. Does she look any different than a regular Canis Lupus?
The only other one I've seen is Finn. He looks like a massive wolf. Lizzie simply looks like a smaller version, so I would say no. She doesn't seem to be any different in appearance, Alice explained.
Peri clucked her tongue. Well, that's disappointing. It would have been far more entertaining if she had something like the head of a wolf and the body of a chicken.
Sally looked at Peri, her brow furrowing. Alice, 1 second. Perizada, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you here? Where is your handler? Handler? Alice asked. AKA her mate, Sally said without looking away from the high fae. And where the hell have you been?
Chapter 3. For humans, life is swift and fleeting. There is beauty in it because they're only here for a short time. But for my kind, time is an endless void containing only tiny snippets of joy. I am weary of it. Perizada.
Peri ignored Sally and looked at her fingernails as if they were less than perfect. She didn't think for a minute that she needed to be scolded like an errant child, especially by such a young healer. However, she couldn't answer any of Sally's questions. Whatever she and Nissa weren't supposed to remember was slowly driving her mad. They both had blocks in their memories, and they still hadn't found a way around them. Zarafa had refused to say anything other than repeating the mantra, "It's not time," which made Peri stabby. Even the creator herself had told Peri no. The only question Peri could answer was about her mate.
Lucian is here to take my mate home.
A booming, deep voice filled the room. What the actual hell? Sally sighed. How is everyone suddenly able to get into Alice's head? Peri might have laughed at Sally if she wasn't suddenly nauseous at the sight of her male.
Have you forgotten that true mates can track one another?
Lucian asked, his voice gruff. The rage in his tone was barely contained. No, I haven't, Sally bit out. But you shouldn't be able to just enter a person's mind because your mate found her way in.
Where she goes, I go, Lucian said plainly. And my mate isn't just anyone. She's a high fae.
Peri stood up from where she'd been sitting and straightened her cloak. She looked at Alice, ignoring the other eyes on her.
You have a decision to make, Alice Douglas, she told the woman. You've not woken up because you're not ready to make that decision. You are the only one who can wake yourself up.
Do you always talk in riddles? Alice asked, with a hint of snark. At least the woman hadn't lost her bite. Peri smirked.
Only since the company I keep seems to like riddles. I guess I've picked up the habit from a certain scaly female friend.
Well, tell her it sucks and you might try not being like her.
I'll pass the information along.
Peri turned to Lucian to meet his glowing gaze. Yep, he was angry, and to be fair, rightfully so.
Nissa wanted to join me.
The warmth that was usually in Lucian's voice when he spoke to Peri was gone. In its place was the arctic tone of a royally pissed-off male wolf.
I promise to let her have a go at you if she lets me come fetch you on my own.
Peri's brow rose.
Fetch me? That's what you do with a squeaky toy that keeps flying away.
Lucian crossed his arms in front of him.
And if you think you have a right to be angry over my choice of words, then this is going to be a long discussion.
Oh, snap, Sally muttered from where she sat next to Alice. I can't decide if they're going to throw punches or rip each other's clothes off, Alice whispered. Peri almost laughed. There was always the possibility either might happen. Lucian's a prude, Sally whispered back. I'd bet on the punches.
Alice, Lucian addressed the healer, Cain is not for you. He's simply become something familiar in this chaotic place, something comfortable. You're looking for something solid to grasp onto, given the turmoil into which your life has been thrown. Despite what your emotions might be telling you, he's still evil. Get that through your stubborn head, and wake the hell up so we can get this place shut down.
You don't know me from Adam, and you're calling me stubborn?
You're female, Lucian said flatly. It's sort of part of your DNA.
Peri decided then that it would be in the best interest of everyone to get the hell out of Alice's head and let Sally take over. She walked over to Lucian and took his offered hand. For some reason, his touch felt foreign. Though he was her true mate, she suddenly felt unsure of where she stood with him.
Our home, he instructed. Sally, get our new girl out of here, Peri told her, and tell Kara to get in contact with Lizzie. Their shared history will help Lizzie trust us. We're going to need their trust in order to rescue them.
Then Peri flashed their metaphysical forms out of Alice's mind. Peri returned them to their bodies, which had been at the veil to the Fey realm. Then she flashed them home. Peri held Lucian's fiery gaze, willing her tumultuous emotions to still. She should have known he would sense the full force of her despair through their bond. It was foolish to think she could keep such darkness from him. He'd told her recently that they had much to talk about, and she'd been avoiding that conversation as best she could. Lucian took her face in his hands.
I'm fine, she attempted to step back. Just weary from all the chaos lately.
Lie. How many lies was she going to tell her mate? She'd been essentially running from him for the past couple of weeks. Lucian's hands remained firmly cradling her face.
We both know it is far more than simple weariness plaguing you, beloved.
His voice was much gentler than it had been, but his wolf eyes were raw with rage and saw straight through to her core. Peri huffed out a breath, looking away.
As I told the great Luna, it's nothing to be concerned about. I simply voiced a few private doubts, but I'm still committed to the cause. Doubts big enough that you are ready to end your life?
Lucian's voice dropped an octave.
Oh, yes, nothing concerning about that.
The bite of sarcasm was unfamiliar coming from her usually composed mate. Peri's gaze snapped back to his.
You mock my pain? I would never.
Lucian released her face to grasp her shoulders and gave her a small shake.
But neither will I stand idly by while you suffer. Why did you not come to me with this? How could you keep this from me? Do I not matter? Do I not deserve to know when the other half of my soul is struggling with something so incredibly painful?
He let her go and ran his hands through his blonde hair. He looked so different from Vassal, who had the dark hair, more common with their kind. The blonde was striking against his olive-colored skin. Simply put, he was beautiful, like a work of art hewn by a master craftsman.
How can you expect me to just go on with life as if nothing was wrong?
Shame heated Peri's cheeks. She pulled out of his hold and threw her hands up.
"Of course you matter," she practically yelled. "Of course you deserve to know all the things about me. Do you think it's easy for me to not talk to you? Do you think I enjoy running from my freaking mate? I don't know what to think anymore, mate."
The coldness suddenly returned to his voice. Peri could practically feel the frost from his breath.
"I didn't want to appear weak, and it hardly matters now. The great Luna has commanded me to keep fighting. And it will be the one command you will absolutely follow to the letter. I will not lose you. Regardless of the fact that I was supposed to follow you into death, you would find some damn way to make sure I didn't."
Lucien's eyes blazed. Damn, he knew her too well. Emotion clogged Peri's throat at the ferocity in his voice. She had never doubted Lucien's devotion as her mate, but clearly the depth of his love still had the power to humble her. Seeing her soften, Lucien tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear.
"Talk to me, beloved. Let me help shoulder this burden."
Peri let out a slow breath. Perhaps it was time she stopped trying to shield him from her demons. Lucien's strength was hers to share now. Why she continued to struggle with that was beyond her.
"You know how long I have lived," she began quietly. "But can you truly fathom all I have seen and done? The magnitude of my life experience grows heavier with each century. I'm beginning to think I'm going insane. How can a person live this long and not go crazy?"
She raised her eyes to meet his silver ones.
"The great Luna says I must put my past behind me, but how can I when it haunts my every step? When will I be free of this guilt?"
Lucien considered her seriously.
"You know I cannot answer that. I can only remind you that guilt serves no one, least of all yourself."
Gently he brushed a tear from her cheek.
"The past cannot be changed, but the present awaits. Each moment we have together is a gift. I will not see you squander it in misery. I will not see you live a half-life with 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot in the living world."
Peri leaned into his touch.
"When I am with you, I can forget the shadows, at least for a time, but they always return. They're always waiting in the back of my mind, ready to attack. For so long I could ignore them, but the cold fire, it's as if that fire incinerated all the shields I'd erected. You give me a reprieve, and I treasure it. Then don't run from me any longer."
The hurt in his eyes nearly broke her.
"If all your other shields have failed, then now you let me be your shield. You let me bear the burden with you. You let me be your shoulder to lean on, and when you find that you're too weak to walk, you let me be the one who carries you. I am your mate, made for you, and you for me. We weren't meant to go at this alone. I will be your shield."
Peri nodded her head.
"Okay."
It was one word, but it felt like 1,000 pounds had been lifted from her shoulders.
"Okay,"
she said again with stronger conviction as she looked into Lucien's eyes. She reached out her hand to him, and he took it without hesitation. Always without hesitation.
"Do you remember the first time I showed you my power?" "By the river."
He tilted his head, his lips kicking up in a small smile.
"That's not something I'll likely ever forget."
Peri unlocked the hold she held on her power and let it flow through her body straight into Lucien. She didn't worry about whether he could handle it. The great Luna would not have destined him to be hers if he wilted under the heat of Peri's magic. And of course he didn't. Instead, he pulled her to him and wrapped an arm around her waist. She let go of everything and let him in. Now Lucien would see all 3,000 years that was Perizada, High Fae, Ambassador, and his mate. She swallowed down her pride and pushed away the shame that had no place between them. She knew in her heart of hearts that Lucien would never shame her, but she'd let herself believe the lies her mind had concocted out of fear. No more.
"Damn straight,"
he echoed her thoughts.
From now on, you keep this open between us. I am always open to you and you alone."
Peri took his face in her hands and pressed a fervent kiss to his lips. She toned down the power but left the gates open so that Lucian would have a constant ebb and flow coming from her, and he allowed his own magic to flow openly through the bond. It was intimate and safe. Why had she run from this? Peri laid her head over his heart, soothed by its steady rhythm. She had underestimated the healing power of truly opening herself to her mate. Not even an immortal could weather every storm alone.
"This is a start. We still have much to discuss,"
Lucian murmured, echoing his words from the day he'd first realized her secret.
"But first, there is someone eager to see you."
He stepped back, and Nissa strode into the room with her hand held out. A ball of light flew from her palm, hitting Peri smack in the face. Peri stumbled back, but she didn't retaliate. She had no right to. Nissa was like a sister to her, one of her oldest friends, if not her oldest. And Peri had betrayed her friend by not sharing her burden with the other High Fae.
"Nissa," Lucian snarled, "you said you were going to yell at her."
"That's the equivalent of a yell in our world." Nissa's voice was tight with anger. She narrowed her eyes. "How could you keep this from me? Damn it, Peri, I'm nearly as old as you." Nissa dropped her hand, as if she didn't trust herself not to shoot another bolt of power at Peri. "Did you think I wouldn't understand? Did it ever occur to you that maybe I have felt the same thing at times, and it would have been damn nice to know I wasn't struggling alone?" Her voice rose with every word. It was a side of Nissa few ever saw. The usually calm Fae female was in a full-blown rage. "We swore to have each other's backs, always. Or have you forgotten that pact we made?"
"Nissa, that was over 2,000 years ago."
Peri's heart twisted in her chest at the betrayal she saw in Nissa's eyes. "Years, no matter how many, do not nullify a pact between friends." Nissa frowned at Peri. "Until you leave this earth, and not on your own damn terms, I have your back and you have mine. That you couldn't share this with me is worse than a knife in the back."
"Nissa,"
Peri said softly and shook her head. Then, without giving it a second thought, she rushed to the other female and wrapped her arms around Nissa, pulling her in tight. Nissa was stiff for a few seconds, but then wrapped her arms around Peri. As if a dam had broken, Peri felt Nissa's body began to shake, and her breathing shuddered as the tears came. Peri held on fiercely. She had not realized how much she needed the contact with her friend. Neither was really the hugging type, but damned if a hug wasn't just what Peri needed, and hopefully what Nissa needed as well.
"I'm sorry,"
Peri said softly.
So sorry."
It was a word she was becoming too accustomed to using, especially with those she loved. But she'd continue to use it as often as necessary. "I swear on this day where we stand that if you leave this world, I will leave it with you." Peri felt a sharp pinch on her arm. She pulled back, but Nissa was too quick. The other Fae grabbed Peri's arm and held on tight. Peri saw the blood and realized that her oldest friend had just made a blood pact. Peri's eyes widened as her mouth dropped open.
"Nissa, what have you done?"
There was a challenge in the Fae's eyes. "I've just made it more difficult for you to do something stupid. You always talk to others about making stupid decisions. Well, now I'm talking to you about it. You die, I die." Lucian cursed under his breath. Clearly the move had surprised him as well.
"Damn it, Nissa!"
Peri snapped and pulled her arm back. The wound had already healed. She ran her hand over the spot and all the blood disappeared, leaving no evidence of the act. But Peri felt the seriousness of it in her chest. Nissa had bound herself to Peri. That was no small act. But it was also one of the most selfless things someone had ever done for her. She quickly wiped her eyes and then looked at Nissa. Tears ran down her face. "Promise me you will talk to someone. I don't care if it's Lucian, myself, or even a damn human shrink. Promise me you will talk to someone if it ever gets this bad again." Nissa pulled back to anxiously search Peri's face. Peri attempted a reassuring smile.
"I promise."
Peri knew it was a promise she would honor. Jen would totally kidnap a human therapist for her. After all, Peri had kidnapped a boob nurse, a lactation specialist, for Jen when she'd had Thea. It was only polite to make your own abduction in return, if necessary. Now that that's settled, Nissa's voice went back to her businesslike self. Tell me what you've been up to and where we are needed on this chessboard. Peri took a seat on her couch and kept her eyes on Nissa as she told her all about what she'd learned when she'd entered Alice's mind. Peri wanted to drag this conversation out as long as possible, considering she could feel Lucian's unwavering gaze on her. He was patient but unrelenting. He would not let this go so easily. Her mate was nothing if not tenacious. Finally, Nissa left with the agreement that they would meet with Fane and Jackie in the morning. Not a moment after the door closed, Lucian turned to Peri with resolve etched on his handsome face. Clearly he was in no mood to let sleeping dogs lie. Peri sighed, bracing herself. She gestured for him to speak. Lucian took her hands again, grounding her in his touch.
You say your many years weigh heavily on you, my heart. Help me understand why. Perhaps together we may find a way to ease this burden.
Where to even begin? Peri stared blindly into the empty fireplace. She pointed at it and shot a ball of power so that the dark space lit up with a small fire. As she stared at the flames, her memories began swirling along with the dancing fire. I have seen and done terrible things in my life. I've made choices that I came to regret. I've harmed those I should have protected. Her throat tightened painfully. I don't remember what's behind that wall in my mind, but I feel like somehow I failed Nissa when she needed me most. Left her to suffer alone. I can feel it in my gut. Centuries later, not knowing what she'd done to inflict Nissa's anguish cut Peri to the core. Lucian squeezed her hands.
You made amends with your sister long ago. If you had not, then there's no way she'd be as loyal as she is. Nissa is here, happy and whole. Whatever it was has been forgiven between you.
Perhaps, Peri whispered, but I swore no harm would ever touch her again. Yet she has endured much pain, as have almost all the people who have been my responsibility. Lucian tilted her chin up gently.
We all suffer loss and hardship. You must stop blaming yourself.
Peri's laugh held an edge of bitterness. First the great Luna, now you. So quick to absolve me of my sins.
I do not claim you blameless, or your hurts imaginary, Lucian countered. But tormenting yourself changes nothing. You must find a way to make peace with your past.
Make peace, as though it could be so simple. But perhaps she had been making it harder than necessary. Looking into Lucian's earnest eyes, Peri's defensive anger thawed. Her mate only wanted to ease her pain, not discount it. With a heavy sigh, she leaned into him, resting her head on his broad shoulder. His strong arms came around her, surrounding her with their steadying, reassuring presence. They sat that way in pensive silence as the fire slowly died to glowing embers. Peri felt hollowed out, weary to her very bones, but also lighter somehow, having finally given voice to her deepest torments. Lucian's hand stroked soothingly over her hair.
You do not have to carry this alone any longer. I am with you, now and always.
Though she knew dark times still lay ahead, Peri allowed herself to take comfort in his words, in his strength. For the first time in forever, a tiny spark of hope pierced the shadows veiling her heart. Perhaps she could find a way forward after all, with her mate beside her.
And don't think I'm going to let you get out of talking to Jackie, Jen, and Sally about this, Lucian rumbled. They deserve to know, and you need the support system.
Peri huffed. For a moment there, I almost forgot you were an annoying wolf. Sally's gaze sharpened again, focusing intently on Alice. As Peri said, Cain has no power over you, not truly. When you're ready, you can break his hold, but you must recognize you have free will. It's your choice to stay or return to the land of the living.
Alice's throat felt tight. She could only nod jerkily.
You must also accept that you are not Cain's true mate, Sally told her. Your mate is still out there, and he will move mountains to find you.
Alice's mind shied away from thinking about mates. That was too much for now. Instead, she clung to Sally's words, letting them sink in. I'm strong enough. I can break Cain's hold. She turned those declarations over like smooth stones, taking comfort from their weight. When she looked at Sally again, Alice's voice was steady. I'm ready to wake up, to face whatever's real, however difficult it is. She reached for Sally's hand. Will you help me? Sally gave her a proud smile.
Absolutely.
The power grew between them. Alice's entire being resonated with it, vibrating at the same frequency.
Focus, Alice, Sally coached. Picture yourself opening your eyes, your real eyes.
Alice concentrated, imagining her consciousness rising through endless dark water. It wasn't long until she was close to the surface. She just had to break through. With a gasp, her eyes flew open. She was lying in an infirmary room, harsh fluorescent lights glaring down at her. Blinking, Alice slowly sat up. Her senses were oddly heightened, the hard details jumping out at her. She could hear voices in distant rooms and smell antiseptic and illness underlying the scrubbed clean scent. Sally was nowhere to be seen. Had it all been another dream? Maybe this one had been conjured by herself and not Cain's mind voodoo. Before Alice could get her bearings, the door swung open. She turned to see Cain striding toward her, concern pulling down his eyebrows.
You're awake.
The tone of his voice didn't suggest relief at this revelation.
What happened?
He reached to touch her face. Alice recoiled sharply. Reality crashed over her. This was no dream. She was still trapped in Area 51 under Cain's power. But at least she wasn't living out a lie in her mind.
Get away from me,
she gritted out, her voice shaking with barely leashed rage. Cain froze, confusion swirling in his gray eyes.
Alice? What's wrong?
Don't act like you don't know. I was visited by a healer and a high fae while I was sleeping. No, not sleeping. I was in whatever stupor you put me under. And I saw you there, so I know you know.
Alice's voice was strong.
And stop pretending you actually care.
She slid off the opposite side of the bed, putting it between them. She only wavered a little on her shaking legs before clutching the bed for support. Alice was thankful someone had put a robe over her hospital gown. Her limbs shook, but she locked her knees in hopes she wouldn't crash to the ground. Then she glared at him.
I know what you've done to me, keeping me unconscious, invading my mind. It ends now.
She pointed at him and wished she had some ability to fling magic at him or something. She wanted to hurt him because everything he'd made her feel, it had all been fake. Cain's mouth thinned. He glanced at the door as if gauging the odds of forcing her compliance. Alice jutted her chin in defiance. She was finished being his puppet. Perhaps Cain read the determination in her eyes. Something like regret flashed across his face before his expression shuddered.
If you truly wish to leave, I won't stop you.
His smile was cold.
But you don't know the whole truth yet, Alice. Be very sure before you throw everything away we've built. And don't forget that Lizzie and Finn aren't going anywhere.
He turned and stalked from the room without a backward glance. Alice sagged against the bed as the door slammed shut. Her breath came in ragged gasps. That small defiance had taken every scrap of her strength, but she'd done it. She'd stood up to Cain even though there was still a part of her that craved him.
You have got to get out more,
she muttered under her breath.
Meet some normal people and do normal things.
Now she just had to keep resisting him until she could find a way out. Easier said than done, when he still truly held all the power here. But Sally was right. Where there was hope, there was a way. Using the bed for support, Alice managed to get back to her feet. She shuffled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face.
The chill helped clear away the remaining fog from Cain's influence. Looking at her reflection, Alice noted that despite being awake now, she still looked like the hot mess Alice from her dream. Her skin was paler, the chiseled angles of her face more pronounced. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. She looked like a creature who hadn't seen the sun in months. Was this vampirism? She ran her tongue along her teeth, but they were all just as smooth as usual. Desperate for answers, Alice left the infirmary on shaky legs. The few people she passed averted their eyes. She made a beeline for Lizzie's room. Okay, not room, but prison cell. She made a beeline for Lizzie's prison cell. There was no point in pretending anymore. They were all trapped in a gilded prison. But it was a prison she vowed to break her friend out of. Somehow they would get in touch with Fane, as Lucian had told her to do, and they'd put Cain's hybrid business out of commission. Even the thought of doing something to hurt Cain made her damn heart twist like a knife had been plunged into it. What the hell was wrong with her? Chapter 4. How do you know if something or someone is evil? Is it something they say or do? Is it a feeling that you get around them that makes you want to get far away? Or is evil smarter than that? Instead, does it lure you in slowly? Lizzie. Lizzie paced the small confines of her room, feeling the walls closing in on her. It had been over 2 weeks since the shit had hit the fan. The one thing that made her captivity bearable was Finn, who was a constant presence in her mind. Unfortunately, Cain wasn't in his right mind. Not that he even had a right mind, as he had removed Finn from Lizzie's room a day after Alice had nearly been killed by Claude. Stupid-ass crazy vampire. Apparently, Cain had learned nothing about true mates, like maybe how separating a male from his female was a bad idea. Since Finn had been removed, he'd killed 5 vampires and nearly destroyed a supposedly indestructible cell. The idiot had gone and gotten himself hurt on a couple of occasions, which thoroughly pissed Lizzie off. "Can you tone down the alpha-ness?" Lizzie asked him as she turned on her heel and started moving in the opposite direction.
"The alpha-ness?"
The skepticism in his voice made her pause. She could practically feel the frown that had no doubt graced his handsome face. "Yes, that's literally what I said." Okay, so she was being bitchy. She tended to get a small case of bitch-itis when trapped and worried. Ever since she'd woken up after her transition into a werewolf-vampire hybrid, she and Finn had been kept separated, except when she needed to feed. But her captors only let her have enough to stay alive. She was weak. Lizzie despised feeling weak.
"Sorry to disappoint, mate," Finn growled. "Toning anything down while they keep me from you isn't going to happen."
"Your alphaness isn't helping anything," she argued. "You just wind up getting hurt, which then makes me pissy."
"You're pissy whether I'm hurt or not," he pointed out.
Lizzie bared her teeth at the empty room. "It's called hangry, Finn. And you're my meal, so maybe it's not a good idea to point out how pissy I am." She immediately felt waves of love flow through the bond. "Wow, way to make me feel like a jerk, Finn."
"You're not a jerk,"
Finn rumbled into her mind as she felt his imaginary fingertips run across the back of her neck.
"I'll try not to get in any more fights with Cain's peons."
"Forgive me if I don't hold my breath." Lizzie slumped against the wall and slid to the floor.
"We're going to get out of this,"
Finn assured her, as he did many times in a day.
"I trust Fane. He's going to come up with a plan, and we won't be separated ever again."
She had tried to find solace in her mate bond with Finn, but being separated from him after their newly formed connection was its own special kind of torture. She could feel him through the bond, his worry for her coming through in waves. But it wasn't the same as having him here to hold her and help her understand the extent of her new abilities. Not that either one of them really understood anything about her abilities. Lizzie pushed that worry away and moved on to another that was plaguing her. "Do you think Alice is okay?" She wasn't sure at what point she'd come to care for the female scientist. Maybe it was when she watched that psycho Claude nearly rip her head from her neck. Perhaps there was some female solidarity created in that moment. Or maybe it was because she knew Alice was also a new member of this supernatural world, and the scientist was supposed to be the best part of it, a gypsy healer. Apparently, she was someone pure and good, capable of healing others. Instead of being allowed to become that force of goodness, she'd been tainted by disgusting vampire blood.
I don't think you want the answer to that question.
Fane's voice held a hesitancy that she didn't like. Why? She asked out loud, knowing he'd still hear her through their bond.
Because every time Cain comes to pay me a visit, he reeks of her scent.
Lizzie considered the words of her mate for a moment before his meaning hit her like a boulder to the chest, nearly knocking the wind from her lungs. No, she shook her head. Alice wouldn't hook up with that leech. I don't believe it.
Scents don't lie, Lizzie, Finn told her. They're together, and it's not just physical.
What? Okay, maybe she didn't need to scream that to the empty room, but seriously, what the actual hell? Lizzie paced the small room again. She hadn't seen the scientist since the attack, and it had bothered her she couldn't get any information on how Alice was doing. Was this why? Because Alice had shacked up with her savior? Did Lizzie have a right to judge her if she had? Yes, she absolutely did. That fell under some sort of girl code. As if Lizzie had a damn clue about girl code. After losing Kara, she'd not had a best friend, and Alice hadn't even made it to more than trauma friends. That's what they were, right? Friends out of necessity because they were both surviving something awful. A hesitant knock interrupted her brooding. Lizzie whirled, a growl dying in her throat as the healer in question slipped inside. Alice looked diminished, her arms wrapped around her middle like she was trying to hold herself together. Lizzie was relieved to see that the once feisty scientist no longer looked as if she was on death's door. But she was pretty stinking pale, so perhaps Lizzie shouldn't celebrate just yet. Alice's vulnerability made Lizzie ache, and she felt the need to offer comfort. Since Kara, Lizzie hadn't had anyone to comfort her when she needed it. It had been so long since her childhood friend had hugged her that she didn't exactly know how to comfort someone else anymore. Maybe this new feeling was because of the alien wolf inside her. She knew that wolves were pack animals and cared for one another. Perhaps this was some type of nurturing instinct or whatever. Lizzie ignored the strange feelings of tenderness growing in her usually detached mind. Instead, she waited, letting Alice come to her, afraid to frazzle her friend's nerves even further. Hell, she didn't even know if Alice saw her as a friend. At last, the woman raised her eyes. I must apologize for not coming sooner, but... But what? Well, I thought I actually had come to see you and that we had spoken. Lizzie's brow rose. You thought? Alice nodded. Apparently, I've been in some sort of vampire-induced coma, courtesy of Cain. Told you, Lizzie reached out to Finn. How could she be with him if he had her unconscious? I've been living a false life in my unconscious state, Alice continued, unaware of the argument Lizzie was having with Finn. She shrugged and stayed rooted in place, emotions warring on her face. Lizzie patted the end of the bed in invitation. She hoped that Alice would stay for a while. If she couldn't have Finn, she'd take Alice's company. I don't get it. How did he do that? Lizzie couldn't comprehend how Cain had the power to pull something like that off. But then again, she had no idea what all powers a vampire possessed. She certainly hadn't seen him sparkle, but who's to say he couldn't do some sort of mind control, influencing stuff? Slowly, Alice sank down across from her. She seemed to debate with herself before finally whispering, Sally, another healer, visited me in my dream, and there was another woman named Peri. She is a high fae. Whoa, Lizzie's eyes widened. That had to be pretty weird. Not the weirdest thing I've endured as of late, unfortunately. She sighed and brushed her hair from her face. I look like a hot mess. Lizzie shook her head. You look like a woman who's been through hell and survived. Own that shit.
Language,
Finn growled at her. Bite me.
That's sort of your thing now, babe.
Lizzie felt her stomach warm at the endearment. Gosh, she was such a girl. While I was in a coma, I came to your room and shared stuff with you. It looked to Lizzie like the scientist was growing more anxious by the second. I told you I had feelings for Cain. Alice continued talking, telling Lizzie all of what she'd said to her while in the coma-like state, and how she'd thought it had been real. It had felt so freaking real, she said for the 10th time. After a few breaths, Alice bit her lip. I need to get this off my chest. I swear it's eating a hole in me. Of course, Lizzie nodded and held out her open hands. Anything. Alice's gaze dropped to her twisting fingers. It's about how I feel for Cain. Regardless of what I've already told you, being around him, it's different now. Or at least it was in my head when I thought all of that was actually taking place. We had, like, a relationship.
Told ya,
Finn quickly tossed out. Lizzie gave him the mental image of her sticking her tongue out at him. Finn chuckled.
Just wait till I get my hands on you.
Lizzie forced herself not to think about that and refocused on Alice. With halting words, Alice tried to explain. She told Lizzie how Cain hardly left her side as she recovered, caring for her tenderly, how being near him eased the jagged, bleeding places in her soul, and how sometimes she caught him looking at her with undisguised wonder. Lizzie listened silently. She'd suspected, simply because of what Finn said, even if she didn't want to believe it, the relationship between Alice and the mercurial leader had shifted, but hearing Alice talk about it brought the truth home. I don't understand what's happening between us, Alice whispered. The way he was with me in the dream was so gentle and concerned. It's not like him. Lizzie tried not to allow the nauseous feeling to show on her face, and she hated that the fleeting thought of, at least he was attractive, ran through her head.
You realize I'm still here, right?
She heard the annoyance in his tone. Don't eavesdrop if you don't like what you might hear, she said simply. Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened. Oh, shit. What? Lizzie grabbed one of Alice's hands. What is it? In the fake life I was living, Cain and I were intimate, Alice practically whispered. Surely he wouldn't have done anything to me while I was an unconscious vegetable, would he? Lizzie felt the woman's hand sweat, and heat rose on her own skin. What Alice was suggesting was sick. Lizzie would gut Cain herself if he had laid a finger on Alice while she'd been vulnerable and unable to fight back. I had strong feelings. I have strong feelings? Hell, I'm not even sure, but they felt and feel real. But Sally, Peri, and Lucian all three said that there was no way Cain is my mate, that my mate will be a wolf because I'm a gypsy healer. But what if that's null and void now that I have vampire blood running through my veins? Why do I still care about him, even now after all he's done? Lizzie sat frozen as she listened to the broken voice coming from Alice's mouth. Finn wasn't wrong. Not that she really thought he would be, but Lizzie didn't want to believe the woman was capable of feeling anything other than disdain for the Vampire King. Despite everything she wanted to say about how disgusting the whole situation made her feel, Lizzie held her tongue and waited for Alice to continue. They were finally edging toward whatever was really troubling her friend. She schooled her face to careful neutrality. Are the emotions still as strong now that you are awake? What were things that happened in your dream that maybe reinforced any fond feelings you had for him? I don't know. Everything in my head is just chaotic. Lizzie gave a sharp nod. So, setting the weird Cain obsession aside, now that you're awake, are you craving blood? Lizzie wondered if they'd shared that common thread. She shouldn't want that for Alice, but at the same time, it would be nice to know someone else who shared her affliction. Alice shook her head, but something about her expression wasn't convincing. I don't know what I'm craving. I just woke up. Or maybe I do, but I'm in denial. Damn it. She ran a hand through her dark hair. I needed to see you because I needed to know if you hate me. And I also thought that if anyone might understand how I'm feeling, it's you. Lizzie's heart squeezed. I don't hate you. It's not my place to tell you how you should or shouldn't feel, and you might be the only person who understands how I'm feeling. There's peace in knowing we're not alone." Lizzie wondered if Alice was at war with her own instincts. She was a gypsy healer, after all light and purity and everything. Maybe her body was fighting the vampire blood and she didn't even realize it. Tears shone in Alice's eyes. "You're my only friend, Lizzie. Maybe our friendship came about in an unconventional way, but there it is. And I just needed—" She trailed off with a helpless shrug. "I needed to know you're okay." "You're no more shocked than I am," Lizzie said. "When I first met you, I wanted to kick you in the girl parts. Every good friendship should start like that. They're the kind that last." Alice laughed even as she wrapped her arms tighter around her middle. She looked as if she might fall apart if her vigilance slipped for even a moment. "I won't pretend to know what you're going through, but what I do know is that there have been so many times in my life when I needed a hug, and there wasn't a damn soul around to give me one," Lizzie said. She didn't want to get into the details of how she'd had a BFF once upon a time. And even though she'd had Kara, once she was gone, there really had been times that she'd needed a hug, badly. But not a soul around her cared, mostly because they were too busy finding their next hit.
"My Lizzie."
Finn's anguished-laced voice reverberated off the walls of her mind, but she ignored him. He could offer his comfort later. Right now, she was focused on Alice and letting her know she wasn't alone. Lizzie opened her arms. "So, I'm offering you a hug. Maybe that makes me messed up in the head, considering you did shoot my veins full of mixed blood, but my life has never been simple or cut and dry." She made a come-here motion. "Bring it in, Alice. You're not going down the rabbit hole alone. Not anymore." After a brief hesitation, Alice leaned into her embrace. Lizzie curled around her friend protectively, offering steady comfort. She felt the wolf in her stir, wanting to offer her own comfort. For long minutes, they simply held each other. At last, Alice pulled back, scrubbing the tears from her cheeks. She offered a tremulous smile. "I'm sorry, I'm a mess. I just miss how things used to be, when I was sure where I stood in this whole mess. Now," she shook her head, "now I don't know what the hell I'm doing." Lizzie squeezed her hand, wishing she could erase the lingering pain in Alice's eyes. "Nothing to apologize for. Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." She smiled impishly. "I'm sort of stuck here, and even if I could, you can't get rid of me that easily. I'm like a fungus. I grow on you, and no amount of ointment gets me to go away." Alice huffed a faint laugh. "I've never had one of those kinds of friends." Alice clasped her hands together in her lap. "I've had colleagues, acquaintances, and one-night stands, but never a friend. Not a real one." They sat then in easier silence. Lizzie could almost pretend that they weren't stuck in a room that was her prison, and she wasn't some weird hybrid thing, and Alice hadn't been turned into her own version of a hybrid vampire healer. They were just two friends keeping each other company through a difficult time. She pushed aside the fact that the attack hadn't cracked the foundations of Alice's world. Just judging by the look in the scientist's eyes, she could almost believe the lie she was wrapping around herself. Almost. The point was, she could understand how Alice would be attracted to him. But if Cain was no longer being an ass, that would make it even harder for Alice not to develop feelings for him. Was it possible? She's a gypsy healer. He's a vampire. That seemed the equivalent of mixing oil and water. Lizzie stared at the woman she'd come to think of as a friend and waited. She couldn't say anything yet. She needed to know more before she accidentally stuck her foot in her mouth. Lizzie shifted on the floor. "And how has he acted now that you're awake and you realize what was happening?" Alice sighed. "He's mad, but he said he'd let me go if that's what I wanted. But," she briefly scrunched up her face, "he also said, and I quote, 'But you don't know the whole truth yet, Alice. Be very sure before you throw away everything we've built. Not to mention, Lizzie and Finn aren't going anywhere.'" Alice shook her head. "I'm afraid of what it means." "What do I say?" Lizzie racked her brain. She didn't want to hurt Alice's feelings, especially while she already looked like a damn kicked puppy. But Cain? Vampire king? Psycho killer? How was she supposed to support that? Lizzie didn't fully comprehend Cain's behavior either, but she knew what she felt from her wolf when they'd watched Cain deal with Alice's injury from Claude. The man had been an absolute mess, as if he'd lost a part of himself. "Maybe he actually does care for you, as much as a narcissistic ass can care for someone," Lizzie finally said. "At least that's the impression my wolf got when Claude attacked you. Cain was desperate to heal you. Maybe what you're seeing is the man he might have been all along, without the centuries of craving blood and exacting the violence that goes along with that lifestyle." Alice looked thoughtful. "Maybe, but what if it's just gratitude because I survived? Or guilt that I was hurt protecting him?" She shuddered. "Was anything he told me while he kept me unconscious even true? Or did he just want to control me?" Lizzie gripped her shoulders. "Those are valid questions. I won't lie, it's weird." She softened her tone. "But whatever is happening between you, it might be real. Finn said he can smell it on Cain." Alice's eyes widened. "Smell it? Smell what?" "Wolves can smell emotion, along with other things." Lizzie felt her face heat a bit. "Bloody hell," Alice cursed and covered her face. "That's embarrassing. Wait, does that mean he did? I mean, while I was unconscious?" Suddenly Alice's face went slack and her eyes sort of glazed over. "Alice," Lizzie shook her a little. "Dude, what's going on?" She shook her again, and finally Alice's expression returned to normal, sort of. She did kind of look like she was in shock, with eyes as wide as saucers and her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water attempting to get air. "He just told me that he didn't rape me, and he didn't appreciate me thinking he was capable of something so horrendous." Alice's voice was verging on hysteria. Lizzie frowned. "What do you mean, he just told you?" Alice tapped her temple. "In here." The words sounded like they were being forced through tight vocal cords. Lizzie's own eyes widened. "He spoke into your mind?" Alice's head moved slowly up and down. "I thought he wasn't supposed to be able to be my true mate," she said, her voice rising. "I thought only true mates could speak telepathically. What the hell, Lizzie?" "Well," Lizzie began, but then paused. "Okay, now I could use your commentary, and you choose to be silent?" She reached out to Finn.
"He's a powerful vampire," Finn said. "We really don't know what they're capable of, especially if he's been giving her his blood for these past couple of weeks. There might be some sort of sire bond, even if she isn't a vampire. Or it could run deeper than that because she's a gypsy healer."
Lizzie clapped her hands. "Oh, snap. Sire bond. Finn said maybe that's what you're experiencing since Cain is the one who healed you with his blood, and he's kept giving you his blood, which could be messing with whatever your gypsy healer mojo is, and maybe that's what's creating this bond." "Okay, back the truck up. He's what?" Alice nearly shouted. "Finn can smell it on Cain, and by it, he means your blood in Cain." "That means he's been feeding from me too." Alice didn't sound surprised. In fact, she sounded a little relieved.
"Would you want me to bite another female?"
Finn asked her. "Dude, I will cut you," Lizzie warned. Not even kidding a little bit. She felt his pleasure at her possessiveness, and it made her roll her eyes. Butt munch. "I'm trying not to judge, Alice. I haven't experienced what you did, but does the idea of Cain feeding off someone else upset you?" "Yes," the scientist said immediately. "Good grief, that is sad," she added quickly. "I don't even want to consider what that means. But listen, Lizzie, I haven't said it yet, and I need to. I'm so sorry for my part in all of this." Lizzie waved her off. "I met Finn because of all this. I can't be upset about that or regret anything that has happened." She felt Finn's pleasure at her words and a gentle brush of phantom fingers across the back of her neck. "Behave," she told him. All she received in return was a deep chuckle in her mind. "Besides, I met you too, and despite our rough beginning, I kind of like you. Alice managed a genuine smile then. "I kind of like you too." She leaned in to hug Lizzie fiercely. Lizzie returned the embrace, hoping she could give Alice some measure of comfort. Over Alice's shoulder, Lizzie was startled to glimpse Finn in the doorway. Holding on to him was Cain, the bloodsucker in question. His hands were clasped on Finn's arms, preventing her mate from coming into the room. Finn looked livid, but Cain's eyes reflected the conversation's emotions. Lizzie didn't know what she wanted more, to run over and punch Cain in his evil, handsome face, or run and jump into Finn's arms, and not just because she was starving, but because she missed him so terribly. Instead, she forced herself to continue to hug Alice until the other woman finally released her. Lizzie kept her attention on Alice, ignoring the two males. Alice hadn't yet noticed them behind her. "You've endured something horrific," she murmured. "It's normal to feel off balance. Just give it time. It's not like you have much else to do, right?" Alice nodded and drew back, scrubbing the last tears away. "You're right. I have to stop overthinking everything and let things unfold as they will." She smiled tenderly. "One step at a time." Alice nodded. "If I find out he's done anything against my will, I'll stake his heart in his sleep." Lizzie squeezed her hand, pride and affection welling up. However changed and scarred, Alice's spirit remained intact. She would find her way through this darkness. "And I'll help you set him on fire." "Ouch!" Cain's voice caused Alice to jump. She hurried to her feet and turned to look at the vampire king. "I needed to see her," Alice said quickly. "I needed to know she was okay."
"I'm not mad, Alice." Cain's tone of voice sounded so reasonable. Lizzie's eyes widened because, though he still looked like Cain, there was something different about him as well. He still had a shrewd gaze, but it seemed to soften when he turned it on Alice. Cain motioned to Finn. "I thought Lizzie would want to see her mate." It was Lizzie's turn to jump to her feet as Finn pulled out of the vampire king's grasp. As soon as he was within reach, he wrapped an arm around her waist, took her chin in his hand, and tilted her head back. Lizzie gasped as his lips claimed hers in a fierce, possessive kiss. Heat exploded through her body at the contact. She'd been craving his touch and his scent with a near unbearable intensity. She hadn't realized just how badly until the second his mouth connected with hers. Now he was here, his hard body pressed to hers, his mouth moving over her lips with hungry urgency. Lizzie shuddered and clung to him like he was her only anchor in a storm-ravaged sea. Dimly, she heard Cain murmur, "We'll give you two some privacy." Then she heard the door click closed and the lock engage. But Lizzie was too consumed by the mating bond flaring back to life between her and Finn to spare them any attention. Finn nipped at her bottom lip, his tongue sweeping out to soothe the small hurt. When their mouths fused, it was like striking a match to gasoline. Need roared through Lizzie's veins, burning away thought, reason, everything but raw instinct. A growl rumbled in Finn's chest, echoed by her own. He backed her against the wall, hands roaming urgently over her body, as if reassuring himself she was real. Lizzie returned his desperation, scoring her nails down his back, fisting her hands in his shirt. She wanted no barriers between them, only flesh against flesh. Though they hadn't taken their relationship to that level of physicality, Lizzie felt a need like she'd never known, a need to have Finn know all of her and vice versa. Finn seemed to read her mind, and he slowed things down. "Not here," he said in a voice rough with lust. "The first time we are together, it won't be as prisoners. We will be free with our pack."
He slipped his hand under the back of her shirt and let the warmth of his flesh take away the sting of his rejection. "I need you," she panted, writhing against him. "Now, Finn, if we're mates, then we're basically married, right? Stuck together for life and all that jazz." His eyes glowed with the soft amber of his wolf. Gripping her hips, he lifted her effortlessly. Lizzie wrapped her legs around his waist.
"Yes, we're mates. No, this isn't happening here. We will have a proper mating ceremony first," he said firmly, though he kissed her again, probably to keep her from arguing with him. That was fine with her. He could kiss her all he wanted. "You're mine,"
he rasped.
"Say it."
"Yours." The word was both plea and vow. Only yours. With a primal snarl, Finn pulled away from her and kissed his way down her neck, heading right for the bite mark he'd given her. His teeth sank in deep. There was a bite of pain, and then pleasure flooded her veins. The feel of him filling her so completely after weeks of emptiness tore a cry from Lizzie's lips. She tossed her head back, lost to the sensation. Finn took 2 deep pulls on her flesh and then licked the wound before moving further down the column of her throat. When he scraped his teeth over her racing pulse, Lizzie shuddered violently.
"Your turn."
He guided her head to his neck.
"Do it,"
he told her almost harshly.
"Mark me. Claim me again."
He sounded desperate, as if he needed her teeth on his skin, bonding them body and soul. She didn't hesitate as she bit down on his flesh. Warm, delicious blood filled her mouth immediately, flooding her senses so that the only thing in her world was Finn. He was her everything. Her mate, her friend, her lover, the best thing that had ever happened to her in her ridiculously crappy life. Her teeth sank deeper, and he grunted, pulling her tighter against his body.
"Yours,"
he murmured against her hair, his voice sounding drunk with desire.
"Only, always yours."
A few minutes later, she released his skin, only to have him bite her again. Lizzie floated boneless in his arms, as the now familiar pleasure set her nerve endings on fire. She caressed her fingers through his hair, holding him close as he continued marking her. The rich pull of it sang along with their bond, reaffirming their connection. When Finn finally lifted his head, his eyes no longer glowed with his wolf. His gaze traced the mark on her throat with a look of naked satisfaction. He licked away a stray drop of blood.
"There,"
he rasped.
"No one will doubt who you belong to now."
Lizzie smiled and cupped his stubbled jaw. "First, no one here cares. But if they did, they'd never have doubted. My heart already wore your name before you even marked me." Finn turned his head to press a fervent kiss to her palm. Carefully, he lowered her legs until she was standing on shaky feet. But he kept their bodies pressed tight, his hands framing her face.
"I'm yours, Lizzie. Always."
His thumb brushed her bottom lip.
"Being without you was torture. I won't let Cain separate us again."
Emotion clogged her throat. Lily swallowed hard. "Never. Where you go, I go. No separation. No exceptions. We get through this together." She'd never had anyone on her side before, someone willing to fight for her. Finn nodded, relief softening the harsh lines of his face. He rested his forehead against hers.
"Together,"
he echoed. He picked her up and laid her down on the small bed, wrapping his body around hers. They stayed entwined, drinking in each other's nearness. There was still much to discuss about the things Alice had revealed. Primarily, they needed to talk about a plan to escape, just in case Fane and his wolves could not rescue them. But for now, all those concerns faded into the background. Only this moment mattered. Eventually, their hearts calmed and their breathing slowed. Finn trailed gentle pecks over her face before capturing her mouth in a languid, intoxicating kiss. Lizzie sighed blissfully and leaned into him. Much later, cloaked in the intimacy of tangled sheets, Lizzie trailed her fingers over the mark on her neck. Finn watched her with hooded eyes, his body curled around hers protectively. Lizzie's wolf rumbled contentedly. They were together again, whole. She had weathered the storm of being mostly without him for 2 weeks, and he'd been with her every step of the way. He'd fought to be with her, killed to be with her, and she knew he'd continue to do so. She had no idea why Cain suddenly let them be together, but she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Her last thoughts, as she drifted off, were of gratitude and hope. Whatever was coming next, they would face it united with unshakable resolve. She feared no darkness, not when she had Finn's light to guide her way. They would help Alice, too. Whatever they could do, Lizzie would make sure her new friend got through this, preferably without a vampire king as a consort. Chapter 5. What do you say to a person you haven't seen in years, especially one you thought was dead? How do you convey the sorrow you feel for not checking on them, or just not knowing? How do you make it up to them, if it's even possible? Kara. Kara fidgeted nervously with her phone as the pack crowded into Fane's office. She was trying and failing to keep her nausea at bay. She knew what was going to be asked of her. Even with Nick hovering so protectively close by, she couldn't help feeling exposed and vulnerable.
"You did nothing wrong, babe, yeah?"
Nick said in her mind. No, not yeah. Kara immediately felt bad for how snotty she sounded. Sorry, I'm just nervous.
"I'll be right here with you. You're not alone, Kara."
Fane settled behind his desk, Jackie perched on the edge beside him.
"Let's hear the full report on your contact with Alice. Any details could be useful."
Sally nodded, leaning into Costin's side. "I'll start from the beginning." She summarized their mental contact with Alice, including Cain's threatening presence and Peri's surprise intervention. Kara chimed in with clarifications here and there from what she'd picked up, though she hadn't let her presence be known while it was happening. When Sally described Peri's insistence that Alice wasn't a vampire, Fane's eyebrows shot up.
"Perizada actually spoke to this woman directly? She showed up in her mind?"
"She did," Sally nodded. "She said we needed Alice's trust if we were going to help her." Fane leaned back with a thoughtful expression on his face.
"Where the heck has Perizada been?"
The question seemed to be directed at himself.
"If Peri has taken an interest, she must believe Alice is important. But why is she so sure Alice isn't a vampire?"
"Peri told us that Alice was where she was supposed to be," Sally explained. "And, like always, Peri was maddeningly vague and aloof. She also told Alice that Cain only had power over her mind because Alice allowed it." Decibel frowned.
"Which means, on some level, the female has feelings for him."
A rumble of displeasure went through the males. Kara felt Nick's irritation at the idea of a vampire manipulating a vulnerable female, especially a healer. The thought made his wolf instincts bristle. "But she woke up. She broke through his control," Kara pointed out to Sally. "That has to count for something." Jen worriedly chewed her thumbnail. "As long as she's stuck with him in that underground bunker, the bloodsucker is going to have the advantage. It will be easier to control her. She can't stay there." "Maybe he can control her, but maybe not," Jackie offered. "You and I both know that the rules of this world change all the dang time." "True," Jen said. "Rules be changing like Bethany changes Hope's diaper. I swear that kid pees more than any child I've ever seen." "You mean of the 3 infants you've been around?" Sally asked dryly. Jen shrugged. "All I'm saying is maybe she's got the bladder of a gnat, and it should be checked out." "Can we focus on the captive healer, please? We can talk about Hope's urinary tract issues later." Kara knew Jackie was trying to regain control before her 2 friends really got going, but Kara didn't mind. They were quite entertaining when they got on a roll. "Of course," Jen nodded. "Weak bladders are for wusses. We've got a healer to save from her own stupidity. That takes the precedence. And there's a new hybrid chick who may or may not be just as stupid." "Lizzie isn't stupid," Kara blurted out, even as tears welled up in her eyes. "Damn pregnancy hormones," she muttered, wiping the tears away. "They're a bitch," Jen agreed. "You get lots of grace while you're cooking your pup, but once that monster's out, I will have to retaliate." "Bring it," Kara chuckled through her stupid tears. "Now that Alice is awake, we need to contact her again and see how things are between her and Cain. Jen is right," Sally explained. "As long as he's got her, he can manipulate her. I have a feeling she'll need support. Her feelings toward Cain are complicated. She'll need you," Sally looked at Kara, "because you're a healer and you've been through hell. I've already shared my story with her, but now it's your turn. Get ready to see why you went through what you did." Kara's breath caught. She knew Sally meant that she'd need to share the lewd carob history of her life. She felt Nick's warmth at her back and his love flowing through the bond. "You know what it's like to be held captive by something evil," Sally said gently. Your experience can help her heal. Trapped. Used. Kara suppressed a shudder at the dark memories creeping in. Maybe she could help Alice if the woman was willing to accept it. Kara nodded slowly. If there was any chance to spare Alice from enduring what she had, Kara had to try. Fane walked over and squeezed her shoulder in support.
Your suffering was not in vain. The great Luna can use for good what was meant for evil.
He released her quickly and stepped back over to Jackie, who smiled up at him with adoration. Kara knew the Alpha was right. She'd do what she could to help Alice and Lizzie, even if she had to wade back through the bloody memories.
I'll be with you, babe.
Nick's hand replaced Fane's on her shoulder. His touch warmed her all the way to her toes. Fane continued talking, pulling her attention from her mate's touch.
For now, we must strategize our next move. I need to talk to Dylan to see if they've done any more spying or gotten any more vamps to talk.
His brow furrowed.
We also need to get a hunting party out for Claude. He's a dangerous loose end.
I'll try to contact Alice through the healer bond at a time when she is most likely asleep, Sally offered. It will be easier to get in her mind that way, especially now that she knows what it's like for someone to enter her mind. She might have figured out a way to block us. Kara stayed close to Nick's reassuring presence as they hammered out details. She tried to focus on helping Alice instead of dwelling on the past. But inside, old wounds throbbed with remembered pain. Over the next few days, the pack, along with the help of the Sprite Queen, made preparations to shelter not only Alice, if needed, but also Lizzie, Finn, and any other dormants they could get. But so far, their preparations were all for naught. Sally had tried reaching out to Alice twice, and both times the healer had reported hitting the mental equivalent of a brick wall. Try as she might, there had been no way for Sally to get into the scientist's mind. Kara grew more anxious because she wanted news of Lizzie. Third time's a charm? Sally sat down next to Kara. It's a little after 10 p.m. where Alice is located. Kara nodded with a look of determination. If we don't get through this time, we're gathering all the healers and busting down her mental wall. Kara gripped Sally's hand and then closed her eyes. As they both used the healer bonds to travel to Alice's mind, Kara prayed to the great Luna that they would make it inside. Less than a minute later, they reached the healer's mind. Surprisingly, they were able to walk right inside, as if Alice had left the door open for them. This time, Kara made her presence known. They found Alice sitting on a chair in a room decorated with a distinctly masculine flair. She turned her head as if she felt Sally and Kara's presence. Her eyes were glassy with unshed tears. Has something happened? Concern laced Sally's tone. She and Kara sat on an empty love seat. A better question would be what hasn't happened. Alice's voice was rough. You're awake. That's a good thing, right? Kara asked gently. I mean, obviously you're asleep right now, but you're no longer under Cain's influence. Depends on how you look at it. Alice tilted her head and gazed at Kara. Who are you? I'm Kara. I'm a gypsy healer, too. Kara smiled, hoping to put the scientist at ease. I didn't come in, so to speak, last time because we didn't want to overwhelm you. We had no clue that Peri would show up, Sally quickly added. Kara adjusted in her seat to get more comfortable. Her growing belly, though still small, could make sitting awkward. Alice's eyes dropped to her stomach and then bounced to Sally's. If I eventually get out of here and go with you two, I will be sure not to drink the water. A small smile broke through the bleak look on her face. Sally chuckled. Believe it or not, the Canis lupus hadn't been having babies for a very long time until recently. But to be safe, you might want to bring bottled water with you. Alice nodded. Noted. Can you tell us why you seem upset about finally waking up? Sally's voice was so warm that Kara imagined she could probably soften the most hardened heart. Alice ran her hand through her messy hair, trying unsuccessfully to tame it. I'm just confused, and I greatly dislike being confused. I'm not an indecisive person. Kara bit her bottom lip. What's there to be confused about? "The fact that I have feelings for a supernatural serial killer," Alice answered dryly. "Oh," Kara said flatly. "That." Alice sighed. "And I've been told I shouldn't have feelings for him because I have a soulmate, or whatever you call them, out there somewhere in the wide world." "Having a soulmate doesn't mean you can't develop feelings for someone else," Sally explained. "In fact, my best friend, who is the alpha female of the Romania Grey Wolves pack, is a result of a male Canis lupus falling in love with a human." Sally paused and her face scrunched up. "Well, she actually wound up not being human, but Jackie's dad didn't know that at the time." She waved her hands as if to erase what she'd said. "The point is, he fell in love with someone who wasn't his true mate and wound up having a kid with her."
"Are they still together?" Alice's voice was tinged with hope, but also an underlying sound of disgust. No, Kara realized. It's not disgust, but it's something. She wants to know if there's hope for her and Cain, but she also despises the fact that there might be an option. Nick's voice came through Sarah's thoughts. She doesn't want there to be a choice. Then it's not her fault if she ends up with a vampire.
"How on earth can you get all that from just hearing and seeing her through my mind?" Kara asked her mate.
"I'm a little older than you, yeah? I'm good at reading people."
"Please don't remind me of your age. It's weird." She heard a chuckle through their bond.
"That's not what you said the other night."
Kara's face heated. "Go away so I can focus, please." "They're not together," Sally answered Alice. "In fact, they both eventually went on to find their true mates. Dylan, that's Jackie's dad, found his true mate while he was still with Lily. That's Jackie's mom. When you meet your true mate, everyone else before becomes less than a speck in your memory."
Ouch, Alice's face scrunched up. That had to be a kick in the gut for Lily.
She knew what he was while they were together, and she knew there was a chance he'd leave her one day if he found his true mate.
Kara remembered the story Dylan and Tanya had shared with him.
Lily decided it was worth it. "And it was, as far as I'm concerned," Sally interjected. "It was worth it because their relationship resulted in Jackie, and I can never regret that."
"How does Dylan's true mate feel about it?" Alice shifted in her seat to more fully face Kara and Sally.
"Tanya is quite remarkable," Sally said. "She doesn't hold it against Dylan that he was with someone before her, or even that he has a child, because she'd never asked Dylan to regret having his daughter."
"Do Dylan and Tanya have kids?"
Kara's heart twisted for the couple. It was obvious in Tanya's eyes any time she looked at Kara or Sally that she longed to have her own child. "It's actually difficult for Canis lupus to have children, and even harder to carry them to term without the help of a gypsy healer," Sally explained. "Dylan and Tanya don't have any children yet."
"Damn," Alice sighed. "That's a depressing story."
Kara winced. "Yeah, that sort of sucked as a pep talk, but it explains that your feelings for Cain aren't unique. I mean, maybe having feelings for a vampire is strange, I guess. I don't really know. I've only known what I am for a couple years, and I've only been mated for half of that."
The three of them were quiet for a moment, and Kara glanced at Sally to see if she could gauge what the brunette was thinking. The other healer looked at Alice, searching the woman's face. Finally, Sally leaned forward, her brown-eyed gaze intent.
"How did Cain react when he realized you were awake?"
Alice's lips pressed into a tight line as her fingers worried at a loose thread on her shirt sleeve. She gave a minute shake of her head, her eyes downcast. Kara watched the tense set of the other woman's shoulders, the unconscious, protective hunching. She recognized the body language all too well, bracing for a blow.
"He wasn't pleased, I take it?" Kara prompted gently.
Alice huffed out a bleak breath.
"He was perturbed. His perfect doll had developed a mind of her own, or at least that's the way I read the situation."
She yanked the thread free with a sharp twist.
"I think he enjoyed playing house in my head. He wanted to keep up the fantasy forever."
Sally and Kara exchanged a troubled look. The vampire's obsession with controlling Alice was disturbingly apparent.
I know another female who became the muse of a vampire to the point of infiltrating her mind. We had to break his hold on her." Sally's voice was bleak. "You guys seriously do suck at pep talks," Alice muttered with a shake of her head. Kara sucked in a breath through gritted teeth. "Yeah, sorry about that. They left pep talk prep out of gypsy healer training." Alice snorted, a small smile forming on her pretty face. "Did Cain give any reasons for keeping you under?" Sally asked, and Alice's smile flattened. "Any explanation for how he did it?" Alice huffed. "Oh, he was very open after I woke up. Since he's my sire, he has ways to influence me." She shuddered faintly. "I let him in, let him use that connection. But not anymore." Her jaw clenched with resolve. Alice finally raised her eyes. "He said he wanted time to research healers and vampires because he wants to keep me safe. He said he didn't know how his blood would affect me or how my healer powers would be impacted." She narrowed her eyes. "But knowing how he's experimenting on dormant werewolves, it makes me wonder if he's now considering the possibility of having gypsy healers under vampire control." She pressed her fingers to her forehead and rubbed in circles, then pinched the bridge of her nose. Kara shivered at the prospect. Sally's hand found hers, gripping tightly. "I want to trust him. I want to believe what he says he feels for me is true," Alice continued. "Do you know how long I've been on my own?" Kara's heart ached at the despair she heard in Alice's voice. Kara knew exactly what it was like to have no one. "I was an orphan, in and out of foster homes. Some good, some not." She shrugged. "I totally get it. But you're not alone anymore." "That's what Cain said. He said I'd never be alone again. I guess if your significant other is a supernatural being, they can actually make that promise. But," she drew out the word, "if he's a narcissistic vampire, then that's not really a promise you want him making. Son of a bucket, I just feel helpless." "No records exist about vampire healer bonds," Sally said firmly. "You two are unique, and he has no power over you now unless you allow it." Some of the defeat seemed to leach from Alice's frame at Sally's reassurance. Her shoulders lifted slightly. Kara was happy to see a small spark of hope in Alice's eyes. She squeezed Sally's hand. They just needed to keep fanning this fragile flame. "How have you been since waking?" Kara asked. "Any side effects?" Alice worried her bottom lip between her teeth. "Yes, I feel off, unsure. It's like I don't fit in my own skin anymore." She shrugged helplessly. "I'm so tired of feeling vulnerable and weak. I'm ready to walk away from it all, consequences be damned." Kara's chest tightened anew at the despair she heard in Alice's voice. She knew that bone-deep weariness, that desire to just give up the fight. She'd felt that way many times while she'd been in Lude Carib's clutches.
"Don't go there, babe." Nick's deep timbre filled her mind. "You need to talk about it? Then you talk about it with me, yeah?"
This time the yeah at the end was not a question. Kara had gotten to the point that she could tell when his customary yeah was meant for her to answer or a command. "If it will help Alice, then I will talk about it with her. You just be on standby if I start to wig out." Kara steeled her spine as she opened her mouth to speak. "I was held captive by a man named Lude Carib," she began. For a moment she had to pause because it felt like her windpipe was closing. Kara closed her eyes. "Just breathe, Kara. You're not there anymore." When she felt more in control, she opened her eyes and met Alice's gaze. "He was the king of the elves once upon a time. But like many who have power, he craved more. He wanted a gypsy healer because our power is unique. He wanted me to bear children for him." Kara instinctively put her hand over her stomach. Alice looked down at Kara's bump as her mouth fell open. He... It looked like the healer couldn't force the thought into words. Kara knew what the woman was asking. "Nick, my mate," she couldn't help the small smile on her face any time she said his name, "and I are going to have a baby girl. She's been blessed by the great Luna." Kara remembered the night the goddess visited her and Nick. She recited the words that had been written on her heart. "This is your child, Kara. Yours and Nick's. The child you said you would give up when the sacrifice needed to be made. She did not come into being in the way you expected, but she is not a mistake, nor is she evil because of the conception that was beyond her control. She, like you and your mate, is my creation, and I have known her since before she was even a single cell." Tears had formed in Kara's eyes, and she wiped them away as she spoke. "That's what the great Luna told us. Something amazing came out of something so incredibly dark." Alice simply stared back at her, and tears streaked down her cheeks. She sucked in a sharp breath as if she'd stopped breathing while Kara had been talking. "The point is," Kara continued, "what you're enduring isn't in vain, and it's not insurmountable, nor will it consume you. We won't let it, and neither will the great Luna." Alice shook her head as she sniffed. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." She held up both hands. "But I'm happy for you about your baby, obviously. I'm just sorry you went through that." Moving slowly so as not to startle the woman, Kara shifted closer to Alice and took her hand. "Sometimes the only way out of the fire is to go through it. There's no going around or under or over. When the fire surrounds us, we just have to walk straight forward. But you won't go through it alone. We'll help you endure it and come out on the other side." Alice's fingers tightened almost desperately on hers. The vulnerable hope in her eyes pierced Kara to the core. No matter how hot the fire burned, Kara silently vowed they would walk through it with this woman. She would not be left to face the darkness alone. Not anymore. "Thank you," Alice said simply. "I really don't know what else to say." "We need to know how you want to proceed," Sally offered. "We won't dismiss your feelings for Cain, but he's broken the Great Luna's laws, and Fane will have him stand before the Fae Council to be judged." "Why the Fae?" Alice frowned. "Because they're sort of like the supernatural police," Sally answered. "The High Fae, like Peri, are incredibly powerful and can enforce the punishments that a supernatural lawbreaker has earned. Cain has earned a great deal of punishment." Alice's eyes shimmered with wetness again. "What will happen to him?" Sally clasped her hand in her lap as she stared at Alice. She appeared to come to a decision. "I think Fane will challenge him, so he will have to fight the Alpha of Alphas for the right to live. He has directly disrespected Canis Lupus' laws and taken Fane's people. Every wolf is under Fane's protection, even the dormants." "Who will win?" Kara dropped her eyes. It was obvious in Alice's voice that she knew the answer. "Fane," Sally said simply. "Cain might be old and powerful, but he doesn't have the might of our Creator on his side." Alice covered her mouth briefly, her eyes closing as she took deep breaths through her nose. "What the hell is wrong with me?" she wept. "I'm hurting for a man I know in my head I shouldn't want. The thought of him dying is gut-wrenching for me." "That must be the sire bond. It's probably not helping that you have genuine feelings for him." Sally motioned between her and Kara. "And we're not judging you for that." "No offense, but your judgment is the least of my worries." Alice leaned back in the chair. "Why did you come back?" "For you." She motioned towards her. "And Lizzie, and Finn, and everyone else that Cain has taken, either by coercion or force. Fane is going to destroy this place. And if he doesn't, Peri will." "That would be bad." Kara's eyes widened. "We do not want Perizada coming and doing a cleanup, as she would no doubt call it." Sally nodded. "Agreed." Alice's face scrunched up. "She's a bit off her rocker, isn't she?" "Girl, she tossed the rocker off the side of a mountain and hopped on the crazy train." Sally's words might have been funny, but Kara saw the worry in Sally's brown eyes. Whatever was going on with Peri, it was affecting all of them. Can you tell us about Lizzie and Finn? Sally changed the subject. Are they ready to bust out of this place?
Alice nodded.
100%. Finn's already killed a handful of vampires.
Kara's brow rose. Alice looked at her.
Cain separated them.
Ah, that makes sense.
Kara shrugged.
Is Cain dumb, or does he just like poking dominant, newly mated males?
He's letting them be together now. I asked him to,
Alice told them. Kara's heart beat a little faster as she thought about how close she was to seeing Lizzie again.
How is Lizzie doing?
She's strong, mentally, emotionally, and now physically. Feisty.
Alice smiled. Kara chuckled.
That sounds like her.
Alice frowned.
You know her?
Kara nodded.
I'm pretty sure she's the same Lizzie I grew up in the system with. We were best friends.
Kara told Alice about how she'd thought Lizzie had died at the hands of one of her foster parents.
I'm so scared to see her, but I'm also desperate to lay eyes on her.
Nick's phantom arms enveloped Kara, and his scent surrounded her.
I'm okay.
I'm not. Hush and let me have a moment.
His voice was gruff with emotion.
You've been in her head long enough. Come back to your body and let's go to bed. I want to hold my girls.
Lizzie won't blame you. I haven't known her long, but what I do know is that she's a better person than that. She's going to be thrilled to see you.
Thanks, Alice.
Kara's lips turned up in a small smile.
Is there a number you can give us that's secure so Fane could call you? You'll need to know when the cavalry is coming.
Thankfully, Sally was able to stay focused. Alice rattled off her cell phone number, and Kara gave the number to Nick so he could write it down.
We'll be in touch,
Sally told Alice as she stood from where she'd been sitting.
You just hold on, and don't be too hard on yourself.
Alice snorted.
That's one of those easier said than done tidbits.
Try it anyway,
Kara demanded, suddenly very agitated and frustrated with the scientist.
Damn pregnancy hormones.
She grumbled her new mantra. Out loud, she grumbled some more.
You're not going to be able to walk away from him unless you decide what you really want in this life, Alice.
Kara's tone was firm and no nonsense.
If we send our mates in here to rescue your ass and you haven't made a decision, and that indecision causes one of ours to get injured, I will come back here and drag you out by your cute hair. Are we clear? Because I don't play when it comes to those I love.
Alice's eyes widened.
Which one is the real you? The quiet, soft-spoken one, or the one who just handed me my pity-party-having ass?
Kara's voice grew cold.
I cut my captor up into pieces. Which one do you think is the real me?
Alice stared at her for a minute.
I think you're capable of being whomever you need to be in order to survive, or keep those you love alive.
Then I think you know that I will do exactly as I threatened.
Kara stepped up beside Sally.
Make your choice, Alice. We want you to be with us because it's where you belong, but we won't force you.
If I choose him, I'm choosing to be your enemy. That's how Fane will see it, won't he? You will be held to a different judgment because you haven't killed anyone or abducted anyone, Sally answered. But yes, if you choose Cain, you are an enemy of the Romanian pack.
Chapter 6.
In all my decades upon decades of living, I have never felt more conflicted than I do now. I've never questioned who I am or what I am. She has changed everything. I don't know if I like it.
Cain. Cain stared broodingly into the flickering flame, turning the glass of blood in his hands, swirling it like a fine wine. He should feel triumphant. His plans were coming to fruition. Slower than he wanted, yes, but he was almost there. Instead, he felt unsettled, restless. He was keeping something from Alice, and he felt guilty about it. Why? Keeping secrets was commonplace for a vampire lord, but he didn't like the idea of keeping one from Alice. Not anymore. Cain dragged a hand over his face. These tangled emotions were foreign to him, and they were threatening to break the veneer of numbing detachment he'd built up over centuries.
After he'd lost his first Alice to the werewolves, he decided that he'd never allow himself to become attached to a female again. He preferred the simplicity of wanting, taking, having. Clean, transactional, no bothersome entanglements. At first, he'd been sure that he wanted this new Alice as his mate. The prospect had seemed fun, but that was before any genuine emotions got involved. Now the idea of not having her left him feeling violent. That should be reason enough for him to cut her loose. She could easily become a weakness for him, something for an enemy to exploit. So why did part of him ache at the idea of losing Alice's comforting presence? He'd tasted her blood, and yes, she tasted divine, but that wasn't reason enough for him to be so attached. Admittedly, when he'd experienced it again, following Claude's near-fatal attack on her, Cain fully realized the extraordinary nature of the gypsy healer's blood. Was it then that Alice's fate was sealed?
"No," he said roughly. "There's more to it."
He craved more stolen moments, curled up together with soft conversations that flowed easily. She'd slipped past his defenses, leaving him off balance. He'd kept her in the coma-induced state by using the sire bond, mostly because he wasn't sure what would happen when she woke. But then he'd come to love the way she trusted him, even if it wasn't real. He hadn't wanted to let it go. And now, because of his selfishness, she might never trust him again. Not that he blamed her. A log shifted in the fire, sending up a burst of sparks. Cain watched them whirl upward, only to gutter out. Chaotic, brief flashes were soon swallowed up again by darkness, much like any bonds he tried to form. Perhaps it was for the best that Alice had awoken before he grew even more attached. Cain had walked a solitary path too long to share it now. His goals required sacrifice, a willingness to use people for his ends, then discard them when convenient. Still, he couldn't shake the lingering regret that Alice coming into his life put her in danger. At first, she'd just been a pretty yet necessary nuisance. But then he'd gotten to know her. She was smart, brave, determined, inquisitive, and kind, despite having a jackass for a father. And then he'd tasted her, and her blood had given him something he hadn't felt since before he was made a vampire. True fulfillment. His hunger, the constant need for the next drink of blood, was gone, at least for a little while. When it came back, he simply took a small sip from her again, and the hunger was completely appeased.
Damn it.
She deserved better than him. She deserved honesty, at least. But the instinct for secrecy and manipulation ran deep in vampires. Trust did not come naturally to his kind. Cain thought back to their last confrontation in her mindscape, the way she'd looked at him there with such wariness, such disappointment. "Don't act like you don't know I was visited by a healer and a high fae while I was in whatever stupor you put me under. I saw you there, and stop pretending you actually care. I know what you've done to me. Keeping me unconscious, invading my mind. It ends now." She'd been deceived and let down too many times already, by her father, Claude, and finally Cain himself. He couldn't fault her for wanting to protect herself, for refusing to play the puppet any longer. She was owed that autonomy after so much was taken from her. Perhaps he should just let her go, stop this fruitless pursuit. She would find her true mate eventually, a wolf who could give her the openness and equality she deserved, not remain shackled to a manipulative vampire obsessed with power. The very thought twisted Cain's gut. With sudden clarity, he realized he didn't want to lose her. His life seemed unbearably bleak without her quick mind and shy smiles. For the first time in forever, he yearned for a connection not built on lies or control.
"She's a gypsy healer," he reminded himself. "Not meant for you."
Cain ignored the reminder. Was it even possible at this point, after so much damage? Could he change enough to be worthy of her? The long-abandoned human part of him wished desperately it were so. But the vampire scoffed at the idea.
You are death's soldier. Any light you touch turns to ash.
Cain stared sightlessly at the dwindling fire, turmoil raging inside him. Perhaps it was already too late to turn from the path he'd chosen so long ago. Some stains could never be erased. But he found himself unwilling to relinquish this fragile spark of hope Alice had ignited in him. He would try, at least, to become someone she need not fear. Even if he must eventually relinquish her to another, he could make this effort, for her sake, and perhaps his own. But what did that mean for his hybrids? Could she come to accept this part of him? He chuckled to himself, a humorless sound.
"You're a fool, Cain," he said into the quiet room.
He needed a distraction. Cain pulled out his phone and sent a text to Willis. The man was a brilliant scientist, but beyond that he was simply food. Wouldn't Alice love to hear him say that? He shook his head, attempting to dispel her from his mind for just a little while. A hesitant knock interrupted his brooding.
"Come in,"
he bit out. Willis edged into the room, a look of trepidation on his face.
"You, wanted to see me?"
When Willis had first come to work for Cain, he'd been goofy, a little naive, and unaware of what was going on around him most of the time. But now he was like a damn mouse in a room full of elephants. Cain motioned for the scientist to close the door. He never thought the day would come when he'd willingly talk to his food and actually want their opinion. What the hell had she done to him? Mentally cursing himself, he stood up and swallowed his considerable pride. He had to confide in someone before he lost his damn mind. Pacing to the window, Cain crossed his arms.
"I find myself at a crossroads. For the first time in recent memory, I'm unsure which path is best."
He turned to pin Willis with an intense stare.
"Tell me, do you think a man can change his nature?"
Willis's eyes widened slightly at the philosophical tangent.
"Well, I suppose over time, with effort—"
"No," Cain sliced a hand through the air.
"Not over tedious years. I mean a fundamental shift in one's character. Is such a thing possible?"
A voice in the back of his mind laughed at him, but Cain shut it out. Willis pondered the question seriously.
"Past behaviors and thought patterns become ingrained, but some catalyst could theoretically spur an abrupt realignment."
He eyed Cain curiously.
"Why do you ask?"
Cain resumed his restless pacing, how to explain feelings he scarcely understood himself.
"Since claiming Alice, I've considered reevaluating certain priorities, adjusting long-held assumptions."
At Willis's baffled look, Cain suppressed a growl of frustration. He was talking himself in circles. Time for blunt honesty.
"I find myself dissatisfied with who I have become."
Cain was shocked he hadn't choked on the words.
"I want things I believed myself no longer capable of wanting, but old habits die hard."
Understanding brightened the scientist's eyes.
"This is about Alice."
A stupid, huge grin formed on Willis's boyish face.
"She's definitely a woman worth changing for."
Cain's hands fisted at his sides, even as her name seemed to knock the breath from his lungs.
"She makes me question everything," he grated out. "Makes me wish to be better for her."
As if such a thing was possible for a vampire. Better, good, selfless. None of those words had ever been used to describe one of his kind, and he doubted it would start with him. Willis nodded slowly, taking a seat.
"Love can have that effect on a person. Makes you re-examine your life." "Love?" Cain spun on him. "What would a vampire know of love?"
His gut twisted with something akin to disgust. Not because he loved Alice, but because he didn't know if he was capable of such an emotion. Did he want her? Yes. Was the idea of her with another male enraging to him? Absolutely. But did that mean he loved her? Was he selfless in his desire? Of course not. Love was definitely not what he felt. Possession. That was a far better word. Cain wanted to possess Alice.
Maybe more than you realize, Willis said carefully. If she's inspiring these changes in you.
Could it be so simple? Cain resumed pacing, emotions warring within him. He wanted to deny it, reject this weakness. But the truth refused to be silenced. Coming to an abrupt stop, he met Willis's patient gaze.
I don't know how to reconcile what I feel for her with who I am, what I want. She deserves more than a soulless monster.
Willis's expression turned sympathetic, which thoroughly annoyed him.
From what I've observed, your soul is still very much intact. Buried, perhaps, but not destroyed. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved her after Claude's attack. I saved her because she's the key to the hybrids.
A half-truth instead of a complete lie. Leaning forward intently, Willis continued.
You stand at a crossroads, as you said. Will you continue down the path of destructive selfishness or open yourself to a new way forward?
Cain stared at the man as those simple words struck like arrows. A new path. Could it be possible? Could he change for her? Turning back to the window, Cain watched dusk settle over the desert. For so long his course had seemed immutable, his destiny set. But perhaps fate had something different in mind for him now. A light knock interrupted his reverie. Speak of the devil. Alice hovered hesitantly at his door. "Do you have a moment?" Cain moved swiftly to usher her inside.
Of course, come in.
If Willis was surprised by her appearance, he didn't show it. Gathering his notes, he offered Alice a polite nod, considering Cain had threatened to pull out his eyeballs if he looked for a second too long. Then he slipped discreetly out and closed the door behind him. They stood in awkward silence until Cain prompted gently,
"What do you need?"
Alice bit her lip, worrying the tender flesh. Cain suppressed the urge to run his thumb over it, to take her in his arms. But since she'd awoken, she'd not let him touch her.
Patience.
Finally, she met his eyes. "I want to know your intentions for all this." She gestured around vaguely. "For me." Cain weighed his words.
My intention is for us to find a way forward. Together.
Her brows drew down. "As prisoner and captor?"
"No,"
he said fiercely. Taking her hands, he compelled her to believe.
"As equals, partners."
Wonder sparked in her eyes, but she still looked hesitant. "That's quite a change of heart. How do I know it's real?" Stepping closer, Cain lifted a hand to cradle her cheek.
"You make me want to be better. I cannot promise I will succeed, but I want to try for you."
Alice wanted to believe him. She wanted to be cared for, not for what she could give to someone, but because she just mattered to them. As she searched Cain's face, she wondered if he was capable of such emotion, to care for someone more than he cared for himself. After speaking with Sally and Kara, she had little hope for the Vampire King. She felt like the boy in the story about the snake. The snake promises not to hurt the boy if he will help him, but in the end, the boy gets bitten and the snake tells him, "You knew what I was when you picked me up." "I know this, but there is still something inside me that doesn't want to give him up." "You said I didn't know the whole truth," she reminded him. "That I needed to get the full story before I decided on whether I wanted to stay. You also said you wouldn't let Lizzie and Finn go." Cain's eyes took on a weary look. He motioned her toward a chair.
"You might want to sit down for this conversation."
"They're back," Costin said the moment Sally opened her eyes and took a deep breath.
"Why were you gone so long?"
he asked her gruffly. Anxiousness worried his brow. "We had a lot to talk about." Sally sat down on the couch next to Costin, and he pulled her tightly to his side. "How long were we gone?" Sally watched as Nick picked up Kara, and then he sat down where she'd been sitting, placing her onto his lap, one hand resting on her small baby belly.
"Nearly 45 minutes. Nick didn't sound pleased. "Let me get everyone in here before you guys get into it.
Fane looked first at Sally and then at Kara. 15 minutes later, the room started filling up. The usual council filed in. Wadim, Zara, Bethany, minus Hope, but with Drake right behind her, then Soren and Elle. Right as the door closed, it opened back up, and in came Thad and Jezebel. The door closed again, and then Sin and Thalion appeared, flashing right into the middle of the space. Sally waited to see if Peri and Lucian would show up, but the next group to arrive was Tenia with the Warlock Queen's entourage, as Sally had come to think of them.
"Thank you all for coming on such short notice,"
Fane told them. Sally's eyes scanned the room and briefly stopped on Skender, who had one arm wrapped around Tenia. The small fey female had her back resting against Skender's stomach, while her head was laid back against his chest. Sally felt nothing when she looked at the male that played a part in her abduction. She wasn't angry or bitter, only indifferent. Maybe that was because she really liked Tenia and Torian, and she knew if something happened to Skender, it would hurt them. Sally didn't want that. So she decided to forgive, but not forget. She'd always have her guard up around Skender. That was an unfortunate side effect of betrayal. Sometimes trust could never be reestablished. Costin seemed happy to follow Sally's lead in this. That, or he was secretly plotting Skender's untimely demise, and he was keeping her blissfully unaware. Sally turned and looked at Costin.
"What?"
Costin's face was completely neutral.
"You're not planning anything, are you?"
Sally poked him in the chest.
"Brown eyes," Costin said, his trademark dimples appearing. "You're my mate, and you're hot. I'm always planning something."
"That's my boy." Jen held up a fist. Decibel grabbed her arm and pulled it down.
"Costin's not your anything," he added gruffly.
"You know what I meant,"
Sally said to Costin through the bond.
"I told you I wouldn't retaliate against Skender if you didn't want me to. My word is true, Sally mine."
She nodded and entwined her fingers with his.
"I know, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm feeling paranoid."
"You are probably secretly worried about Jen, planning his demise but transferring it to me,"
Costin offered. Sally thought about it and then sniggered.
"You're right. If anyone here is crazy enough to go against Fane's decree to leave Skender alone, it would be Jen."
"I called you all here so you could hear what Sally and Kara learned from talking to Alice, the gypsy healer that is working with Cain at the Area 51 compound."
Fane drew Sally's attention back. "Do we really need a plan?" Myanin asked as she proceeded to clean under her nails with her knife. "I say we just get within zapping distance and, when Cain climbs out like the filthy cockroach he is, we take him down. Boom, done." "Boom, done is typically how a bomb ends things," Lily said. "We don't need any more mass casualties. For all we know, Cain has instructed his vampires to kill every dormant in that complex if something happens to him." Fane nodded at Lily.
"Good point."
Though Myanin's suggestion to simply assassinate Cain was tempting in its directness, they knew their mission would not be that easy, not if they wanted to avoid massive bloodshed.
"We need to get eyes on the inside first. Intel on Cain's numbers, routines, security. I can send scouts from the pack, but it would help to have someone already in place."
Fane looked at Sally.
"Can we trust Alice?"
Sally sighed and shook her head.
"I can't say yes with complete certainty. Apparently, she has genuine feelings for Cain. That complicates things."
Myanin's brow drew low. "What's complicated about having feelings for a narcissistic, blood-sucking ass that would just as soon slurp out all your blood until you're a husk as he would give you a love bite? Seems pretty cut and dry to me. She should take a note from Kara's playbook and seduce him, then chop the son of a bitch up." Lily cleared her throat. "Thank you, Myanin, for all the wonderful visuals you just implanted in our heads. I'm sure I won't need to scrub my brain out more than twice to get rid of them." Kara shook her head. "Regardless of her feelings, Alice wants out. We have to trust him that she'll help us if it means freedom. She'll do the right thing. She won't do anything to jeopardize their safety." Myanin toyed idly with her knife. "And if she betrays us, I'll liberate her head from her body. Easy peasy."
Beheading people is my thing. Jen sat straighter and stared the djinn down. Poison is yours. Stick to what you know.
There will be no beheading potential allies,
Fane said firmly. Myanin just grinned and then winked at Jen.
We never should have let those two meet, Sally muttered to Costin. Two psychos as friends can't be healthy for anyone near them.
They might balance each other out, Costin offered. Maybe they'll be too busy arguing to go on killing sprees. For now, I'll go with Dylan, Dalton, and...
Fane paused and glanced around the room.
Where's Dalton and Jewel?
He asked the Colorado Pack Alpha. Dylan's face went blank as he folded his arms in front of him.
They're dealing with some stuff, so I had him stay behind to keep an eye on the pack. Tanya will be heading back after this meeting to be there with them.
The female alpha nodded, giving her mate a tender smile. Sally wondered what in the world could be going on with Jewel and Dalton. Their relationship had started on rocky ground, but she'd thought all of it had been worked out. Fane held Dylan's stare long enough that Sally wondered if they'd developed some way to communicate without words, similar to the way Fane could with members of the Romania pack. Finally, Fane nodded.
I'll take Dylan, Nick, Garrick, Myanin, Skender, Tenya, and Drake to hunt down Claude.
He turned to Decibel.
You take Costin, Adam, Krina, Jen, Jackie, Sin, Thalion, Soren, Elle, and Lily to hunt down the Nishtonia. That book cannot be in the hands of anyone wanting to get revenge.
Then Fane looked at Thad and Jezebel.
I'm not sending you with them because I need you to figure out a way to get your powers working right again. Maybe the Queen of Sprites can help?
Thad nodded.
It's worth a try.
Good.
Fane gave a sharp nod.
Boan and Lorna are still seeking dormants, attempting to get to them before the vampires can.
What are Boan and Lorna doing with the dormants when they find them?
For now, Krina, they're bringing them into the Sprite realm via another veil, and Andorra has been kind enough to provide lodging for them. Lorna, Cindy, and Chris Morgan, along with Wadim and Zara.
Fane glanced at Wadim's true mate, who'd been a dormant held captive by the vampires.
Are helping teach them what they are, and keeping the situation from becoming one of a bunch of hysterical dormants.
Sally's heart warmed in her chest as she listened to Fane break down all the things going on, which was a ton. He was handling it like a boss. His father would have been so proud.
That he would,
Costin silently agreed. Fane shifted his stance and his eyes swept the room.
Get your groups together quickly and get on the move. I'll check in with the other pack alphas and see how it's going for them on finding dormants. We will meet back here in 2 days at 2200 hours.
Totally digging the military time, Alpha, Jen said with a stupid grin. I always knew you were secretly a G.I. Joe fan.
Sally rolled her eyes as laughter rippled around the room. The group dispersed to follow their alpha's orders. Sally stood up and watched as Kara caught Tanya's arm before she left.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you again for sharing your story a couple weeks ago, she said earnestly. I know it was hard to revisit all that pain, but it made an impact and I wanted you to know it.
Tanya smiled warmly. I appreciate you saying that. Remembering the past is worth it if it helps protect others now. Her expression sobered. I meant what I said about choices having far-reaching consequences. That goes for you, too. Tanya glanced at Sally. Both of you. Kara's hand drifted to her barely there baby bump. Tanya's warning was clear. Kara needed to be smart for the sake of the life she now carried. Sally nodded as Kara spoke. I'll remember, Kara assured her.
Tanya,
Sally spoke up quickly. Is Jewel okay? Sally couldn't help but worry about one of her fellow healers. They'd become just as important to her as Jackie and Jen. Tanya's face softened. She's going to be fine, and I'm sure she will call you when she's ready. Just know I am right here with her. But don't worry, okay?
Okay, I trust you.
And she did, which kind of surprised Sally, considering the weird circumstances that made Tanya a part of the pack. Some might think she'd be an outcast because of the Dylan-Lily dynamic, but she fit right in. Thank the great Luna, because they did not need any more drama. Costin pulled Sally aside as everyone went about getting ready for their tasks.
Please be careful when you visit,
he used air quotations, the dork.
Alice, you and I both know that putting your consciousness in someone else's mind can be dangerous.
He was thinking back to when she went into Zara's mind to help her break the tie she had to the vampire who had abused her. Sally took his face in her hands and pulled him down to give him a quick kiss, which he then turned into something not so quick. When she was good and breathless, she looked up at him and knew her face was probably beet red. "I promise to be careful. You do the same. I'll let Titus sleep as a wolf on your side of the bed after he's rolled around in the mud if there's a single scratch on you." Costin grinned.
My boy can phase. He's welcome to roll around covered in mud in our bed all he wants to.
Sally scrunched up her face. "I'll have to think of a better threat." Her eyes lit up. "I will forbid you to—" Costin clamped a hand over her mouth.
"Don't you dare,"
he warned, his hazel eyes glowing with his wolf. She bit his palm, just enough to smart. He still didn't pull it away. Finally, she nodded, giving in to his demand, even though she had been only joking.
"That's nothing to joke about, Sally mine," he told her seriously.
"Was she going to forbid you to touch her again?" Jen walked up beside them. Sally noticed Decibel talking to Fane, but his gaze continually bounced over to where Jen stood. Dude watched his woman like a hawk. Sally didn't blame him. Jen was like a poorly wired bomb. You never knew when she was going to go haywire and explode. "Jackie wants to talk to us before we all head out on our missions," Jen told Sally. She held up a hand to Costin. "Keep yourself safe, Fada. I'd hate to have to bring you back to life just to beat the living crap out of you for getting my BFFF killed along with you." Costin tilted his head, giving Jen a wolfish look.
"How's Thea? Still dismembering dolls?"
"I'll totally turn her loose on you, dimple boy." Jen pointed at him as she walked backward, grabbing Sally's shirt to tug her along.
"Des, get your woman under control,"
Costin called out much louder than necessary, considering everyone in the room was a supernatural being and possessed superior hearing.
"I'll get right on that," Decibel replied, "as soon as I get some ice water for that thirsty man in hell."
Sally was grinning like a fool at her fada as he winked at her. "That's strike 2, bartender," Jen called out over her shoulder.
"What happens at strike 3?
Costin asked with a mischievous glint in his hazel eyes. Jen paused and turned slightly. She tapped her chin with her finger and then shrugged as she looked at him. "I don't know. My mom never got to 3 when she counted, so I have no freaking clue exactly what she was going to do. I just know I was scared of the number 3. She tilted her head and pursed her lips. "I'll ask Thea. I'm sure she'll have some creative ideas." Then Jen continued dragging Sally with her as Sally blew Costin a kiss. He pretended to catch it and then pressed his hand to his dimpled cheek. Chapter 7. The eternal dance of wanting what isn't good for you is still strong with us females. Eve started it in the Garden of Eden over an apple. Seriously, Eve? An apple was worth the wrath of your creator? Then again, who am I to judge? My heart seems set on a supernatural psychopath. I just made all your internal conflicts seem easy. You're welcome, Alice. The last time you asked me to take a seat, you poured out your life story. Alice attempted to get more comfortable. It was depressing. I don't really want any more depressing news.
"Don't worry yourself, Alice," Cain began to pace. "What I'm about to tell you won't depress you. It will, however, most likely make you want to put a stake in me."
Alice crossed her arms protectively over her chest as Cain strode back and forth before her. His agitation was palpable, filling the space between them with restless energy. When he finally turned to face her, his expression was more open and vulnerable than she'd ever seen. Alarm prickled across her skin.
"There are things I must tell you, Alice. The truth, or as much of it as I can bear."
He raked a hand through his dark hair.
"You were right to push me away. I sought only to control you, to take away your choices at first."
He held up a finger as if to emphasize his point.
But these last days without having you near, with the cold shoulder you've given me, have been difficult."
Alice remained wary but silent as he collected himself.
"When you were unconscious, I drank from you. Only twice. Your blood, it was like nothing I've experienced in centuries as a vampire."
His voice filled with awe as he spoke. She could even see his eyes light up at the memory. Revulsion twisted Alice's gut. He'd fed from her without consent while she was helpless. Cain's keen gaze didn't miss her recoil.
"I know how it sounds. Another unforgivable trespass. But you must understand. Your blood has changed me, Alice."
He took a step toward her, but halted when she flinched away. Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair again, leaving it rumpled, so unlike his usual put-together self. He shook his head, and his fist clenched as he dropped his hand to his side.
"For the first time since I was turned, which was over 300 years ago, the thirst receded. My mind was clear, free of the gnawing hunger that has ruled me."
Alice shuddered, unable to keep images of him at her throat at bay. Part of her liked the idea that she, and only she, could give him something so profound, but the other part of her felt betrayed and violated. His voice hoarse, Cain continued.
"I cannot defend keeping you unconscious. I can only explain that a part of me has hoped to keep you close, to experience that clarity again."
His eyes were twin points of intensity.
"You brought me peace, Alice. A glimpse of the man I might have been. The man I could perhaps still be with you."
Alice wavered, hating that his remorse was cracking her resolve. But could she forgive what he'd done? As if sensing her weakening, Cain dared to step closer.
"You know I care for you. I want you to stay for more than just the blood.
He faltered, these words clearly foreign to him.
"I need you, Alice. And,"
he paused and swallowed visibly hard,
"I fear I'm lost without you."
Alice stared at Cain, her heart and head at war. She wanted to believe he cared for her beyond her blood, that he could change. But how could she trust him after everything he'd done? Cain seemed to read her turmoil. Halting an arm's length away, he said gently,
"You owe me no forgiveness. I know I must earn back your faith."
He lifted a hand as if to touch her face, but let it drop without making contact.
"All I ask is that you leave the door open to the possibility, a chance for me to prove myself. The man you knew in that dreamlike state, that's who I want to be, and that's who you make me."
Alice saw the sincerity in his eyes, and it again caused her to waver, her emotions seesawing. She glanced away, struggling within herself. Cain waited with uncharacteristic patience as she waged this inner battle. When she finally met his gaze, his expression held only that nameless, vulnerable thing she'd glimpsed earlier. "I can't promise anything," she said at last, "except that I'll try to hear you out, try to understand. I'm pissed. Don't get that wrong for a second, but I can't lie to myself or you and say there's nothing between us." Cain's shoulders slumped in relief.
"That's all I ask."
Tentatively, he reached for her hand. When she allowed it, he brought it to his lips in a fervent kiss.
"Thank you,"
he murmured against her skin. Straightening, he grazed her knuckles once more before releasing her hand. Alex flexed her tingled fingers, off balance. She knew this changed nothing, not yet. But the sensation of his lips, so reverent, called to something inside of her, that foreign thing she couldn't put her finger on. Over the next few days, Cain was the picture of restraint, keeping a careful distance. Alice watched him, searching for glimpses of the man he claimed she brought out in him. She caught it in fleeting, unguarded moments, his lips curving up at some private thought, a look of wonder passing over his face as he gazed out at the sunset. He seemed lighter somehow, The perpetual tension in his frame eased. He was also unfailingly patient and not pressuring with her, as if he could sense her lingering wariness. Like the predator he was, Cain was playing a subtle game of pursuit designed to slowly win her trust. And despite her misgivings, Alice's reservations steadily melted away. There was just something about him that called to a deep, primal part of her spirit, an affinity she couldn't deny. So she found herself, almost against her will, softening toward him. She sought out his company, reminiscing over shared moments, real and imagined. The bond between them was complex and flawed, but undeniably real, or at least it felt that way. One evening they sat talking quietly together as twilight deepened to dusk. Alice grinned, a mischievous light entering her eyes. "Did I ever tell you about the time I nearly blew up my high school chem lab?" Cain raised a brow, amusement tugging at his lips.
"Now this I have to hear."
"Well, it was the beginning of junior year. I already had a reputation for being a bit of a mad scientist." Alice laughed self-consciously. "I got a little too enthusiastic about my experiments sometimes." She absently played with a strand of her hair as she conjured the memory. "On this particular day, we were supposed to be making esters. Pretty basic stuff, combining alcohols and acids." Her eyes took on a faraway look, seeing the past unfold again. "I finished the lab steps quickly, so I decided to get creative. The chemicals were just sitting there, waiting to be combined in new ways." Alice shook her head ruefully. "In hindsight, not my brightest idea. I started mixing things together somewhat haphazardly, just to see what would happen." She mimed pouring from beakers, her movements precise even in pantomime. "I was so focused on my tinkering that I didn't notice the smell at first. Sharp, kind of rotten." Alice wrinkled her nose at the memory. "By the time the fumes registered, they were pretty strong. Acrid enough to sting my eyes and make it hard to breathe." Cain watched her intently.
"What did you do?"
"Panicked, mostly." Alice gave a self-conscious laugh. "I realized I'd created some toxic gas, but wasn't sure how to stop it. So I just started grabbing beakers and dumping them in the sink. Of course, the combination of whatever I'd made with water created more fumes. They started hissing up from the drain." She threw her hands up. "At that point, I started yelling for help." Alice shook her head, grinning. "Poor Mr. James had to evacuate the whole lab, call the hazmat team and everything. It was a mess." She smiled ruefully at Cain. "The fire department showed up ready for disaster. I think that was the moment my reputation as the Mad Hatter was cemented. My classmates teased me that there was no way I was Alice, as the Wonderland story goes, but I definitely fit the image for the other character."
Cain chuckled, his gray eyes warm. "Only you could turn a basic high school lab into a hazmat situation." He tugged playfully at her hair. "But knowing you, I'm sure you learned something from it."
"Oh, absolutely," Alice nodded. "I learned not to mix unknown chemicals without proper safety precautions." They shared a laugh, the sound wrapping around Alice like a warm blanket. She treasured these easy moments together, even if she still felt like she was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Cain chuckled.
"You certainly leave an impression wherever you go."
The tender tone in his voice sent a familiar warmth curling through her. On impulse, Alice caught his hand, weaving their fingers together. Cain went still, and his eyes dropped to their joined hands. Slowly, he curled his fingers, returning the intimate grasp. When he lifted his gaze back to hers, the look they shared was weighted with ceremony. Alice knew, on some bone-deep level, that they had crossed an invisible threshold tonight. Toward what, she couldn't say, but the axis between them had subtly shifted. Cain reached up to tuck back a lock of her hair, and then trailed his fingers lightly down her cheek.
"May I kiss you, Alice?"
Her pulse quickened, and she nodded mutely. Cain cupped her face with exquisite tenderness. Still, he hesitated, holding her gaze questioningly until she whispered, "Yes." Only then did he close the final distance between them. When their lips met, Alice's senses came alive in a way she'd never known. That otherness inside of her awoke like a sleeping dragon. Cain pulled her close but didn't take control. Instead, he let her set the pace. She sank into the kiss, chasing the exquisite sensation. Her hands slid up his chest, around his neck, tangling in his hair. They parted just enough to share a breath. Cain's eyes glowed, his restraint hanging by a thread.
"We should stop before this goes too far."
Suddenly, Alice gasped, one hand flying to her churning stomach. The pleasant warmth from moments before vanished, replaced by sudden, vicious nausea. Cain sat up straighter, brow furrowing in concern.
"Alice, what's wrong?"
She shook her head, clamping her mouth shut as bile burned the back of her throat. The room tilted sickeningly. Lurching to her feet, Alice stumbled toward the bathroom. She only made it a few steps before her roiling stomach clenched. Doubling over, she retched helplessly onto the floor. Cain was at her side in an instant, grasping her shoulders.
"Talk to me. What hurts?"
Alice opened her mouth to respond, but could only gag as another wave of nausea hit. She retched violently, bringing up only thin streams of bile. Cain swore under his breath. Keeping a supportive arm around her, he guided Alice the rest of the way to the bathroom. Kneeling by the toilet, she continued to heave even after her stomach was empty. Between bouts, Alice gasped, "Something's wrong inside me," before dissolving into dry retches again. Cain used a wet cloth and wiped her face gently when she finally slumped back. But the respite was short-lived. Only minutes later, Alice's body went rigid. Her limbs jerked and thrashed outside her control. Cain's shocked scream seemed to come from very far away. Alice wanted to cry out, to make it all stop, but she was locked in her seizing body. Darkness encroached on her vision. Summoning the last of her strength, she reached for the healer bond that she'd seen when Sally had visited her. "Sally, please." She pushed down the link before everything went black. Cain ran through the corridors of the facility. He hated that he had to leave Alice, but he was terrified she was dying. Claude might have started it, but Cain had been the one to give her his blood, vampire blood. She was a damn gypsy healer, the purest of the pure. Why he thought her magic would accept his blood, he hadn't a clue. He'd been desperate, just like he was at this very moment. He reached the door to Finn and Lizzie's room, or cell, whatever the hell you wanted to call it, pulled out a key and quickly unlocked it. He shoved the door open so hard that it hit the wall with a thud and bounced back toward him, but his arm was already up to keep it from closing.
"I think Alice is dying,"
he said to a shocked-looking Lizzie and a frowning and growling Finn.
"I don't know what to do to help her."
"Dying how?" Lizzie straightened from the defensive crouch she'd taken when the door had opened.
"Dying how?" Cain repeated. "What the hell kind of question is that? Dying isn't going to be the opposite of alive."
Lizzie rolled her eyes. "What are her symptoms, you ridiculous parasitic asshole?" Cain didn't have time to address the fact that perhaps she should watch how she talks to him.
"She was fine 1 minute, and the next she grabbed her stomach and tried to run to the bathroom. She began vomiting and groaning. She started convulsing, and then she passed out."
"Where is she now?" Lizzie asked as she started toward him.
"In my room. I laid her in the middle of the bed on her side."
When Lizzie reached him, Finn was practically pressed against her back. "Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to take us to her?"
"What are you going to do?"
Cain's hands opened and closed restlessly. "I have no damn clue," Lizzie snapped. "But you came to tell us for a reason, right? Because 3 brains are better than 1. I want to see my friend, and let's all put our supernatural knowledge together and see if we can come up with some options for how to help her." Finn nodded as his glowing eyes bore into Cain. Finally, not really knowing what else to do, Cain spun on his heel and motioned them to follow. He didn't figure Lizzie and Finn would attempt to escape as long as Alice was in trouble. At the moment, he honestly didn't care. He just wanted her to live. She had to live. He wasn't sure he could go back to the empty existence he had known before she came into his life. Sally sat down on the couch next to Jackie, with Jen on her other side. The office was nearly empty now that everyone had their orders. Kara took a seat on the coffee table in front of them. As one of the resident pregnant females, like Sally, she'd been relegated to remain in the Sprite stronghold. Sally noticed that Nick walked backward to the office door, his eyes on Kara the entire time. "I'll be fine, Nick," Kara called out, not bothering to look over her shoulder at her mate. "Go do your thing and save the world with the rest of the warriors. Come back to me with badass stories to tell our daughter."
"You drive me crazy, female."
His handsome face was masked by a deep frown.
"I love you."
"Love you too, yeah?" She grinned. This got a crooked smile from Nick just before he disappeared into the hall. "Y'all are cute," Sally told her. Kara winked. "Please tell him that when he gets back." Sally opened her mouth to respond, but the words froze in her throat as the room went suddenly black. She blinked, and when she opened her eyes, she was no longer sitting in Fane's makeshift office. Instead, she found herself in the room where she had visited Alice. The scientist lay in the middle of the enormous bed, her body convulsing so hard it was a wonder her neck didn't break. "Alice!" Sally rushed to the bed and grabbed her shoulders, trying to hold her still. Kara suddenly appeared beside her. "What's wrong with her? How did she reach you?" "I have no idea. One second I was sitting on the couch next to Jackie, and the next I'm here." "I grabbed your hand and followed your essence." Kara rubbed her small stomach, a nervous gesture that Sally often did as well. Sally pulled on the power living inside of her, the power that was a part of the fabric that made her who and what she was, then sent that light into Alice. The convulsing slowed until it finally stopped. Sally moved her hands from Alice's shoulders to her head and closed her eyes. She sought anything that seemed abnormal, calling on the aid of the great Luna to give her wisdom beyond what she had. Sally didn't have a clue what was going on, which meant she didn't know how to help. She let her light flow over Alice's mind, looking for any synapses that might be misfiring. At first glimpse, there was only darkness. Alice's body and mind were drowning in an endless night. Sally pushed deeper, searching for the source. There, intertwined with Alice's spirit, thin tendrils of inky shadow pulsed and writhed, exuding a subtle wrongness. Sally recoiled instinctively before steeling herself to examine closer. Not simple physical sickness, then. This was unnatural, alien, an invasive contagion that didn't belong in Alice's system. Sally's chest tightened with dawning understanding. "It's the vampire blood," she whispered. "Her body is attacking it like a virus." Which meant, in trying to destroy the foreign incursion, Alice's own immune system was turning against her. A civil war was raging inside that she couldn't survive. Sally opened her eyes, dread and urgency swirling. "Her body is literally killing itself. I don't know how to stop this." The words had barely left her lips when a radiance filled the room. Sally's breath caught at the beautiful, majestic presence. "Great Luna," she murmured, going to her knees. Beside her, Kara did the same. "Do not fear, daughter," the goddess's voice whispered through Sally's spirit. "I have heard your plea. I will help you save this child." Heart leaping, Sally raised her head. "Tell me what to do, please." The light coalesced into a shimmering female form. She reached out translucent hands to rest on Sally and Kara's heads. "Rise." Her touch was pure love, casting out all shadow. "When your hearts seek only to heal, you may stand before me." The great Luna gestured to where Alice lay motionless on the bed. "This child strayed from the path I laid out for her." Her voice spoke into the space, and no longer just Sally's mind. "There are always consequences when we use our free will poorly." Sally bit her lip. "She was manipulated by Cain. Surely she doesn't deserve this." "The natural repercussions of wandering from the fold are never out of balance. But only by returning to her true path may she be saved." The goddess's voice resonated through Sally's soul. "Even now her mate seeks her. Their bond calls out, though they have yet to meet. Mate, Sally's heart lifted with new hope. He can save her. It's his blood she needs. We have to bring them together. The great Luna inclined her head. I will send Perizada to guide the male here swiftly. Her form began fading. Trust in your gifts, daughters. All will be as I will it. As the light vanished, Sally turned to Kara with fierce determination. It's up to us to keep Alice alive until her mate gets here. Taking Alice's chilly hand between hers, Sally bowed her head. Hold on just a little longer, she whispered. Your true mate is coming. Calling on every ounce of power within her, Sally resumed pouring healing energy into Alice's failing body. She would not lose this bright soul to the darkness. Sally mine, Costin's worried voice filled her mind. What's going on? I can feel you pulling my power through the bond. Sally quickly filled her mate in on what was happening. You keep doing what you're doing. Send me as much power as you can. You know the drill. What about the other healers? Can you reach out to them? They can share their power with you. I can't. I have to stay focused, and Kara is with me. We both need to be completely tuned into Alice. You reach out to Rachel and ask her to get in touch with the others. On it, Costin assured her. You stay safe. The goddess is watching over us. We will be fine. Costin's love enveloped Sally, warmth pouring into her where the cold from Alice's form had penetrated her psyche. Thank you. I love you. Love you more. Costin didn't leave her completely, but remained like a shadow in the back of her mind. Sally couldn't fault him for it. She was pregnant with their child, and just being away from her was an enormous concession on his part. Costin is telling Rachel, Sally told Kara. We can get the other healers to lend us some of their power. Kara nodded. Good. Sally saw the healer had dark circles under her eyes. Kara, take a break. Kara gave in to Sally's suggestion, pulling her power back a bit. Nick's about to lose his damn mind. She took big breaths of air. He has good reason, Sally pointed out. He just got you back. Kara's face tightened briefly. I know, but I'm not a fragile damsel in distress. He has to let me stand on my own 2 feet. He will, Sally smiled. Once you're no longer pregnant and helpless. Kara snorted. Doubt it. Kara's right. Perizada suddenly appeared on the other side of the bed. Nick will never give her space. He's too dominant. Better to just accept him as he is and find ways to drive him crazy. That's super healthy relationship advice, Peri, Sally said dryly. Since you're handing it out for free, how about you help Alice out and go get her mate? This time, I'm not even ticked off that it's one of you healers that must be saved. Again, Peri sighed. It got me out of a really awkward conversation. Glad we could be of service. Sally continued to pour light into Alice, attempting to fight off the female's immune system. Now, could you please go do what the Great Luna asked you to do? One alpha, bossy, rogue-as-hell werewolf coming up, Peri said. You want fries with that? Sally nearly laughed. Jen would suggest whipped cream. Not touching that with any length of pole. Keep her alive. She's the key to bringing Cain and his whole operation down. Then the High Fae was gone. She's fun, Kara said dryly. Did someone order 4 gypsy healers? Stella's voice filled the room a moment before her body appeared. Next to her, Heather, Anna, and Jewel appeared. Sally was surprised to see Jewel, but now was not the time to inquire about how she was. Thank you for coming. We've got to keep Alice alive. She's the healer I told you about. What's wrong with her, Sally? Heather asked as Anna took the blind healer's hand and led her to the bed, helping her find a place to sit. She drank vampire blood, Kara answered. Stella scrunched up her pretty face. So she's not the brightest bulb in the box? Get over here and help, and I'll fill you in, Sally commanded. We got nothing better to do at the moment anyway. Don't judge her too harshly. Remember, we've all done dumb things. Nothing as dumb as falling in love with a vampire king, Kara muttered. What? Anna, Heather, Jewel, and Stella asked simultaneously, all of their eyes wide with shock. Sally felt their light flood into Alice and saw the shadows of the vampire blood recede a bit more. shrinking away from their healing abilities. Okay, so once upon a time there was a scientist.
Chapter 8. Humans are constantly chasing longevity. They're always looking for ways to live longer and look younger. They don't stop to consider what a longer life would actually mean. Brief moments on the mountaintop highs, while climbing through the depths of the valleys the rest of the time. They have no idea that at some point, death is a gift, a beautiful mercy.
Maxim. Maxim leaned back in the creaky wooden chair, absently spinning his half-empty beer on the scarred tabletop. Across from him, Alexei was regaling their small group with a story about his latest exploits in Minsk, eliciting raucous laughter from the other wolves. Normally, Maxim would be right there with them, eager for any distraction from his increasingly dark thoughts these days. But tonight he wasn't in the mood.
"You're quiet tonight, Alpha," Alexei observed, cutting off his tail. "Trouble brewing?"
Maxim shrugged his broad shoulders.
"Just restless. The pull is stronger than ever."
Alexei's eyebrows shot up. The entire table sobered instantly, focusing on Maxim. His inner turmoil over his still unknown mate was an open secret among the pack males.
"Any clues where she might be?"
Alexei asked gently. As Beta, he understood Maxim's frustration.
"Only dreams."
Maxim took a long swallow of his beer.
"Never full images. Just..."
He struggled to put the impressions into words. A slender hand gripping his dark hair that he longed to bury his nose in, laughter like bubbling champagne, and shadows. A male figure lurking behind his mate, blurry but unmistakably sinister. Growling softly, Maxim shoved the specter from his mind. Just dreams, harmless shadows. Alexei watched him with worried eyes. He clapped a supportive hand on his shoulder before tactfully changing the subject. The conversation moved to lighter topics, but Maxim's smile was forced. The truth was, he was beginning to despair of ever finding his true mate. After over 2 centuries, shouldn't their bond have guided them together by now? Maybe she truly was lost to him somehow. The thought hollowed him out inside. He was pulled from his brooding when the pub's front doors blew open. Wind swirled through the interior, kicking up eddies of dust and debris. The lights flickered wildly. Every wolf was on their feet in an instant, hackles raised. Magic was palpable in the air, tickling the fine hairs on Maxim's nape. Something powerful was in their midst. 2 cloaked figures strode through the chaos, with seemingly no concern for the surrounding wolves. As they reached the center of the room, the smaller figure flung back her hood. Maxim's breath left him in a rush. A high fae, but not just any high fae, Perizada. Regardless of her small stature, she seemed to fill the room. Her unearthly beauty and angular features were classic fae features, as were those ancient piercing eyes. Her taller companion, however, was not a fae. In fact, Maxim could smell the wolf on him. The wolf pushed his hood back, and Maxim saw the face of Fane Lupei, Perizada's mate, and brother to the most powerful alpha in history, or at least until his son took the mantle. Every one of Maxim's wolves jumped to their feet. Some crouched, ready to attack if he should command it. He gave a subtle shake of his head as he waited to see what this visit was all about.
"We seek the alpha of this ragtag, unofficial-as-hell rogue pack."
Perizada sounded bored.
"We've been sent on behalf of the great Luna herself, so please don't waste our time."
Pulse thundering, Maxim found his voice.
"I am Maxim, alpha of this pack. Why do you seek me?"
Perizada tilted her head as if listening to some silent voice. Her next words shattered Maxim's world.
"Your true mate is knocking on death's door in the clutches of a vampire, and she will die without you."
Lucian cursed under his breath as he looked down at Perizada.
"You couldn't have lessened the blow a bit, beloved."
The high fae shrugged.
"Why? He either cares or he doesn't."
Maxim forgot to breathe. It was real. She was real. His mate was waiting for him somewhere right now. the dreams, the pull, all of it was real. His daze broke when Perizada turned on her heel, her mate doing the same, clearly expecting Maxim to follow. Snapping back to himself, he leapt after the pair. He felt Alexei a step behind him. He didn't bother to tell his beta to stay behind. Alexei would be in charge while the alpha was gone, but Maxim must know more. Perizada and Lucian strode ahead at a brisk pace, forcing Maxim into a near jog to keep up as he peppered the Fae with urgent questions.
Her name?
Alice, Perizada answered without slowing. The name wrapped around Maxim's mind, both foreign and intimately familiar. He pressed for more.
How did she come to be with a vampire?
He spat the last word like a curse. Peri said nothing at first. She and Lucian only forged ahead. They finally stopped when they reached the parking lot of a pub.
I can only tell you what our creator has shared. Her father works for the American government. She wasn't given a choice. Cain, the vampire king, is working with the human government to build an army of hybrids.
Perizada's tone remained flippant, despite the shocking information she was sharing.
That's why the vampires are hunting down dormants?
Maxim asked as comprehension dawned.
Yes,
Lucian answered.
Cain has captured many. To our knowledge, he's only managed to make one hybrid.
Turns out your mate's blood was the key ingredient to making it happen,
Perizada continued. Maxim's wolf perked up even more.
Why is her blood necessary?
Because she's a gypsy healer.
Perizada's words were a tad gentler, but it still felt like he'd been punched in the gut. His mate was a healer.
By the goddess,
he muttered as he rested his hands on his hips.
And she's in the clutches of the vampire king?
The words came out in a growl as his fur rippled across his skin before he got his beast under control.
In the clutches isn't exactly how I would describe her predicament.
Perizada hesitated. She pushed her long, white blonde hair over her shoulder as she glanced at Lucian.
What does that mean?
Maxim wasn't really sure if he wanted the answer.
I don't know details, Peri began, but the other healers that are currently keeping her tethered to this world have told me that she and Cain have a connection.
She has a connection to a vampire? How the hell does a gypsy healer have a connection to a vampire?
Maxim's breathing was harsh as his hands fisted at his sides.
She was bitten by a vampire named Claude. Fane is currently hunting that son of a leech, but afterward, Cain saved her life by giving Alice his blood. So that is most likely what has caused this romantic interest.
Maxim's heart pounded painfully in his chest.
Romantic?
What the actual hell? He let out a slew of cuss words in his native tongue as he ran a hand through his shoulder-length hair.
I'd thought my mate must have died. It's been so long. I've been fighting the damn darkness for so long, and now I find out that she's shacked up with the vampire?
Rage simmered beneath his skin at the idea of his mate enthralled with a leech. His wolf snarled and strained against its bonds. Lucian must have sensed the turbulence in Maxim as he speared Maxim with glowing wolf eyes until the wolf reluctantly quieted and he dropped his gaze.
The girl did not choose her path, the Fae said. At least not in the beginning. She wasn't given a choice in the matter of helping Cain. And again, I only know what I've been told. She found out what she was once she started working for Cain. Before that, she didn't even know of the supernatural world. Then she got kicked in her lady parts again by Claude. Cain came to her rescue. So, perhaps, Perizada raised a hand, she's got Stockholm Syndrome. Whatever it is, it won't matter in a day or so because she will be dead. Is that what you want, Maxim Rurik?
Her brow rose as she narrowed her eyes.
Do you want a chance to figure things out with her, the one female the great Luna made for you? Or do you want her to die, which will then eventually make you go feral? At which point my mate will hunt you to put you down like a mangy dog, because those are your choices.
Maxim inhaled slowly, mastering his roiling emotions through sheer force of will.
Where is she? Area 51, Lucian answered. The government's not-so-secret bunker. How do you know that she's ill?
The gypsy healers have the ability to communicate with one another using their own bond, Perizada explained. Right now, there's 6 of them using their light to keep her body from killing itself because of the foreign blood in her system. Their essences are with her, not their physical forms. We haven't yet been able to breach Cain's defenses. He still has his Fae on his payroll, and they've got a barrier around the perimeter. No flashing in, the High Fae told him, shutting down his demand for her to take him to Alice right that second. Maxim growled.
How am I supposed to help her if I can't get to her?
We're still working that part out, Lucian said. Now that you know of her...
I've been feeling the pull for a while and having dreams of her,
Maxim told the other wolf.
And there was a shadowed man as well.
Ouch, that had to suck, Perizada muttered.
I didn't understand.
Maxim sat down.
I certainly didn't imagine he could possibly be her lover.
The word tasted like acid on his tongue, and he once again wanted to tear something, anything, apart.
For now, we will take you to the Sprite Realm, Lucian offered. That's where Fane has set up a safe place for us. Originally, it was a haven from the Order, but they've been disbanded. Now the threat is Cain and this hybrid army he's been creating, supposedly for the United States government.
Maxim's head was still spinning from the torrent of revelations, but he forced himself to focus. He turned to find that his beta was standing 10 feet away. He looked as shocked as Maxim felt.
Alexei, you're in charge while I'm away. Contact me if anything changes. Mind the vampires that are hunting dormants. Kill them on sight. Now that we know why, there's no mercy.
His beta nodded.
Be ready when you return with your mate.
Mate. The word sent a fierce surge of possessiveness through Maxim's gut. No matter Alice's history with Cain, Maxim would remind her body and soul of who she belonged to. He turned back to Perizada and Lucian.
Take me to the Sprite Realm. I'm ready.
Sally and the other healers have done their bond thing and connected with Alice, Costin said as they sat crouched outside a known supernatural hangout. Decibel's eyes remained focused on the door to the building.
Do you need to go back?
No, Costin sighed.
She needs to do this without me constantly hovering over her, even if my wolf is raging to get back to her.
Sally is pregnant, not an invalid, Jen said from the other side of her mate. You know, if she needs you, she will tell you in a heartbeat.
Costin knew Jen was right, but that didn't make it any easier to be away from his mate, especially when he knew she was doing something so taxing, like keeping another supernatural being alive.
How did we get this lead? Jen shifted on the ground where she knelt. Because so far, not a damn person has come out of that door or gone in.
One of Peri's pixie spies, Jackie answered. You know she's got eyes everywhere. It's a wonder the sprite who stole the book could get her hands on it without Peri finding out sooner.
Why are we even waiting? Jen threw up her hands. Regardless of what supernaturals are in that building, they don't stand a chance against us. Seriously, look at us. An elf king, a warlock queen, several ancient fae warriors, and some badass wolves. We totally got this.
We need a plan, baby.
Decibel's deep voice rumbled in the night.
We can't just enter an unknown situation and hope for the best.
Worked for us, Jen winked.
Adam chuckled.
Only Jen would compare her relationship to a hunting operation.
Just speaking the truth, fairy boy,
Jen snarked. Krina groaned.
Please quit calling my mate fairy boy. That totally makes me feel like a creeper, and I'm centuries younger than him. Fairy man, fairy male, or just Krina's mate are all acceptable alternatives.
Jen glanced at the she-wolf, her eyes narrowing a bit.
You're not pregnant too, are you? Because you're not usually this touchy about things. You're a let-it-roll-off-your-back type.
Adam's head swiveled around so fast that Costin thought the usually graceful fae male would fall over.
Krina?
No, she snapped quickly. I'm not pregnant, and don't you think I would have told you if I was? Decibel hissed.
Hush. Only this group of misfits would sit in the dark talking about feeling like a creeper, being pregnant, and keeping said fake pregnancy from their mate, all without bothering to keep their voices down.
Costin thought the beta had a point.
This is a boring field operation, Des, Jen whined. What are we supposed to do?
Be quiet and keep a sharp eye. Her mate didn't miss a beat. The first request totally disqualifies most of us from this operation, Adam offered.
Costin shifted restlessly, tuning out the rest of their banter. He was torn between needing to protect his mate and his pack duty. Sally was linked with the other healers, using their magic to keep a stranger alive. Meanwhile, he crouched in the shadows, tracking down a dangerous book of dark magic. His wolf growled, unhappy being so far from their pregnant mate. But Sally had insisted they go. This mission was too important.
Remember what's at stake,
Decibel rumbled, no doubt picking up on Costin's demeanor and ever perceptive of Costin's turmoil about being separated from Sally.
If the enemy gains control of the book, the consequences would be severe.
Costin nodded grimly. The Nishtonia contained sinister power, the knowledge to open portals between worlds, and to raise and control the dead, if legends were true. It could not remain in the hands of the dark sprite who had stolen it. Celise clutched the Nishtonia to her chest, glaring out at the shadows where she knew the wolves lurked. Did they truly think her such a fool? She was no mere sprite now. The book's dark power thrummed through her veins, enhancing her senses. These so-called allies of Andorra, the Sprite Queen, meant to ambush her and steal back the glorious knowledge she'd claimed. They would fail. Tracing a claw-like nail over the ancient runes embossed on the cover, Celise summoned the book's might. "You will serve me," she intoned. "Open the way so I may smite those who oppose my will." The air hummed with gathering power. Celise's lips peeled back in a feral smile as a small rent tore in the fabric of reality before her. Beyond the wavering portal, fire and endless night awaited. Hell would answer her call. With an otherworldly shriek, misshapen forms hurtled through the breach, claws outstretched. The demons were small and weak, but they would distract her enemies long enough for her to escape. As the first creatures crossed into the physical plane, Celise wrapped herself in shadows and slipped unseen from the building. Jen's head jerked up at the bone-chilling screeches splitting the air. Seconds later, the glass door they'd been watching shattered under the force of clawed, writhing bodies. "What in the seven hells are those?" she yelped, scrambling away from the creatures, now spilling across the parking lot right toward them. Decibel shoved her safely behind him, already beginning to shift to wolf form. "Hellspawn," he bit out grimly. "Note to self, stop calling Thea spawn of hell. She's nowhere close to these creepy psychos." Jen let her wolf phase just enough for her claws to come out to play. Her eyesight sharpened to that of her wolf's, and her sense of smell enhanced, which was not a good thing, since the little demons reeked of sulfur. Well, at least we're not bored anymore. As her mate and the other wolves charged to intercept the creatures, magic exploded outward in blinding bursts from the hands of El, Adam, and Sin. The three Fae were brutal in their ferocity as they hit demon after demon. Jen leapt forward with Jackie, calling on her wolf's power that flowed so fiercely within her. Together they attacked the first demon that reached them. The creature's skeletal body was hunched and angular, with knobby protrusions jutting out at painful angles. Its flesh was blackened and charred, as though it had been badly burned. Long, spindly arms ended in claws that looked sharp enough to gut a man with one swipe. Its head was oversized and oblong, with a large, snarling mouth filled with pointed fangs. Beady red eyes glowed with malevolence above a smashed-looking nose. Overall, its mismatched proportions and charred flesh gave it a twisted, almost pitiable appearance, if not for the aura of undiluted malice radiating from it. This was a being formed of darkness, rage, and pain, bent only on destroying anything it encountered. Its hellish shrieks and snarls inspired instinctive horror and revulsion. "We're honestly doing these guys a favor by putting them out of their misery." Jen swiped out a clawed hand. "Can't disagree with you, bestie." Jackie dropped to one knee and slammed her fist into an oncoming beast's chest, wrenching out its heart. It fell to the ground immediately and then burst into flames. Jen paused, looking at where the ashes lay. "Dramatic ending," she smiled. "I like it." "Of course you do," Krina added dryly. The male pack members formed a defensive circle around the females, which was ridiculous, but seeing as how they still had demons barreling toward them, Jen let it lie for now. Krina had fully phased into her wolf form. Soren was only partially phased, his legs bent at an odd angle, as he stood up looking much like the werewolves depicted in human fiction. Thalion, the elf king, had a bow at the ready with an arrow nocked. He let it soar, and Jen watched as the arrow hit its mark, the demon erupting into flames with a high-pitched screech. "I'm taking care of the noise." Sin tried to shove her way around Thalion, her mate. For an endless minute, the parking lot was pure chaos. Wolves snarled, steel sang out from the Fae that had pulled their blades, and bursts of power flared from Lily as well as the free hands of the Fae. Jen was shocked by the single-minded fury with which the demons fought. But thank the great Luna, they were outmatched. At some point, the onslaught receded. Whatever portal allowed their entry must have finally closed. One by one, their twisted forms collapsed and dissolved back to ash. As the last beast fell, an eerie quiet descended, broken only by heavy breathing. Jen slumped forward, resting her hands on her knees as she sucked in large gulps of air. Decibel knelt so that he was eye to eye with her. His amber eyes searched her face. "You good?" She nodded and reached up to pat his cheek. "No worries, Bee. I'm pretty hard to kill." "That's a lie," Jackie piped up. "You've died more than any of us. You're just hard to keep dead." Jen shrugged. "That's fair." Cautiously, they regrouped, watching for any renewed threat. Thankfully, no more demons appeared. Jen let out a shaky laugh. "Remind me not to complain about being bored. That wasn't the type of entertainment I was looking for." Thalion approached, looking grim. Sin shadowed protectively behind him.
"Something ripped open a portal to bring those creatures here, but the one who did it is long gone. They could have kept the portal open if they'd stuck around."
The Elf King's sword disappeared, and he deftly rebraided his long hair.
"It's been quite some time since Hellspawn entered the human realm, the closest call being when Cypher nearly accomplished it."
Jen's eyes snapped to Lily. Her best friend's mom, the warlock queen and former mate to Cypher, took a deep breath and appeared to be composing herself. At times, she still had the empty stare of someone who'd lost something special to them and didn't know what to do with themselves now. Thalion's eyes narrowed, gazing at the empty building.
"Celise knew we were coming. I suspect she has found dark allies willing to aid her."
Jen blew out a breath. "Of course she did. The real question is, what's she gonna do with that creepy-ass book now? What more can it do other than just open a portal to the land of the wickedly dead?" "It can raise the dead," Sin answered. "I'm sorry, what?" Jen and Jackie said in unison. "I don't remember that being a threat when Desdemona wanted to use it to open the gates of hell. Is this a new development?" Decibel helped Jen stand up.
"No, Jackie, it's not new, but it's not necessarily a well-known or reliable ability. To our knowledge, the power is only theoretical. We don't know that the book has ever been used successfully to bring a person back."
"That's not reassuring, Des," Jen pointed out. "Reassuring would be something like, that's a silly rumor that has been proven to be wrong time and time again." She looked at her mate. "See how that sounds better than only theoretical?"
"Maybe so, baby, but it's also completely BS."
"Which we all know is typical for her," Jackie added. Jen pointed at them. "I'm letting you two off the hook for those ridiculous statements because I'm covered in demon ash and I want a shower." "I have no doubt you'll get your revenge." Jackie waved her friend off. Jen gave a sharp nod. "Damn straight."
"Let's report back to Fane."
Decibel looked at the Fae for their transportation. As Jen placed her hand on Sin's arm, she gave it a squeeze. "If I've never told you thank you for hauling our asses around like annoying cargo, let me do it now. Thank you, Sin, Elle, and Adam." "Glad to be of service," Sin said in her usual flat voice. If Jen hadn't known the Fae female longer, she'd have thought Sin was annoyed, but because Jen did know her, she understood that was just Sin's RBV, resting bitch voice. Your RBV goes perfect with your RBF. A small smile kicked up one side of Sin's face. Anyone ever tell you that you're as annoying as a burr in the ass? Is that the same as a pain in the ass? Jackie asked. Because if so, then yes, she's well aware. We've tried our damnedest to make sure Jen was aware of her own annoyances. The problem is, she doesn't give a flying flip. It's also what makes me a damn good friend. I'm friends with those who I want to be friends with, no matter what others might think. Take Sin, for example. Most people would assume she's a dick and not want to be her friend. But I, Jen pointed to herself, appreciate her dickness and applaud her for her ability to remain emotionally stagnant in intense situations. Good grief, Krina groaned while others in the group chuckled. Let's get back to the sprite stronghold before any more hellspawn wiggle their way through some tiny slip of a hole in the fabric between their realm and ours, and before Jen spews anything that might actually offend someone. Jackie made a circle in the air with her finger, indicating everyone should grab onto a Fae in order to be flashed back to the sprite realm. Jen simply winked at her friend and alpha female. You know, in order to get me to shut up, I'd have to care about offending someone. Jackie nodded. Believe me, I'm well aware. Somehow you've managed to not die at the hands of some sensitive being simply because you have a big mouth that's never had a filter. You should get an award. Agreed, Jen smiled. Please make sure it comes with whipped cream. You people keep thinking I'm joking about that, but I'm dead serious. Chapter 9.
If you had told me when I was 17 that in just a few short years I'd be the alpha of the largest pack in the world, not to mention the alpha of all alphas, I'd have laughed in your face. But here I am, and damn it all if I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I feel like I'm winging it on a hope and a prayer. I wish I could ask my father if this was how he felt in all of those impossible situations, or if he actually did have it all under control, as it always appeared. What I wouldn't give to just talk to him one more time. Fane. The neon lights of the Vegas Strip were a blur as Fane gunned the SUV down the busy road. In the passenger seat, Tenya's eyes were closed in concentration as she focused on the fading connection to Claude. They were close. Fane could feel it. She'd flashed them to the city, but then Fane had made the decision to use human methods of transportation because Claude would be less likely to suspect them to do so. I have to give the idiot credit. He picked a nearly perfect place to disappear.
Not so perfect that I won't find him. Tenya's power linked them still, however tenuously. She'd made it very clear that she would lead them right to the leech's lair, no matter what it took. In the back seat, Dylan, the Colorado Pack Alpha, was a steady, watchful presence.
At least he didn't choose New Orleans. I get sick of visiting that cesspool of supernaturals.
I second that, Myanin spoke up. Although my final vote on Claude's choice of hideout will depend on which city has the greater quantity of readily available cotton candy. We've got to get you some help, Tenya said dryly, her eyes still closed. Fane could practically feel the concentration flowing off of her. It's not natural for someone to be that addicted to any particular junk food. You should be glad for it, Myanin pointed out. You have something to bribe me with. I'm totally a cotton candy hoe.
Bloody hell, Garrick sighed. Who taught you that term?
Fane had to admit, as his lips tilted up slightly, that the Great Luna had done an excellent job at giving him allies with the ability to bring the intense atmosphere down multiple notches. Jan, Myanin answered matter-of-factly. She has excellent linguistic skills. This made several of the males in the SUV laugh, attempting to cover it with coughing. Never say linguistic skills again. Tenya didn't miss a beat as she pointed to a side street. Turn here. Fane's simmering rage returned as he rolled down his window a tad so that his wolf could catch the surrounding scents. The air was ripe with the smells of supernatural beings. It would be a challenge to pick out only one, but he would find it. Fane was desperate to mete out justice to Claude for the part he played in injuring a healer. not to mention aiding Cain in the abduction of a host of dormants. The vampire would pay dearly.
"Here,"
Tenya said sharply.
"He's somewhere in this area."
Fane pulled the SUV down another side street crammed with warehouses and seedy strip clubs. He smelled bloodsuckers. They were edging into heavy vampire territory, but it was still too crowded an area for most to be out feeding.
"We'll go the rest of the way on foot," Fane decided. "Tenya, can you help disguise our scents?"
"On it."
Skender, who had already climbed from the vehicle, offered his mate a hand to assist her from the SUV. It made Fane long to have his own mate at his side. But she had her own mission to handle. He didn't reach out to her through the bond, no matter how badly he wanted to, because he didn't want to risk distracting her if she was in a situation that required concentration.
"Dylan and Nick, you two phase," Fane commanded. "I'll only phase if I have no other choice. Let's attempt to take him alive so we can question him."
Dylan nodded his approval as they slipped from the vehicle. Fane's packmate circled up around Tenya and Myanin protectively. Garrick, Skender, and Drake looked ready for a fight. Nick's jaw was tight, no doubt thinking of his own mate's ordeal. It was not easy to be a mated Canis Lupus, especially when your mate had been through hell at the hands of a sadistic SOB. Fane turned to Tenya.
"Point us toward him."
Brow drawn in concentration, she led them between two warehouses toward a block of run-down apartments. Fane scanned their surroundings warily, one hand holding a fey blade that had been enchanted by Thalion so that it would not miss its target. If Claude caught their scent, he would run again. A thrown knife hitting him in just the right spot could be the difference between losing him or capturing him with minimal injury. At the building's entrance, Tenya halted.
"Here. He's somewhere inside."
She made a motion for everyone to move closer.
"Stay in a tight group so I know I've got all our scents contained."
Fane reached out with his wolf's hearing, sweeping the interior with his senses, but found nothing amiss. Still, he trusted Tenya's intuition.
"We'll check it floor by floor," he directed. "If you cannot take him alive without him escaping, then kill him. He will not be left to attack another healer or assist Cain any further."
His pack nodded, vicious anticipation in their eyes. Even mild-mannered Garrick looked eager to teach Claude a lesson. Fane understood each of their wrath. He shared it, but he knew they must be smart about this. They moved swiftly but cautiously through the building, checking every dingy apartment for signs of Claude. But each small space was still and empty until they reached the top floor. Exiting the stairwell, Fane detected a subtle shift in the air, a whisper of awareness that meant something unnatural was close. Claude. Trusting his wolf's instincts, Fane followed the sensation to the far apartment. A nod caused Nick and Dylan to move to cover potential escape routes, while the rest fanned out behind Fane. He tried the knob, unsurprised to find it unlocked. Easing the door open soundlessly, he crept into the dark interior, blade raised and ready in one hand, while claws were extended on the other. The other hunters followed him closely. There was no movement, no sound, but Fane could feel eyes studying them from the darkness. With hand signals, he directed Skender, Drake, Tenya, and Myanin to circle the room, cutting off any escape. Tenya began murmuring. A moment later, a few balls of floating light hovered in various spots around the room. When the light appeared, Claude burst from concealment behind an overturned sofa. He made a desperate bid for the door, but Skender intercepted him in a blur. The two grappled viciously before Skender managed to hurl the vampire away. Claude rolled to his feet, fangs bared and bloody.
"Come to finish what you started, Alpha?"
His voice dripped contempt even as his eyes darted for an escape.
"I won't make it easy for you."
Fane's answering smile was cold.
"I'm counting on it."
With a snarl, Claude charged straight for him. Fane stood motionless, allowing Claude's charge to build. Inches away, he spun, the fey blade singing as it sliced across Claude's torso. Howling, the vamp staggered but kept coming. Dylan and Nick rammed him from either side, sending him careening into Garrick's waiting blade. The combined assault knocked Claude to his knees, dark blood pooling beneath him. Still, he glared up at Fane with wild hatred.
"End it and be done, dog," he rasped wetly. "Your life is forfeit, but I'm not ready for you to be dead yet," Fane told him coolly. "You have information we need. We can get it the easy way, or—" he glanced at Tenya. "She can go in and take what we need. I have a feeling it won't be pleasant." Claude spat viscous blood. "I may not like our vampire king, but I won't willingly betray him. The hard way it is." Fane stepped to the side. Tenya came forward and placed her hands on either side of Claude's head. He hissed at her, then yelped.
"Hissing earns you a zap," Tenya warned him. "Do it again, and I'll make your death slow as your brain melts and oozes out of your ears."
"Dude, can you really do that?" Myanin whispered from the right side of Fane.
"Yes,"
Tenya answered her friend, keeping her focus on Claude.
"Maybe that will deter you from giving me crap about your damn cotton candy obsession."
"I make no promises," Myanin huffed.
"Why did you leave Cain in the first place?"
Tenya asked the vampire.
"If you could break my hold, why would you need to leave the safety of his stronghold?"
Tenya waited and then repeated the question. The vampire stared back at her with unmistakable hate.
"I want no part of Cain's plan,"
Claude finally answered through gritted teeth. He tried to clench them tighter, trying to keep from talking, no doubt.
"Not all the vampires care about coming out of the shadows. We just want to be left alone, but he's decided we need more. In reality, all he's going to do is get a bunch of us killed for his own mission."
"He's not wrong," Myanin offered. "Lots of wars would have been prevented if soldiers had understood they were simply pawns to the people they called leaders."
"Where are you planning to go?"
Claude's face turned a bright red as he stared daggers at Tenya.
"There are underground cities of vamps that Cain doesn't know about. I'm headed to one of the entrances." "One of the entrances?"
Fane cocked his head to the side with narrowed, bright blue eyes.
"How many entrances are there?"
Tenya asked.
"Too many for you to attempt to guard,"
Claude answered, satisfaction filling his tone. Tenya's brow rose.
"But these vampires in the underground don't want any part of Cain's world vision?"
"No," Claude spat out. "We're not stupid. We know powerful supernatural species have joined forces. We don't stand a chance against you," he snarled. "Cain was first blinded by greed, but now he is blinded by that scientist that he's decided is his destined mate. He thinks she can save him, that she can offer him some sort of absolution with the great Luna."
Claude laughed.
"The fool. As if the great Luna would pardon someone who has murdered thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of people in the course of his life."
Claude laughed even harder.
"He even thinks Alice will ignore his past. I think drinking her healer blood has somehow given him a conscience."
"Is there anything else of importance we need to know?"
Tenya asked Claude. The vampire returned her stare, his eyes sort of roaming over her face.
"If Cain succeeds in making those hybrids, he will be their sire, which means if he dies, they all die. It also means they will do anything he says because of the sire bond. If you don't want a bunch of innocent dormants dead, you might want to kill him before he changes them."
"Of course," Claude chuckled.
"He's already sired one, so she will die when you kill him, and since she's newly mated, her male will die with her. Guess you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Welcome to what it's like to be a vampire."
He continued to laugh, the sound maniacal and wicked. Tenya looked up at Fane, and he gave a nod. It was time to end the vampire's life. She pulled the fey blade from Claude's body, only to slam it right back into his chest, into his heart. Breathing harshly, Fane watched dispassionately as the vampire slowly dissolved to ash. It was done. Dylan's heavy wolf body leaned into Fane's leg in silent approval. They had dispensed justice tonight, no more or less than that. Fane turned and strode from the room without a backward glance. There could be no celebrating such dark deeds, only moving relentlessly forward. Claude had pointed out something they'd failed to see. Lizzie and Finn's destiny were tied to Cain's. He had no idea how to prevent them from dying if they killed Cain. Fane growled and threw a punch through a nearby wall, leaving a massive hole. He needed Jacqueline. Fane needed her reassuring presence and calm. One minute he was walking through an empty apartment building, and the next, Tenya had grabbed his arm and flashed him. When his feet hit the floor again, he saw he was in the bedroom he shared with his mate in the sprite realm. Tenya flashed away, and just as she left, Jacqueline took her spot, dropped off by Sin. Somehow, both Fane knew that the alpha pair needed a minute without the rest of the pack, and for that, Fane was grateful. Jacqueline's concerned emerald eyes met his across the room. In 3 quick strides, he had her wrapped in his arms, the tension easing from his frame.
"Thank the great Luna," he murmured into her vibrant hair. "I need you."
Her arms tightened around him.
"I felt it. I asked Sin to bring me straight here. What's happened, Wolfman?"
Fane allowed himself a moment more to simply breathe her in before stepping back. Closing his eyes, he focused wholly on her scent, the sweet aroma of fresh snow that was uniquely Jacqueline. It enveloped his senses, instantly comforting and familiar. He nuzzled against her vibrant red hair, picking up traces of her shampoo mingled with her natural fragrance. Drawing back slightly, he brushed his nose along the slender column of her neck, indulging in the silken warmth of her skin. There he found her scent pure and undiluted, speaking to his soul of mate, home, and love. It eased the lingering turmoil inside him, soothing his wolf in a way nothing else could. With great reluctance, Fane finally leaned back, opening his eyes to meet her understanding gaze. Her scent filled his nose, inundating his senses, bonding them together more profoundly than words ever could. For a perfect moment, she was his entire world. 3 deep breaths later, and he was ready to discuss the shitstorm that was stirring.
"We found Claude. He's been dealt with."
His jaw clenched, remembering the vampire's taunts.
"But his last words disturbed me greatly."
Taking Jacqueline's hand, he led her to the plush couch and sank down, pulling her close again. Her nearness soothed his lingering turmoil. Still, unease gnawed at him as he relayed all that had transpired. Claude's ambush and capture, his telling words about Cain. Things were more dire than Fane had first realized. Jacqueline listened intently, brow furrowing.
"So Claude confirmed Cain has some hold over the lives of Finn and Lizzie. But are they aware of it? Because if they're not, they need to know, like yesterday."
Fane nodded grimly.
"I agree. I'll reach out to Finn through the bond he opened. Unfortunately, Cain has the upper hand. One misstep could cost countless innocent lives."
He ran a hand through his hair in frustration.
"I don't know how to free them without risking their safety, short of capturing Cain and locking him up for eternity."
Gently, Jacqueline turned his face toward hers. Resolve brightened her eyes.
"We'll figure it out. Together. Maybe there's a way to break a sire bond."
Her assurance eased some of the tension in Fane's chest. With his mate by his side, she made him feel like he could handle anything, even this vampire king.
"Your turn,"
he prompted with a half-smile.
"Tell me what I missed on the hunt for the sprite with the Nushtonia."
Now it was Jacqueline who grimaced.
"We found her, all right, but the sprite has gotten more dangerous."
She recounted the full chaotic scene of the fight with the demons and the sprite's apparent escape. Fane listened intently, alarm and pride warring within him.
"You battled Hellspawn?"
He cupped her face between his palms, searching for any injury. Jacqueline laughed.
"We're all fine. Those demons were ugly, but not particularly smart. Their attack mode was straightforward and predictable."
Her expression sobered.
"But if the sprite is messing with that dark magic now, she needs to be stopped sooner rather than later."
Fane agreed grimly. The Nushtonia posed a catastrophic threat, especially with the unstable sprite wielding it.
"Do you think the sprite female has allied with someone?"
He mused aloud.
"I can't imagine that she'd be able to access such power as opening a portal without help."
"I think we have to assume she has."
Jacqueline's mouth tightened.
"We'll just have to find her allies, too. Cut off all her options until she is alone and vulnerable."
"My fierce Luna is ready to take on the world."
Fane's heart filled with adoration for her.
"I know, right?"
She chuckled. Only a few years ago, I was a teenage peeping Tom, staring at you through the blinds with binoculars, for goodness sake. She covered her face with her hand. Let's leave that part of our story out when we tell Slate how we met. He twined a lock of her fiery hair between his fingers.
Have I told you lately how remarkable you are, Luna? I cannot imagine doing this life without you.
Jacqueline's lips tipped up. I could stand to hear it more often. She brushed her thumb over the worry line between his brows. But for now, your wolf needs to rest. Let go of the burden for a while. Fane started to protest, but she pressed a finger to his lips. Just be here with me for a few minutes, then we can check on Sally and Kara. The quiet words pierced through his focus on battles and threats, reminding him of what truly mattered right now. His mate was here, safe, loving him. The rest could wait for a moment. With a rumbled sigh, Fane allowed his mind to settle fully into the present. He drew Jacqueline down against his chest, savoring her warmth, her nearness. She was his anchor in the chaos. Her lips grazed his jaw tenderly. All things in their time, Wolfman. The endearment made his heart swell. Turning his head, he found her mouth, pouring all his love and gratitude into the unhurried kiss. Later, there would be dark deeds and enemies to face. But here, now, there was only her, his Luna. Fane let everything else fall away as he lost himself in their shared connection. The coming war would wait. He had all he needed right here in his arms. Chapter 10. It's all fun and games until someone mixes the supernatural blood of different species without considering the consequences of their actions. Okay, that's not true. None of it is fun and games. These are people's lives, damn it. Am I the only one who realizes how dumb this is? Admittedly, I don't have the best track record since I'm actually the very first experiment. Shut yo' face. Being homeless kills brain cells. Lizzie. Sally focused on maintaining her connection with Alice as she quickly explained the woman's plight. She'd gathered all the information she needed from Alice's mind. Perhaps Sally shouldn't have snooped, but she needed to know what they were dealing with. There was no way this could be a true bond. There was something that tied Alice to Cain, but it wasn't love, or even adoration like Alice thought. It was a bond for sure, but not a good one. From what I gather, she thinks she has feelings for Cain. She's definitely attracted to him, Sally explained. But that small bit of attraction was all it took to make the sire bond stronger than it should have been. Instead of simply feeling loyal to him, Alice's mind believes she's in love with him. So this leech seduced her into drinking his blood? Disgust was written across Stella's pretty features. Sally sighed. No, she was forced to when Claude... A vampire? Heather interrupted. Because only a vampire would have a name like Claude. Yes, Sally replied. And a stuck-up ass, no doubt, Sally added. Because anyone named Claude has got to be a snob. Claude was a lot of things. At the top of that list is selfish, narcissistic asswipe. Got it. What did Claude the narcissistic asswipe do? Anna made a continue motion with her hand for Sally to continue. He tore Alice's throat out. There was a chorus of, "What? Seriously?" and "Damn" from the group of healers. Sally waited until they quieted to continue. Apparently, Cain flipped his vamp lid and forced Alice to take his blood so she wouldn't die. She wasn't given a choice, Heather muttered. Isn't that assault or something? He was trying to save her life, Kara argued. Heather shook her head, her unseeing eyes looking in the direction of the others. Doesn't matter. She couldn't give consent. Deciding to turn someone into a vampire because you need their blood for your sick experiments ranks right up there with rape. Sally tried not to flinch, but Kara's reaction was less muted as her jaw clenched. Sally gave her an understanding look. They'd both been violated in ways that no person ever should, and they were memories that, though they might fade, would forever live in their minds. So, is she bothered at all that he forced the decision on her? Anna asked. Sally nodded. She wasn't happy, and she's been fighting to break free, or at least she had been. I don't have any idea what's happened since the last time we were in touch. Kara picked up the story seamlessly. But we know the vamp blood is poisoning her. We have to purge it from her system before... Her voice broke slightly. They all understood the unspoken words. Before it kills her.
"We won't let that happen," Sally said fiercely. "Alice is strong. She broke the hold Cain had on her when he was forcing her to remain suspended in a comatose state, and she isn't alone now."
Closing her eyes, Sally felt the others' lights join hers, pouring strength into their embattled sister healer. The darkness infecting Alice retreated farther beneath their combined assault.
"We'll keep her stable," Sally promised. "Peri is bringing her true mate. His blood should be able to cleanse the venom for good."
Stella cocked a brow. "This chick has a true mate and still got involved with a vampire? Wasn't she made aware that she'd have a wolf for a mate because she's a healer?" "Even if she was aware, the heart doesn't always listen to reason," Anna said quietly. "And if it's not her heart that has made the choice, then she didn't have a chance to begin with. Supernatural bonds are powerful. Obviously, the sire bond is more than we realized." Sally shook her head, her hand clasping tightly to Alice's.
"None of that matters now. We just have to buy time until he arrives."
The others nodded resolutely, and they bent their efforts back to the fight raging inside Alice. Bit by bit, they beat back the poison a little farther.
"Hang on," Sally urged. "Keep fighting, Alice. Your mate is coming."
This wouldn't be easy. The vampire's hold ran deep, but with their combined strength, Sally knew they could hold death at bay until Alice's true mate could save her. They just had to keep pushing back the darkness a little longer. 5 minutes more. It was Jewel who spoke for the first time.
"Just be stronger 5 minutes more, Alice."
"Drink this." A voice broke through the barrier of the dream state. Sally frowned.
"Who is that?"
"That's Lizzie's voice," Kara said eagerly. "She must be in the room with Alice. She's trying to help her in the real world while we're in this dream state." "You know this Lizzie chick?" Kara nodded at Stella. "She's a dormant, though I didn't know that when we were kids in the system. I thought she'd died." Kara waved a hand. "That's a story for another time. The point is, we aren't the only ones fighting for her, and if I know Lizzie, she will do everything she can to make sure Alice doesn't end up with Cain." Heather nodded.
"So we have an ally on the inside?"
"Definitely," Kara said.
"Let's hope our combined strength can keep her here."
Sally continued to pray to the great Luna for the woman. Alice hadn't asked to be brought into their world in the first place, but now she was stuck, whether she liked it or not. Fragments of sound filtered into Alice's hearing. She heard the voices of the females she'd met in her dreams before, and she heard Cain's anxious voice. It was weird to hear them in tandem without the ability to respond to either. She couldn't open her eyes. Her lids felt as if they'd been taped shut. Alice's body was manipulated and moved, clothes being removed and replaced, a wet, warm cloth on her face, washing her tenderly, the pinch of something in her arm. But sickness and seizure racked her again. Each time she started to surface, something pulled her back under. She was rolled to the side of the bed as she vomited into a bucket. Once, she was roused just long enough to see Lizzie press a mug urgently to her lips. "Drink, it's blood. You need strength." Alice managed 2 swallows before her traitorous body rejected the offering. She turned her head and retched helplessly as the world faded away again. In the void, she sensed Sally's presence, reassuring but worried. "Hold on 5 minutes longer, Alice." Another voice, one she didn't recognize. So that's what she did. Instead of worrying about if she would live, Alice tried to fight for 5 minutes longer, and then 5 minutes longer after that.
"Peri is looking for your mate," Sally told her. "He'll be able to fix this."
Alice's stomach twisted. What mate would want her after she drank the blood of a vampire, kissed the lips of that same vampire, and even considered a future with him? She knew he was bad news, knew what he was capable of, and for some reason, Alice had allowed herself to think she could love him. What the hell was wrong with her? Suddenly, fire shot through her veins. There was an inferno raging through every cell of Alice's body. She was burning alive from the inside out. This was no sickness. Alice was being unmade. She wanted to scream, and maybe she was screaming. Alice couldn't tell because she couldn't move. at least not in an unconscious state. A single coherent thought pierced the delirium. "I'm dying." She clung fiercely to the healer bond, clinging to Sally and the other bonds wrapping around her like a lifeline. Even so, the flames consumed her. All she could do was pray that they'd find the supposed true mate, and that he'd want her, even though she'd already shared a part of her heart with someone else. And not just anyone, but the damn vampire king. You can't just sort of screw up, can you, Alice? Nope. If you're going to make a mistake, you're going all in and make sure it's the mistake of a lifetime. At the tail end of the thought, she heard another voice. A deep, masculine voice. It had an accent, but Alice was entirely too delirious with pain to figure out who it was.
"I'm coming for you, female of mine. The Vampire King will pay for touching what wasn't his to touch."
Finn hovered just inside the opulent bedroom, apprehension gnawing at his gut as he watched Lizzie bathe Alice's fevered brow. His mate was the picture of gentle care, but fury smoldered in her eyes every time Cain approached the bedside. When the Vampire King reached out to brush a lock of hair from Alice's face, Lizzie intercepted his hand with a hard slap, the sound reverberating off the walls. "Don't," she bit out. "You've done enough harm already." Cain gave an infuriating smile and then acquiesced and stepped back.
"Such ferocity, pet. I only want to help her."
Finn bristled at the endearment. He longed to rip Cain's lips from his face so the bloodsucker could smile no longer. Lizzie bared her teeth, hating the words as well. "You can help by staying away. She's fighting your poison, in case you've forgotten."
"I didn't want to make her sick. I was trying to save her in case you've forgotten. And I am still trying to save her."
"If you wanted to save her, then you'd have gone in search of her mate the second after you gave her your disgusting blood," Lizzie snarled. "You want her for yourself, but she doesn't belong to you, Cain." His name was like a curse on her lips. "You've been attempting to play house with her, knowing damn well that you aren't for her, and more importantly, she is not for you." The verbal sparring continued as Finn observed silently. He and Lizzie walked a dangerous line here, but Finn would shred anyone who tried harming his mate. For now, Cain seemed too distracted by Alice's state to truly challenge Lizzie's defiance. A whisper of awareness in Finn's mind jerked his focus inward. Fane was contacting him through the Alpha Bond. Relief flooded through Finn at that mental touch. For some reason, he'd been unable to reach Fane when he'd needed to. He had no idea why it was working now, but he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. They were not as alone here as it seemed. Fane's solemn voice filled his mind.
"There is much we must discuss, Finn. Events are moving swiftly."
Finn closed his eyes, opening his thoughts to his Alpha.
"What news, Fane? Tell me how to help Alice."
There was a heavy pause before Fane responded.
"Her fate and Lizzie's are bound to Cain now that he has created them, for lack of a better term. It is the sire bond."
Finn stiffened, claws extending involuntarily.
"Lizzie has been fighting the sire bond already. She feels it, but the true mate bond trumps it."
"Even unto death?" Finn didn't have an answer, and he wasn't willing to gamble on it either. If his mate's life was really tethered to the vampires, the chance that he and Lizzie had, the fleeting chance for a happy, healthy life filled with laughter, love, children, a pack, would be lost forever. If that happened, Finn vowed to find Cain in the afterlife and beat the ever-loving hell out of him, and then repeat the process for all eternity. Rage threatened to choke Finn into unconsciousness. Fane's voice remained steady, calming.
"All is not lost, Finn. We have a plan."
Forcing his fury down, Finn focused on Fane's words.
"Tell me what you need me to do, Alpha. Lizzie and I are with you, and we will get Alice out, too." "I know, and it will take all of us together to end this threat. We must capture Cain alive if we are to free Lizzie and Alice. He cannot be allowed to roam free, but we cannot put his life in danger, at least not until we've figured out how to fully break the sire bond between them."
The words sent a spike of fear through Finn's gut. take Cain alive instead of ripping him limb from limb? Finn's wolf raged at the idea of not being able to destroy the evil that had hurt their mate, but the man understood that sometimes revenge had to wait. As if sensing his turmoil, Fane continued gently.
I know your wrath and share it, but this is the only way to protect them. Will you trust me?
Jaw clenched, Finn bowed his head.
You know I do, Alpha. For Lizzie, I will do anything.
Pride colored Fane's tone.
I would ask no less of any male for his mate. Together we will see them safely freed.
Some of the tension eased from Finn's shoulders. With this Alpha and his pack behind him, they could accomplish this impossible task. The great Luna had chosen Fane, a male above reproach and worthy of such power, for a reason. Finn would follow him until Fane gave him a reason not to, which he honestly didn't think would ever happen.
What else do you need from me, Fane?
Keep your mate and Alice safe a while longer. We know Perizada is out searching for Alice's mate. I have no idea how he will react when he hears the news of his mate, but we need to be prepared to subdue him, if necessary. I will be present when my pack raids the compound. We will come in the night. Our Fae allies will handle any protective spells Cain has placed on the building.
The Alpha paused, and then continued. Fane outlined the plan for Finn. He would lead his warriors, Fae, Elf, Wolf, Warlock, and Sprites, to capture Cain as quickly as possible. Hopefully his army would consist mostly of vampires, which Fane's warriors could mostly handle with ease. Any Fae loyal to Cain would be the biggest problem, but they would simply have to deal with them as best they could. Finn absorbed the details, turning them over in his mind. It could work with speed and strength on their side. Cain would never see it coming, especially if he were distracted by Alice's health. One matter still troubled Finn deeply.
What of the dormants Cain keeps imprisoned? We cannot leave them at his mercy.
Fane agreed solemnly.
I know, and we will not. We have a secondary team prepared to free those innocent souls while Cain is contained.
Relief left Finn's knees weak for a moment. They would free everyone under Cain's sadistic control, not just Lizzie and Alice. He whispered a fervent prayer of thanks to the great Luna. Turning his focus back to his mate, Finn observed her with fresh eyes. Her fierceness and loyalty were even clearer now, knowing she willingly stayed in danger to help Alice and the others. His brave, beautiful Lizzie. Soon they would be free to build a life together, to get to know one another more deeply and complete the bonding ceremony. Fane's voice brought Finn back to the mental conversation.
The pieces are in motion. We will come for you all very soon, brother. Be ready.
I will,
Fane vowed.
We will make sure everyone is ready.
Fane's approval washed over him. Then his presence was gone from Finn's mind, leaving confident optimism in its wake. Cain approached Lizzie again, only to be met with a warning hiss. Finn hid a smile. She was a warrior, his mate. She would not falter now when their liberation was so near. Soon this would all be over. Cain would fall, his vile operation crushed for good, and Finn would finally take Lizzie far from this cursed place to live beneath the light of freedom and hope once more. Glancing at Cain, oblivious to his impending downfall, Finn allowed himself a small, vicious smile. The vampire had no idea the storm that was coming for him, especially if Alice's mate made it in time for the raid. But the bloodsucker would learn soon enough. Lizzie glared at Cain as she brushed Alice's short, dark hair. The poor scientist looked like death, her skin pale and cool to the touch. Lizzie wanted to cut the vampire and then feed his entrails to some hungry hogs.
We can try someone else's blood.
Cain paced the room as he had been for the past hour. She throws up the blood. Lizzie was exhausted from arguing with the fool king. Finn was a constant shadow behind her, and she could feel the rage rolling off him. She knew it was taking every ounce of self-control not to kill Cain.
If I knew it wouldn't hurt you or Alice, he'd already be dead,
her mate said into her mind. We'll figure it out. We just need to get Alice better. Then a thought hit Lizzie. If they could get Cain out of the picture for just a few moments, they might actually have a chance at getting Alice strong enough to leave the compound. On second thought,
Lizzie made sure to keep her tone sharp and pissy. Maybe trying the blood of another gypsy healer would help.
Lizzie, Finn's voice was a warning in her mind. What are you doing?
Saving my friend, Lizzie replied pointedly. Cain's feet faltered, and then he turned to face her.
Maybe it would, but in case you haven't noticed, I don't have a stockpile of healers just lying about ready and willing to share their blood with me. And I checked at the healer supply store down the road last week. Apparently they are all sold out.
Lizzie was momentarily speechless. Was the vampire being a smartass? She gaped at him for a second before finding her voice. The wolves have healers. They could loan us one. The scoff Cain gave her was almost comically loud.
You think Fane, Alpha of Alphas, would let another healer into my lair?
Lizzie rolled her eyes. Lair? Seriously? You're not freaking Batman. And if you give your word via a blood oath to immediately return the healer back to Fane, then yes, I think he would allow one to come. Finn, could you get on that for me? She asked her mate in a sweet voice.
Reaching out to Fane now.
Lizzie kept her attention focused on Alice, hoping to keep Cain from seeing her giddiness at the idea of getting an ally from Fane's pack on the inside with them. It would finally give her some real hope that they would get out of this mess alive.
Fane says he doesn't love the idea, but he knows the healers would all willingly do it. But the only way a healer can come in is with her mate, Finn told her. He's also already got 2 teams ready to come in and get us all out.
Do you have a way to contact Fane? Lizzie looked at Cain. Cain chuckled, the sound low and dark.
I'm sure the Alpha has eyes on this place. I imagine I could walk outside and have the attention of at least a dozen of his warriors.
Lizzie shrugged. Maybe the Vamp King wasn't as dumb as she thought. Then step outside and make your request known. But I hope you plan on keeping your end of the bargain. If not, I wouldn't blame Fane if he decided innocent casualties are worth your death.
You don't know him, and you didn't know his father, Cain told her. Fane Lupei was the most honorable man in the supernatural world. He would have raised his son to never accept innocent casualties, no matter what.
Lizzie's brow rose. And I think you underestimate how badly Fane and his pack want your head mounted on a wall. Okay, so maybe she should tone down her bitchiness a couple notches. But damn, it was hard when Alice was slowly dying, and the Vampire King had the gall to act like he was perfectly safe from Fane's wrath. Maybe Fane wouldn't give up innocence, but Lizzie hadn't been raised by anyone honorable. In fact, she hadn't been raised by anyone. And those that pretended to have a hand in her upbringing had always had their own selfish agendas. Did that excuse her willingness to kill a couple hundred sleeping dormants? No, but she couldn't promise she wouldn't do it anyway.
Lizzie.
Finn sighed. She didn't hear disappointment in his tone, just acceptance. This was who the world had shaped her to be. She could change. She could be a better human, a better hybrid, whatever the hell she was. But at the moment, the only thing she could think about was the fact that the man standing 10 feet from her didn't have the right to draw breath. He needed to die.
He will, mate, Finn assured her. But we have to figure out how we can do that and protect ourselves as well. And take heart for Alice. Fane said his gypsy healers are helping her through their bond. She's not fighting on her own. They're keeping her tethered to this realm.
Lizzie blew out a breath at the news. Thank the great Luna. Peri held the phone to her ear as she stared at Maxim. The male was huge, not unlike most of the Canis Lupus males, but he was also big simply because of his demeanor, the way he carried himself. It would be interesting to see how he responded to the other dominant males in the pack. Hence why she was calling Fane instead of simply flashing into the office. Fane answered the phone.
You found him?
Well, hello to you too, Alpha, Peri said dryly. Yes, I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. Although I could use a vacation, so if you could pencil me in for one soon, that would be great.
Fane was quiet, and she could practically feel him rolling his eyes. Seconds ticked by.
You're not any fun anymore. Have you been hanging out with my mate?
Peri?
Fane's voice was a deep, controlled growl.
Fine, she sighed. Yes, he's here with me. Just outside, actually. I didn't want to flash in without preparing you all. Considering the house is full of pregnant females with mates on high alert, like squirrels on crack."
"That was oddly considerate of you,"
Fane acknowledged.
"Don't get used to it," Peri warned. "This is a one-time deal because one of my healers is on the brink of death, and I don't need any more complications than I already have."
"Naturally. Bring him in. I'll keep the males in check."
The call ended and Peri slipped the phone into her pocket.
"I am plenty fun,"
Lucian said from beside her. She looked at his stoic, handsome face.
"Yes, my love. You're an absolute riot."
Then she looked at Maxim.
"Are you ready to meet the Alpha?"
Chapter 11.
"My life will never be the same. I can't decide if that's a good thing or bad thing. Only time will tell."
Maxim. Maxim braced himself as the Fey woman's piercing gaze turned to him. Was he ready? Honestly, nothing could have prepared him for the turmoil that finding out about his true mate had unleashed. But he would not falter now. Maxim had led a rogue pack for decades. Under his care as Alpha, he'd kept them fed, safe, and healthy.
"I'm ready,"
he rumbled. Alice needed him. Nothing else mattered. He'd deal with his jumbled emotions about Fane Lupei later. The female Fey gave a sharp nod. Anticipation and something like sympathy flashed in her violet eyes. Then the world blurred around them. When it steadied, Maxim found himself in a spacious office. He only had a moment to take in the assembled pack before colliding with another mountain of a male. Pain burst through Maxim's jaw from the blow. He snarled, grappling with his attacker. The need to dominate and defend arose, red fury hazing his vision, until a commanding voice cut through the chaos, stilling them both.
"Enough!"
The wolf with which Maxim grappled immediately released him, his eyes lowered in submission, but not to Maxim. The newcomer blinked, his own fight instinct receding. These were not enemies. Perizada made a disparaging sound.
"I did warn you they were on high alert. Honestly, Maxim, getting decked was inevitable. Although I am a little surprised it wasn't one of the males that's expecting a pup."
Maxim turned to the tall, solemn man, from where he could feel the calming power emanating. Power and confidence marked him as the Alpha.
"Fane."
The man met his gaze steadily.
"My apologies for Decibel's overzealous welcome. We are, as Peri said, all on edge."
"Can't say that I'm sorry."
A blonde female pressed closer to Decibel.
"It's hot when he gets all caveman."
She held up a hand.
"Not with me, of course, that crap is annoying, but when he's feeling the need to defend me, that's HOT.
"Jen, stick a cork in it." A red-headed woman stood next to Fane. It was clear, not just from the way he kept his body slightly in front of her, but by the power and presence surrounding her, that she was Fane's mate. Maxim worked his jaw and then dipped his chin, first to Decibel, then to Fane.
"No harm done."
He understood a mate's need to protect. It was as much a part of their DNA as their hair or eye color. Fane's lips quirked. He gestured to the others.
"My pack and allies. We all share the goal of bringing down Cain and freeing your mate, not to mention the first hybrid and her mate, as well as all the dormants he's captured."
The reminder focused Maxim fully. He would work with the devil himself to save Alice. These wolves were infinitely preferable, even if he had been sucker-punched. Fane introduced his pack one by one. There was a warlock, Garrick, who was a mate to a fallen djinn, Myanin. She immediately asked if he had cotton candy.
"Weird."
Then there was Adam, a Fey warrior mated to Krina, a wolf female. Next was Soren, a wolf warrior, and mate to Elle, a female Fey. On and on it went until everyone had been introduced, each of whom nodded to Maxim respectfully.
"I'm Andorra."
A beautiful woman with ancient eyes full of wisdom stepped forward.
"Queen of the Sprites."
He bowed his head to her. Maxim had never met a sprite before. Just like other supernatural species, she was stunning, and no doubt at least triple or more the age she appeared. Then another couple stepped forward. Based on the appearance of their clothes, he knew at least one of them was an elf.
I'm Thalion, king of the elves, and this is my mate, Sin.
More people introduced themselves. Members of the Djinn Council and High Fays, and even the Warlock Queen was present. Maxim noted the healers, Sally and Kara, were sitting utterly still and silent. They looked to be in some sort of trance. Perizada had mentioned the healers were fighting to keep Alice alive. Gratitude swelled in him for these people he barely knew, who still tirelessly aided his mate. Lastly, Fane beckoned the red-headed female forward.
My Luna, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline met his eyes solemnly, but not without warmth.
I'm Jackie. Welcome to the crazy, she said with a kind smile. Hope you're up to a challenge.
I've waited my entire life, which has been considerably longer than yours, to find my true mate.
Maxim's voice was gruff even to his own ears.
This is not what I envisioned, but then very few things in life turn out as we expect them to. I just want her to be safe and out of Cain's clutches.
Jackie's eyes glistened, but she lifted her chin.
We will make sure that happens. She's part of our family now, too.
Fierce devotion rang in every word.
Even though you've never met her, even though she's entangled with a vampire.
He wondered just how accepting they would be.
We haven't killed the male who betrayed our pack by giving our healer over to the Order of the Burning Claw.
Jen stepped out of her mate's hold.
He is now mated and has a pup. He deserves to die for what he did. Hell, he deserves to be tortured, raped, killed, then brought back to life again to have it all repeated.
Jennifer?
Decibel's voice growled, but she ignored him.
If we can show that asshole mercy and grace, how much more will we show a gypsy healer who was put in an awful position with no way out?
Jen's hands were fisted at her side as she stared Maxim down. She was dominant and ferocious.
You have a worthy mate, Maxim told Decibel. She likes to behead people, Decibel said solemnly. I'd suggest staying on her good side.
Jen snorted.
I only remove their heads if they don't use the damn brain inside of it.
A knot of fear and anger had tightened in Maxim's gut since learning of his mate's plight. Finally, it began to loosen. It was obvious by the intense words and determined gazes of these people that, however impossible the odds, they would move heaven and earth to save Alice. It seemed they had done this type of thing before. Fane approached, meeting his gaze as one alpha to another.
You have questions for me. Ask freely. I trust everyone in this room with my life and the life of my mate.
Drawing a bracing breath, he dropped his eyes from Fane, and Maxim began.
Tell me of your plan to defeat Cain, and how I may help end him.
Maxim listened intently as Fane laid out the strategy. A small stealth team would infiltrate the compound first to disable security systems and take down vampiric guards. Adam pointed to himself.
That would be me, Peri, Lucian, Soren, Kreenim, Ianin, and Garrick. Peri and I will break through whatever wards Cain's Fey allies might have in place. Our goal will be to clear a path to Cain for the second wave, Lucian added.
Fane picked up where Lucian left off.
Once the internal defenses are compromised, I'll lead a larger strike force that comprises all the leaders.
He motioned to the 4 Djinn elders, Sprite Queen, High Fae, and King of the Elves.
We will capture Cain quickly. Speed and strength are imperative. The Vampire King is cunning and mustn't be allowed to retaliate by giving orders to any of his people, or even the humans under his control.
The Alpha went on.
Meanwhile, Jackie, Jen, and Rachel, another healer we have here, will operate as medics, helping get prisoners to safety. Rachel will try to free the dormants out of any sort of chemical or magical unconscious state Cain might have them in. Sally and other healers will work simultaneously on breaking Alice and Lizzie's blood bonds to Cain through magical means from afar. Sally and Kara are both with child and won't be put in direct danger.
Maxim agreed wholeheartedly. If his mate were pregnant, he'd be keeping her locked in a bank vault somewhere far, far away. Fane's voice pulled him from his thoughts.
And you will follow the mating bond straight to Alice's side, securing her safety.
His wolf rumbled eagerly at the thought of finally uniting with their mate.
Once Alice is free of Cain's control, it will weaken him, Fane explained. We only need to contain him briefly, while the healers break Lizzie's bond as well. Then his hold over them dies with him.
It was risky, especially since the healers really didn't have a clue how to break the sire bond, but Maxim agreed it was the fastest way to get the captured out. Cain had no inkling of the storm about to descend on him.
"My role is clear," Maxim said solemnly with a clenched jaw. "I will not fail to reach Alice's side."
Fane clapped Maxim's shoulder.
"Of that I have no doubt. Your mate's suffering will end soon, brother."
Maxim's chest swelled with gratitude for these allies, who'd asked nothing of him, yet willingly took up his cause. Cain would rue the day he dared trifle with a fated mate bond. Come tomorrow, the Vampire King would be defeated. Of that, Maxim would make certain, even if he had to tear the monster apart himself. Alice, as well as the others, would be free.
"The mate bond should kick in the closer you get to her."
Fane stayed focused on the plan.
"So you will basically have a radar that leads you straight to her."
Maxim didn't bother to mention to Fane that he'd already mentally connected with Alice briefly, reassuring her that he was coming for her. But the bond was weak, and she could not communicate back. Maxim clenched his fists, resolve steeling his nerves. Nothing would prevent him from his task. Fane's bright blue eyes were filled with understanding.
"I know you burn to have her safe, but you must wait for my signal. Premature action could doom us all."
Maxim exhaled heavily, but inclined his head. His instincts railed against leaving Alice's fate in another's hands, but he recognized the wisdom in Fane's command.
"Have faith in us and in her," Jackie said gently. "Alice is stronger than she knows. The fact that she's trusting our healers to keep her tethered to this life is huge. It means there's hope that the sire bond isn't as strong as we first thought."
"You will be united," Perizada added, "but only if your wolf behaves."
One silver brow arched at Maxim in challenge.
"You cannot let your beast rule the hunt. His only objective will be to get to Alice and kill everything in your way, regardless of the consequences. The man must maintain control. If that's a problem, I can bind your fur butt to this location, and you can wait on us."
Maxim huffed a laugh despite himself.
"I may be a male Canis lupus on the verge of finding my mate, but that doesn't make me an idiot."
Jen tilted her head from side to side. "Pretty sure those are basically the same thing." Decibel sighed, wrapping an arm around his mate and then pulling her back to his chest.
"Can you attempt to behave for a few minutes?"
he asked her softly, but not so low that supernatural hearing wouldn't pick it up. "You like me untamed, Bee," Jen teased him. "You'd be bored as hell if I was any other way." Decibel nuzzled her neck, and Maxim looked away, giving the couple some semblance of privacy, though they didn't seem to mind the audience.
"I give you my word that I will maintain control."
Satisfied, Perizada flashed a wicked grin at Maxim.
"Excellent. I do so hate having to blast sense into thick skulls."
"Liar," Jackie spoke up. "You love zapping our males."
Peri shrugged.
"Do you blame me?"
"Not even a little."
Jackie winked. Her mate's stoic expression didn't change, though Fane seemed to suppress a smile. Jackie just shook her head with fond exasperation. Clearly, this group had weathered many trials together already. Maxim only hoped they would endure this one and emerge intact on the other side. Sensing his thoughts, Fane gripped his shoulder firmly.
"Have faith in our Creator. With her guidance, we will see this done."
Maxim met the Alpha's intense gaze and saw the surety there. This man would walk through fire itself to protect those under his care. In that moment, Maxim knew they would prevail. Come what may, Cain would fall, and Maxim would have Alice safe in his arms soon. Her captivity was coming to an end. The pack would make certain of it. Even with all the reassurances, the one thing he couldn't shake was how he was going to feel once he met her, once their mental bond was complete. He hated that his jealousy was already rearing its ugly head. Just looking around the room at all the mated pairs in front of him was enough to make him envious. His jaw clenched as he thought about his mate and how she'd chosen another before him. His wolf raged inside of him, not because they didn't want her, but because it had taken so long to find her, and now it might be too late. What if she chose the vampire over Maxim, even after meeting him? He had to prepare himself for something that he wasn't sure he was capable of accepting. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open, and in came a young boy of maybe 6 years. Behind him toddled a beautiful little blonde girl, holding a doll head by the hair in her chubby hand. Jen groaned. "You have got to be kidding me." The little girl's face lit up when she saw everyone staring at her. She paused in the middle of the room and held up the head, very much reminiscent of a warrior declaring victory in battle. "Hell!" the little warrior yelled, and Maxim couldn't help but smile. "Don't encourage her." Jen walked over and knelt down in front of the child. "Thea, what did Mommy and Daddy say about carrying around doll parts?" Thea dropped her arm, the head still firmly in her grasp. "All be attached," Thea answered in the broken way of little ones. "Yes," Jen nodded. "They must all be attached to one another. And what else?" Thea sighed. "Clothes." "Exactly," Jen encouraged with a brilliant smile that matched her daughter's. "The dolls must be clothed. Though that's actually your daddy's opinion." "Jennifer," Decibel growled as he stepped around her and picked Thea up. She looked tiny against his large frame.
"Clothes are not an opinion. They're a necessity. Quit trying to teach our daughter otherwise."
Though his words were stern, there was a look of complete adoration in his eyes as he looked from his mate to his pup. Maxim was jealous of the trio. Decibel had what every Canis Lupus male dreams of, a family. "And what the heck, Tiny Tim?" Jen turned to the little boy who'd come in first. "You're supposed to be keeping an eye on her."
"Sorry, Aunt Juniper," the boy snickered. "Making up names is fun. I see why you do it now."
"Titus," Costin motioned for the boy to come to him. "Don't encourage Aunt Jen to continue to call you the wrong name."
The child skipped over to the male and threw himself into his arms.
"Okay, Daddy, I'll try not to, but I like calling her other names too."
"'Cause you're not a prude like your parents." Jen followed Decibel back to his spot against the wall. Thea patted her dad's face and giggled when he pretended to bite her fingers.
"Who's the new guy?"
Titus released his hold from Costin.
"And why does Mommy look like she's meditating?"
"I'm Maxim," he said to Titus. "And I believe your mom is attempting to keep my mate from dying."
Titus's brow rose and understanding lit in his young eyes. He shouldn't understand what Maxim was implying, but he did.
"My Mommy is good at saving people. You can trust her."
Titus lifted his chin in challenge.
"I do, little warrior," Maxim told the boy. "Gypsy healers are remarkable supernatural beings. It's an honor to meet the pup of one."
Titus smiled.
"My Uncle Gavril is teaching me to be a warrior. I'm going to be the best."
He glanced at Fane.
"No offense, Uncle Fane."
Fane's lips lifted.
"None taken, and I expect to see you as the best one day. Keep working like you have been, and you'll be able to best me in no time."
"Titus," Jackie spoke up, "does Aunt Rachel have Slate?" The boy nodded.
"Yes, she asked me to go after Theo when she escaped the playroom. Slate was eating and contained in his high chair."
"Thea," Jen ground out. "What have we discussed about escaping the playroom and Aunt Rachel?"
"No get caught,"
Thea said proudly. "Exactly." Jen tossed her arms up. "What the heck happened?"
Tie fast."
Thea looked over at Titus and frowned.
"Slow held down."
The room erupted into laughter at the little she-wolf's declaration to the boy. Titus tilted his head, looking very much like a wolf.
"No, you get better at slipping out undetected."
Thea stuck her tongue out at Titus. He didn't seem bothered in the least.
"These are 2 of 5 pups in our pack. 2 others are in the playroom nursery, and the other stays at the Warlock Fortress with his parents."
Fane looked at Maxim.
"We're expecting 2 more. Pups are a blessing from the great Luna. You have found favor in her eyes."
"They're a blessing and a curse," Jen said. "Just wait till you have one and she's yelling profanities as she strips and runs down the hall."
"Maybe she wouldn't do those things if you didn't provide such a shining example," Krina offered.
Jen thought about it for a moment before shaking her head. "Nah, it's not worth giving up my wicked ways. I'll just have to hope the rest of the village that's helping me raise her will teach her to do as I say, not as I do." "Thanks for that responsibility," Elle, the Fae female, said.
Dude, I'm preparing you for parenthood, Jen pointed out. Elle held up a hand. Or you've just showed us a good reason for birth control.
Oh, burn, Adam laughed.
Laugh it up now, Fae boy, Jen tossed back. I have a feeling one day when you have a kid, they're going to be hellions, zapping everyone in the ass with their magic.
Fane held up a hand, and the room quieted.
As you said, Maxim, we have been blessed but also challenged when it comes to our young.
Speaking of challenges, Jen tugged on Decibel's shirt, we've got to get our crumb catcher in bed. And believe me, it's a miracle every single night that she makes it there without me pulling our hair out.
Jackie chuckled.
Paying for your raising. I sure as hell would have been a better kid if I would have known I was going to eventually have a literal mini-me, Jen muttered.
How?
Thea yelled and clapped her hand to the doll head. Maxim watched in fascination. This pack was so different from his own. It made him wonder what he was doing wrong as an alpha. The love and camaraderie here was so evident, he could practically feel it like a tangible thing on his skin. His own pack always felt out of sync.
We will meet at the Vale entrance tomorrow evening according to the Area 51 time zone,
Fane said, as Decibel, Jen, and their daughter headed out of the office.
We'll see you then, Decibel assured the alpha.
Maxim, we have a spare room you're welcome to. Or if you want to sleep in your wolf form outside, we would understand.
It didn't surprise him that the alpha female would recognize that it would take a lot of trust for his wolf to willingly stay in a compound with other dominant males and not feel trapped. But his wolf actually felt amicable toward Fane and his pack. His beast also felt the trust and love among them. Almost everyone had cleared out when Maxim finally spoke.
A room would be much appreciated.
Alice drifted in darkness, her body leaden and unresponsive. Only the healer's lights tethered her spirit, keeping her from sliding into death's embrace. Then, like the first glow of dawn, she felt him, her true mate's presence kindling through their bond.
Alice, can you hear me?
His voice was hesitant but hopeful. It was already so familiar.
I'm Maxim, your true mate. You need not fear me.
I'm here,
she called back, relief flooding her. The blackness seemed to recede slightly as their connection strengthened.
You're alive. Thank the great Luna.
Maxim's profound joy and gratitude enveloped her.
At last, I've found you. I didn't know if you'd be able to respond to me.
Despite everything, Alice wanted to smile. Because she couldn't feel her body, she had no clue if she actually was.
They said you'd come.
She didn't tell Maxim that she had doubted it. She'd believed the relationship she'd been building with Cain, not just a vampire but king of all vampires, would have kept him away. Alice couldn't imagine why he'd even want her. She was tainted goods. Maxim was quiet a moment, and Alice wondered if he could hear her thoughts. She hadn't tried to block him the way she had Cain. She really didn't want to. It felt intimate and special in a way her tie to Cain hadn't been. Though, for the moment, she just wished some things could remain private until she was ready to talk about them, or until forever.
You have been so strong, surviving this nightmare.
Pride and affection suffused his mental voice. Embarrassment heated Alice's cheeks, even in this strange metaphysical space.
If you knew everything, you might not be so impressed.
Why the hell had she said that? Shut up, you moron, she chastised herself.
Are you talking about the bond between you and Cain?
His tone remained kind and open.
You owe me no justifications, Alice. I only want to understand.
Swallowing hard, Alice forced herself to continue.
I made foolish choices out of grief. I let myself be deceived. I was just so tired of being alone, of being rejected.
Her thoughts shied from voicing Cain's name or the twisted intimacy they had shared. Maxim would be disgusted by her weakness.
I could never be disgusted by you, mate.
His deep voice was full of compassion.
You were vulnerable, and that creature took advantage. The blame lies with him alone.
Despite his reassurance, shame still flooded her. My ignorance could have cost Lizzie, the new hybrid, her life, and it did cost me my own.
Perhaps, Maxim conceded gently, but the past cannot be undone. All we can do is move forward and make what amends we can.
His steady calm soothed her tumultuous emotions. Releasing a trembled breath, she realized he was right, but that didn't mean later on she wouldn't have to deal with all the hurricane of feelings going on inside of her. But for now, she needed to get free. We have to end this threat together. A fierce joy flowed from Maxim at her words.
Together, nothing will stop us, he vowed, but there will be time to talk of battles later. For now, simply rest and gather your strength. Let the healers continue to help you until I can get to you.
His warm presence enveloped her like a comforting blanket, bolstering her flagging energy. She sank into it gracefully. Maxim's touch was so different from the possessive chill of Cain's aura. Her true mate's soul sang in harmony with hers, two halves of a whole. With him, she was safe, cherished for who she was rather than what she could provide. "Tell me of your life," she requested impulsively. "I want to know everything. I mean, only if you want to," she quickly added, realizing how demanding she sounded. But she wanted to erase everything of Cain from her mind and replace those memories with ones of her true mate. She sensed his surprised pleasure at her interest.
"What would you like to know?"
"Anything you're willing to share," she insisted. "I've missed so much time with you already, but we have the rest of our lives to make up for it." Was that too forward? Was she assuming too much? She'd seen the way Finn had immediately taken to Lizzie, and they were true mates. The commitment had been there from the get-go, but then Lizzie hadn't kissed a vampire king. Damn it, what the hell was wrong with her? Suddenly she felt joy suffused through their link at her words.
"You're right, we have forever together. I look forward to every moment of it."
Settling into Maxim's soothing presence, Alice listened avidly as his deep voice began recounting his long life.
"I still remember my boyhood village so clearly," he said wistfully. "Our little thatched cottages clustered at the foot of the mountains. Thunderstorms that shook the window panes at night. My father's forge glowing hot as he hammered out horseshoes and wagon wheels."
Alice could picture a gangly, soot-smudged youth peering into the billowing flames as Maxim described it. She longed to reach out and caress the memories from his mind.
"My alpha, Mikla, found me tending my father's fire one evening. He said my potential burned as bright and offered to make me one of his warriors."
Reverence filled Maxim's voice.
"He did, and I served as one of his warriors until he was killed. Then I took over the pack. I was only 16, but the most dominant wolf in our pack. What I didn't understand was that we weren't a registered pack. We were rogues."
"It must have been frightening, taking on such a mantle so young."
"It was at first, but I had good warriors who helped me navigate the role until I could stand on my own 2 feet. Pack is family. They're here to help you when you stumble, hold you when you can't stand anymore, and cheer you on in your triumphs."
Fondness filled their bond, as Maxim recalled it.
"Centuries later, things have changed a bit, and I think it's because we still have a rogue status."
Alice's brow pinched as she understood what it meant to be an outcast, or to feel like one. It warmed her through that she was getting to know this long-hidden part of him, and that they shared something in common. She could have listened entranced for days, absorbing Maxim's rich past. She longed to explore every thread of his memories and experiences. Sensing her fascination, Maxim continued reconstructing his youth, the peaceful days and dark battles as Mikla's second-in-command, the misty forests and mountain caves engraved on his heart. Every story, each vivid detail, drew them closer. The mate bond hummed between them, thriving on his intimacy. He was sharing his very soul with her, and she would need to unburden her own regrets and hopes to him. Their relationship was beginning in an unbridled way. If Alice wanted to survive, then she'd have to bear herself as well. Together they would build something beautiful from the broken pieces of the past. Something strong enough, Alice believed, to withstand any threat still to come. She absorbed everything he told her like a woman dying of thirst. This male belonged to her and she to him. What she saw in Finn's eyes when he looked at Lizzie, she hoped Maxim would look at her the same way. The thought left her giddy, despite her dire circumstances. As Maxim's rich voice continued washing over her, Alice allowed herself to fully hope for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The darkness could not hold her anymore, not when her true mate had finally come.
"I could talk to you all night, Milishka, but you need your rest," Maxim told her, his voice gentle but firm.
"Who's Malishka?"
"You are female. It's a term of endearment."
Even in her sleepy state, Alice found herself liking the fact that he already had something special to call her. "You shared all about yourself, and I haven't told you anything," she argued, not wanting to be separated from him. The bond was intimate as hell, and though she was terrified of what he would see in her mind, she was more terrified of him not coming back. "There are things I need to tell you, things you need to know before you choose me," Alice mentally sighed. "You might not want me when you know."
"I know enough for now,"
he assured her. His voice held the edge of a cold bite.
"The rest we can deal with once we've gotten you to safety and dealt with Cain."
Alice's anxiety rose. She didn't want to come off as needy, but she couldn't stand the idea of him not knowing the things that had happened between her and Cain. Maxim was her soulmate. From what she'd learned in the book Cain had given her, and from Lizzie and Finn, that meant he literally had the other half of her soul, and she had his. "You got the short end of the stick, Maxim." Even her internal voice sounded forlorn.
"If this is about the Vampire King, then settle yourself. I already know."
Alice felt as if she'd been kicked in the gut. How did he know?
"Perizada,"
he answered her unasked question.
"The High Fate found me and told me. She believed I needed to know what kind of situation you are in. I would have come for you no matter what, Alice. You're my true mate."
"She told you I have feelings for a killer?" Alice winced internally as Maxim's mood shifted, his presence growing cooler through their bond. She shouldn't have pushed. Obviously this was a painful topic for him. How could it not be? But she had to know just how much Perizada had revealed.
"She told me enough,"
Maxim's tone was clipped,
"that you and Cain have some sort of bond because he sired you, that you care for him in some fashion."
Even in her weakened state, Alice felt pain and jealousy rolling off him in waves. Her heart ached that she could cause his turmoil. "I'm sorry," she exhaled. "I never meant to hurt you. My feelings for Cain aren't—" She trailed off helplessly. How could she explain emotions even she didn't fully understand? Maxim was silent for a long minute. When he spoke again, his voice was carefully controlled.
"You owe me no explanations. Not yet. Let's just focus on getting you free of him first."
He was shutting her out, hiding his true feelings, and Alice didn't know how to bridge the sudden gulf between them. "Please don't do that," she pleaded. "Don't pull away from me." He softened slightly at her distress.
"I'm not going anywhere, Malishka," he reassured. "I just need time to come to terms with certain things. This is new for me, too."
Alice bit her lip, wishing she could see his face. "I never meant to hurt you," she repeated earnestly. "Whatever Perizada told you, what I feel for Cain pales in comparison to what I'm already feeling for you. Please believe that."
"I do believe you, Alice. We'll work everything out. I promise."
His voice dropped intimately.
"For now, just rest. Gather your strength. I'll be with you soon."
Reluctantly, Alice let him retreat from her mind, his presence fading away. Her gut still twisted with unease. Maxim knew about Cain now. He knew she had feelings for the vampire. She could only pray it wouldn't destroy the fragile bond blossoming between them. Alice clung to the memory of Maxim's parting words, willing herself to believe them. He had promised not to pull away from her. She had to trust that their mating bond was stronger than the sire bond with Cain. Hopefully this would all be over soon. She would be free of Cain and united with her true mate. Maxim's blood would cleanse away the last foul traces of Cain's influence. Then, finally, she could put this nightmare behind her and start fresh with the wolf who held the other half of her soul. They just had to hold on a little while longer. She sent a fervent prayer up to the great Luna, who had guided Maxim into her life. "Please let him still want me when this is done. Please give us a chance to be together." For that chance, Alice would fight with her last breath. She would not lose her true mate now that she'd found him. Not after waiting her whole life without even knowing what she was waiting for. This eternal night must end. Her mate was coming, and when Alice could finally look into Maxim's eyes, she knew everything would be made right between them. She had to believe that, or she had nothing left to hope for. Chapter 12.
As a warrior, you're taught to be ready for everything and anything. But in war, there are some things you simply can never prepare yourself for. The same is true for everyday life.
Decibel. Maxim jerked back to full awareness, his chest heaving. Being in Alice's mind had felt so real, but now he was once again alone in the small bedroom the pack had provided, away from her. He scrubbed a hand over his face, his emotions churning violently. She cared for the vampire. He'd felt her affection and attraction as tangibly as if they were his own emotions. Even secondhand, that intimacy with another male scored his soul like claws. A snarl tore from Maxim's throat, and his fist slammed into the wall before he could check himself. Pain reverberated up his arm, but it barely registered through the tempest inside him. He had to get control of himself before he did any more damage. Cursing, Maxim strode from the confines of the room, his wolf straining against its bonds. He needed to hit something, rip and tear until this agony eased. He'd managed to stay calm while talking to Alice, but inside, his beast was frantic to kill the man she'd given a part of herself to. No matter how small that part was, it wasn't Cain's to have. It was Maxim's. She was his. The maze of sprite tunnels confused his sense of direction, but finally he caught a faint chemical scent and the smell of sweat found in gyms and training facilities. Following it brought him to a large open room outfitted with exercise equipment, padded floors, and even a caged fighting ring. To Maxim's surprise, he wasn't alone. The tall, dark-haired, brooding male, Decibel, was already there pounding a heavy bag, his strikes methodical and punishing. He gave Maxim an acknowledging nod before resuming the brutal barrage. Watching the controlled power in each blow helped center Maxim's chaotic emotions. He realized this was Fane's second, a dominant male used to enforcing his alpha's rule. Perhaps a spar would grant the distraction Maxim desperately needed.
"Care to go around?"
he asked Decibel gruffly. The big male paused his assault on the bag, considering Maxim for a long moment. Apparently, he saw something worth a response in Maxim's barely leashed turmoil.
"I'll warm up with you, but no permanent damage, understood?"
Maxim gave an answering smile.
"Wouldn't want to mar that pretty face of yours."
Decibel's eyes narrowed at the taunt. Without a word, he moved to square off from Maxim on the mats. They began circling slowly, sizing each other up. In a flash, Decibel lunged, proving his speed belied his massive size. Maxim blocked the strike and returned one of his own. Decibel deflected it easily, and they settled into a fierce exchange of blows, blocks, and counters. Maxim lost himself in a violent dance, using his raging emotions to fuel his strikes. But no matter how vicious his blows, the male matched him calmly. His endless patience only stoked Maxim's volatility. With an enraged snarl, he dropped his guard and charged recklessly. Decibel sidestepped and used Maxim's momentum to put him in an inescapable hold, yanking his arms up painfully behind his back.
"Yield,"
Decibel commanded. Maxim continued to struggle futilely, so Decibel gave him a punishing shake.
"I said yield."
The command in his voice finally penetrated the red haze clouding Maxim's mind. Chest heaving, he forced his taut muscles to submit. Decibel released him, and Maxim whirled to face him.
"Again,"
he demanded harshly, but Decibel crossed his arms, unmoving.
We go again when you've got control of yourself. I won't be the whipping boy for your temper, and I don't want to deal with the drama that would ensue if I killed you."
Maxim's lip curled in a feral sneer, but the male didn't so much as blink. After a charged moment, the fight drained from Maxim's body. Decibel was right. He was being reckless, not disciplined. What must this warrior think of his lack of control? Shame cooled his simmering temper. Seeing Maxim stand down, Decibel's stance relaxed.
"You're no good to your female like this. Get your head straight first, then we'll spar again."
The words sliced deep, hitting Maxim's greatest fear. He wouldn't be strong enough to save Alice, to be what she needed, or that he wouldn't be able to get past the fact that she had feelings for a male other than him. He turned away so Decibel wouldn't see the pain twist his features.
"She's your true mate, yet cares for another."
Decibel voiced the source of Maxim's anguish.
"I understand your torment, but don't let jealousy rule you, brother. Stay the course."
Maxim's shoulders slumped beneath the weight pressing him down.
"I don't know if I can do this," he said hoarsely. "Seeing her feelings for him,"
he ran a shaky hand through his wet-soaked hair,
"it shreds my soul."
Decibel stepped closer, his expression solemn.
"Your female is worthy, or the great Luna would not have destined her for you. Remember that."
His piercing amber eyes held Maxim's.
"What is between you has been written in the stars. Trust in that and in her heart."
Maxim absorbed the quiet words. This male understood his pain and didn't judge him for it. Some of the ache inside him eased. He knew Decibel spoke the truth. He had to be strong for Alice right now. Bowing his head in gratitude, Maxim said gruffly,
"You're a good man. Thank you."
Decibel clapped his shoulder.
"Any time. We'll spar again after we've completed the task at hand."
His lips quirked.
"Might even let you get in a hit or two."
Maxim huffed a surprised laugh. Some of his equilibrium restored, he followed Decibel from the training rooms back toward the sleeping quarters. He was still reeling from Alice's memories, but the reassuring weight of Decibel's hand on his shoulder kept him grounded. Maxim was not alone. The pack stood with him. For their support, he would master himself and be the male Alice needed when he brought her home. For her, he would stay strong. As he left Lizzie and Finn to continue to care for Alice, Cain pulled the door closed behind him and locked it. He didn't know what to do or how he could help Alice. Bringing in another gypsy healer might help, or it could turn into an absolute disaster. His plan to create the hybrids was hanging in limbo, and he needed to give it the attention it deserved. Most likely, another healer now would be a distraction. Lizzie was obviously a success, although she had a true mate that factored into the whole equation. The sedated dormants had no such dilemma. They would be his to control. As he strode to the main lab, he also considered that he needed to figure out his own situation. Something he'd told no one was that he didn't simply want to create the hybrids. He wanted to become one himself. He drank from Alice, but that wasn't enough to start his own transformation. He'd likely need wolf blood, and the formula would likely be different for already made vampires. Amongst the chaos, Cain hadn't considered that fact. The only werewolves around were Finn and Lizzie. He'd most likely have to knock both of them out in order to get blood from them. Reaching the lab where dozens of dormants lay unconscious, Cain paced the sterile room, rage and anguish warring within him. Alice lay dying, and he couldn't stop, couldn't give up on his ambitions that had brought her to this point. In truth, he wasn't sure he was willing to change, or that he could.
"Boss, you okay?"
Willis emerged from one of the inner rooms. Cain turned to the odd scientist in his floral shirt and flip-flops. This is what he had left to work with now that Alice was down. How could he trust so many lives to Willis's hands?
"We have problems," Cain said finally. "Transforming me into a hybrid will most likely require healer and werewolf blood."
Willis's eyes widened, and he smacked a table.
"Of course! I wondered why nothing had happened when you took Alice's blood."
It wasn't quite that simple. Alice's blood had sated Cain like nothing before. Drinking it felt strangely intimate in a way no blood ever had, but he wouldn't share that with Willis.
"We can use Finn or Lizzie," Willis suggested. "Finn's easier. That Lizzie is a hellcat. We'll start with the dormant wolf and Alice's blood." Cain overruled the suggestion. "But first we need functioning hybrids for the government, or they'll shut us down."
Things would get very ugly very fast if that happened.
"Just inject them all," Willis said. "Lizzie worked, so copy her."
Cain frowned.
"You usually urge caution in experiments."
Willis shrugged.
"I'm bored. Alice is out. Lizzie just feeds normally. I want action."
Cain pinched his nose in frustration.
"You'd risk the program out of boredom? Better than slow failure. Big moves get results."
Willis's eyes lit with excitement.
"Think of the data we'd get. Hybrid abilities, side effects, bonding dynamics. This is the breakthrough we've waited for."
Cain hesitated. He shared Willis's frustration with their stalled progress, and Cain desperately needed successes to appease the powers holding his leash.
"Very well," he conceded. "Prep the subjects. We'll move forward with a wide trial."
Willis hurried to ready the unconscious dormants with eager efficiency. As Cain watched him work, doubts plagued him. Was he letting obsession blind him, as he had with Alice? But what choice did he have? Without results, everything he'd built would crumble. Vampires would continue to be stuck in the shadows of the night. Jaw set, Cain shoved the doubts away. He had sacrificed too much to turn back now. The hybrid army would become a reality. He could finish this without her, or so he told himself, ignoring the hollow ache in his chest. She'd changed something in him, awakened needs and doubts he thought long dead. But he couldn't allow himself to be weakened by sentiment. His course was set. Soon the dormants were prepped, IVs ready to dose them with the mixed blood compound. No going back now.
"Begin the trial,"
Cain ordered. Willis's eyes glowed with zealot fervor as he moved down the line, starting the injections. Cain observed stoically as the crimson fluid flowed into the wolf's veins. The die was cast. In minutes, the first subjects began to stir, roused from their unnatural slumber by the blood taking effect. Cain watched impassively as they woke, disoriented, then began writhing and convulsing in agony. Horrible cracking, snapping noises filled the air as bones broke and reshaped. The wolves' screams rose to an unbearable pitch, inhuman noises of absolute torment. Despite himself, Cain flinched at the ghastly sounds of their transformation. Lizzie hadn't changed forms with all of the fanfare. She'd gone from being a woman one minute to a wolf the next. Why were these dormants having such problems? What was different with their transfusion and Lily's? Nothing. This was the price of progress, he reminded himself harshly, but the clinical mantra rang hollow even in his own mind. Something different was happening, but he didn't have a damn clue what it was. Endless minutes dragged by, every one an eternity. Finally, the subjects collapsed into stillness, quivering and panting. It was over. For better or worse, the hybrids were made. Cain moved slowly between the beds, examining his new creations. Aside from residual tremors racking their limbs, the wolves seemed intact and stabilized. Shifting had taken a brutal toll, but the blood was already accelerating their healing. He still couldn't help but consider how different their reaction to the blood versus Lizzie's.
"Remarkable,"
Willis breathed out at his side.
"The changes are profound. Their wolf forms practically vibrate with power."
Cain nodded grimly.
"But Lizzie's wasn't anything like this."
Already he could sense the formidable strength his hybrids now possessed in their blood, but only time would tell if their minds had survived equally intact.
"Lizzie has a true mate," Willis pointed out. "That changes everything."
Shit, Cain ground out as realization dawned. Why hadn't he considered there might be a difference in the reaction if there was no mate bond in play?
"Because you're distracted by a female," he growled at himself.
A low moan drew his attention. The nearest subject was stirring weakly, eyes blinking open to reveal glowing silver irises. The wolf's nose twitched. Then his gaze locked on Cain with sudden feral intensity. Every instinct screamed danger. In a blur of motion, the hybrid launched himself at Cain's throat, lips peeled back from vicious fangs. Only Cain's preternatural speed saved him from being ripped in two as he twisted clear. The wolf hit the floor in a crouch, a frenzied snarl erupting as he circled.
"Security!"
Cain shouted, cursing himself again for not expecting volatility in his new creations. They were still ruled by primal instincts, and they had no mate to help take the edge off. His guards burst through the doors, tranquilizer guns raised, but before they could fire, the crazed hybrid shot past them faster than the eye could track, straight out the door. The other subjects stirred as well, violence emanating from them.
"Contain them!"
Cain ordered, but he knew it was already too late. The hybrid beasts were mindless with agony and bloodlust, freed from their bonds. His perfect weapons had become monsters he could no longer control. Alice's face flickered through his mind as chaos erupted around him. She would have reminded him of the differences in Lizzie and the other dormants. She would have made sure he didn't take unnecessary risks. Cain closed his eyes against a surge of regret and grief. But he had no time for that now. He could only do what he had always done, keep fighting at any cost. Even if it damned him further, even if she could never forgive him, the beast inside drove him relentlessly onward. Cain leapt into the fray, his own fangs bared. The wolves' howls of madness and pain mingled with the screams of dying men. And beneath it all thundered the hungry pulse of blood and victory. Perhaps this would please the masters who held his leash after all. They will know about the hybrids soon enough, considering at least 10 had escaped the lab room doors. Who knows how far they'd actually make it?
"Get the doors closed and locked, Willis!"
Cain bellowed, hoping the scientist had been smart enough to lock himself in the small lab, and looked out onto the main subject floor.
"On it, boss man!"
Willis's voice came through the overhead speakers. Then there was a loud whooshing sound, and the room quickly filled with fog. Cain sniffed. Not fog. Gas.
"You could have warned me."
Cain attempted to use his shirt over his mouth and nose.
"Then I would have been warning everyone else, too," Willis pointed out. "This way they all go nighty-night without the chance to diminish the effectiveness of the gas."
Cain became drowsy. The room was spinning, and wolf forms were dropping like flies. Before the gas finally took him down, he managed to say,
"You better come get me out of here as soon as you can."
Just before he lost consciousness, Cain heard alarm bells that indicated the compound had been breached. These weren't going off because the dormants had escaped. These alarms were going off because someone who didn't belong had managed to get inside.
"Protect Alice,"
Cain called out before everything went black. Chapter 13.
There is nothing romantic about war. It is ugly. It is deadly. It is literally the antithesis of beauty. And yet we run headlong into it because on the other side of war, there is the possibility of something worth fighting for.
Fane. Maxim paced the small quarters he'd been given, too wired to even attempt to sleep, even after the workout with Decibel. In a matter of hours, the pack would launch their assault on Cain's compound to rescue Alice. The thought of finally uniting with his mate should fill him with anticipation, but dread gnawed a hole in his gut. So much could still go wrong. What if they failed to reach her in time? Had Cain managed to create more hybrids? If so, would they prove too deadly to handle? And even if they succeeded, Maxim still had to face Alice's feelings for the vampire. Would she still want him once the danger passed? Would he want her? A brisk knock interrupted his brooding. He pulled the door open and found Decibel and his mate Jen standing just on the other side.
"Sorry to bother you at such a late—"
"Or early," Jen interrupted. "Depends on how you look at it."
"Hour," her mate continued. "But the warlock queen is here."
"And when Queen Lily shows up and says, 'We've got a problem,' we listen," Jen explained. "So follow us, Maximus."
"It's Maxim," he corrected.
"I like Maximus better," she tossed over her shoulder. "It's like your parents didn't finish your name when they wrote it on the birth certificate. Like they were interrupted. Maxim, oops, ink ran out."
Maxim frowned at the blonde's back.
There weren't birth certificates around when I was born.
My bad. She tossed a hand in the air. I didn't realize you were one of the older-than-dirt wolves. I'll try not to hold it against you. But I'll fail, so just accept that I'll be judging you.
Jennifer?
Decibel rumbled. She bumped his shoulder playfully.
Just keeping it real, B. You know I can't leave well enough alone.
What did the Warlock Queen say is wrong?
He asked, trying to move the subject to something other than himself.
She hasn't yet, Decibel answered. She just told us who to bring to Fane's office. You were on the list.
Pulse kicking up, Maxim followed them through the maze of sprite tunnels to the Alpha. His apprehension grew when he saw the grim faces around the room.
What is it?
He asked Fane without preamble. The Alpha met his gaze solemnly.
Lily,
he motioned to the Warlock Queen,
saw something disturbing and has informed me that we need to move now.
So? Maxim frowned.
She's a seer?
I'm a sprite, Lily answered. And at one time I was mated to a Warlock King. He died in battle. Maxim's chest tightened.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Lily's face softened as she inclined her head. Thank you. Blowing out a breath, she folded her arms in front of her. I can't give you specifics of what I saw. There are rules.
Rules suck ass.
Jen flopped down on a large couch. But those rules have been put in place by the great Luna, and therefore will not be broken. Lily looked sternly at Jen. Then her eyes came back to Maxim. I can tell you that something bad has happened at Area 51 compound, and you all need to get there now.
What about the plan? Maxim asked. It's bare bones at best. We haven't fleshed out anything. If we go in there blind, we may already be too late if we delay.
Thalion broke in. The Elf King's expression was grave.
A window is closing. If a seer sprite tells us to go, then we must act now.
Cain has been transforming dormants en masse into hybrids, Lily explained. Her yellow warlock eyes were troubled. Things are deteriorating quickly. Maxim's gut churned as he listened to Fane rapidly outline the new attack strategy. Before them were building schematics that Wadim, the pack historian, had obtained on the dark web, whatever that was. The Alpha's eyes glowed intently as he traced the lines of the page.
With no time to disable security, we hit fast and hard from multiple points.
Fane tapped the planned breaches on the exterior fence.
The Fae will take out as many wards and alarms as possible when we breach. We want chaos.
His finger moved to mark 2 convergence points.
Lily will lead Jackie, Jen, Myanin, and Karina to secure the dormants, while Thad takes out the lab.
He looked at the Jinn.
Can you do that without causing a nuclear bomb? My control is back, even if my memories are still a little scrambled,
Thad assured the Alpha. Fane indicated the opposite side of the compound.
Lucian and I will take the Jinn elders, Soren, Costin, and Decibel, to confront Cain directly.
Fane's jaw tightened.
We end this tonight.
Maxim tuned out the rest as dread knotted his gut. Everything was being risked on speed and ferocity now. If Cain rallied quickly, the consequences would be bloody. Decibel crossed his burly arms.
How do we protect the prisoners amidst all this chaos? We trust in Peri to do what she does best,
Fane answered gravely, looking at the High Fae in question.
Bind who needs binding, and remove any who are beyond saving.
Let's try not to go with the fun little fireworks you used last time.
Jen raised her brow at Peri.
I'm done with cold fire,
Peri said in a voice that brooked no argument.
But I have no problem being the arm of justice for individuals that are beyond saving.
How do we know which ones those are? Jackie's eyes implored her mate to give her a good enough reason.
I will see their auras,
Andorra spoke up.
I hadn't planned on going, but for this reason, Fane, I think I need to. The aura of someone with no good in them has no light. In fact, it will absorb any light that gets near it.
We appreciate your willingness to assist in a dangerous situation. Nick and Drake will guard you while you monitor the auras.
The mood was grim as Fane concluded.
Make no mistake, we go to war this night, but it is one we cannot lose. Too much depends on it.
His searing gaze found each of them.
Steel yourselves, and may the great Luna watch over us all.
Maxim met Fane's stare and saw his own bone-deep determination reflected back. They would triumph or die trying. With so many lives at stake, failure was not an option. As the others dispersed to make ready, foreboding twisted Maxim's gut. But he forced it down, burying all doubt and fear beneath the wolf's hungry anticipation. The time had come. Tonight he would save his mate or tear Cain's black heart out trying. Nothing else mattered. Within the hour, Maxim found himself gathered with Fane's strike team. Each person was touching a fae, ready to flash to the battle zone. Weapons and armor checked, Maxim met Fane's intense gaze.
"You get to Alice, then to Finn and Lizzie."
Suddenly, Sally and Kara came running into the hall where the large group had gathered.
Alice, Finn, and Lizzie are all together in the same room. Cain is allowing Lizzie to care for Alice,
Sally said, slightly out of breath. Causton walked over and cupped her cheek.
"You could have told me that."
He tapped his head.
"Instead of running all the way down here."
He glanced at his mate's small stomach. Sally sighed.
"I'm pregnant, Causton, not an invalid."
Kara chimed in as Nick wrapped an arm around her, his hand splaying across her stomach.
"The point is that once Maxim finds Alice, he finds them all. Put a fae with him so they can immediately flash out."
"Peri," Fane started, but the fae was already speaking. "I'll go with him, and then return once I've gotten them safely back here." At Maxim's terse nod, Fane turned to look at the group.
"Remember, don't kill Cain. He still has a bond connecting him to Lizzie and Alice."
Fane rested his hand on the high fae, Dane, and met his eyes.
"Get us as close to the compound as possible."
Lizzie's ears rang with the sound of sirens as she wiped Alice's forehead. The unconscious scientist was sweating profusely, which meant her fever had broken. Lizzie wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing.
"Damn it,"
Finn snarled as he pulled on the door handle again. Still, the stubborn barrier remained.
"What the hell is happening out there?"
Finn paused and tilted his head to the side, listening.
"Wolves. Lots of them."
Lizzie's eyes widened.
"He turned the dormants," she breathed out. "Why do they sound like they're killing each other?"
"Bloodlust,"
Finn offered.
"They don't have a mate, as you did when you were changed."
Suddenly, a hand wrapped around Lizzie's wrist, causing her to jump. She turned and saw Alice's eyes open.
"Alice,"
Lizzie said, her voice shaking.
"My head hurts."
She looked at Lizzie.
"What's happening?" "You've been unconscious," Lizzie answered. "Your body is rejecting any blood we give you."
Alice sighed.
"Because I'm a gypsy healer, my body is fighting itself because of the vampire virus?"
"Nailed it." Lizzie gave her a small smile that she knew didn't reach her eyes.
"Cain allowed me and Finn to stay to take care of you."
Alice's heart began to beat painfully in her chest as she pushed herself up into a sitting position.
"Where is Cain? What has he done?"
She looked at Lizzie and then at Finn.
"Why would you assume he's done something?"
Finn challenged.
"Because he would only leave my side if there was something more pressing."
Alice closed her eyes as the room spun. She focused on taking slow breaths, hoping the sudden nausea would pass. As she focused, she felt two distinct pulls. In her mind's eye, she saw on her left side a dark cord that led to Cain, and on the right, a bright gold cord that led to a man she didn't recognize, but knew in her soul was her true mate.
"What the?"
She gasped as if a well-aimed fist had hit her straight in the solar plexus. Alice realized she was literally tied to Cain by magic. She reached out to touch the dark cord, and it felt like tiny pinpricks against her fingertips. She jerked her hand back, then focused on the gold cord. When she touched it, warmth flowed into her hand, up her arm, and straight to her heart.
"I'm coming for you."
Maxim's deep voice spoke into her mind. She could hear the anxious worry in his tone.
"Be ready."
"He's coming,"
she blurted out. "Who?" Lizzie and Finn asked at the same time.
"My mate."
"Peri was successful in finding him then," Finn said. "That must mean Fane is on his way too."
Alice slowly nodded as her gut tightened. She should be excited or relieved or something. Instead, all she felt was trepidation.
We're going to get out of this compound of horrors. Whoop! The good guys are going to kick the bad guys' asses, and Cain will get what he deserves.
Cain can't die, Lizzie. Not until the sire bond is broken.
Alice swallowed hard at the wolf's words. She didn't want Cain to die, did she? He'd helped her and saved her life when Claude had nearly killed her. He'd also manipulated her to his own end. But was that worth a death sentence?
Yes,
Lizzie said firmly, her eyes boring into Alice's.
Did I say that out loud?
Lizzie nodded her head. You asked if it was worth a death sentence. I'm going to assume you're talking about Cain. I don't feel any loyalty to him, probably because of my mate bond. But you, she clucked her tongue, you've got some supernatural Stockholm syndrome going on. Cain definitely has earned his death sentence. She reached over and placed a gentle hand on Alice's arm and gave it a little squeeze. You need to come to terms with that now.
Chapter 14.
For such a time as this. How many times have I thought of that phrase? For such a time as this, I have been created. I know it to my very core. What astounds me is that the Creator can continue to use me for good despite my flaws. For such a time as this, I have been created to be a weapon and rescuer. For such a time as this, I have been brought out of the wilderness for this pack, for this female, and to help bring justice into the world.
Maxim. Dane and the other Fae flashed the strike team directly into the chaos erupting outside Cain's compound. Alarms blared deafeningly as Cain's forces scrambled to respond to the assault, which hadn't come from outside forces. The tang of smoke and magic saturated the air. As a double door was knocked from its hinges, the wolves erupted out of it. What the what? Jen stood in a fighting stance, a dagger in each hand. Why are those wolves running like they're escaping a prison? And holy pixie babies, that one just tore the guard's throat out. Maxim looked around with wide eyes. What the hell had they just stepped into? Those are hybrids, Andorra the Sprite Queen motioned. They're going to be hard to kill. Their auras are strong, black mixed with various colors that represent who they were before the Vampire King attempted to play God. Soren cracked his knuckles.
Should we kill them?
Only the ones I mark. Andorra held out a hand, and out flew a pulse of power. It hit one of the wolves attacking a guard, leaving a glowing blue mark on the side of the monster. Any beast wearing that mark needs to die.
What if we're attacked by one that doesn't have a blue mark? Try to incapacitate it, Krina, Fane answered, but not to the detriment of your own life or another in our pack. Kill if you have to.
Fane and Lucian shifted to wolf form, rallying the other canines with snarls and howls. On the Alpha's signal, they charged, crashing into the confused vampiric defenses in a tsunami of teeth and fury. In the tumult, Maxim felt a pull so strong that he stumbled in the direction of the destroyed doorway.
"Go!"
Peri yelled.
"I'll follow you."
She was so close now, but still in danger. With a roar, Maxim flung himself into the battle, plowing through any who stood between him and the door that would take him closer to his mate. At his side, Perizada was a maelstrom of deadly power, her magic scything through their foes. The ancient Fae's presence reassured Maxim. If he fell, this Fae would protect his mate, no matter the cost. They reached the entrance on the heels of Adam's strike team. The inside of the facility was just as chaotic as the outside, only the bedlam felt more intense because of the enclosed space. Vampires grappled with partially shifted wolves, while Fae shot bolts of power at anything that posed a threat. As his eyes adjusted to the fluorescent lighting, Maxim saw the difference between the hybrid wolf and a pure Canis lupus. The hybrids were bigger than the other wolves and seemed crazed, with no control of their beast. His gut clenched at the unnatural violence writ across their faces. Some of them weren't even fully shifted, making them look like snarling, grotesque monsters. A screech rent the air as one creature hurtled straight for him, madness burning in its eyes. With lethal grace, Perizada intercepted its path, hand splayed. An invisible force lifted the hybrid, smashing it against the ceiling where it then fell, colliding with the floor, still as stone. In a blink, the Fae stood before him again, as though nothing had happened.
"We must keep moving,"
she intoned calmly. "Rescuing healers is sort of a specialty of mine, so do try to stay out of my way." Apparently, being thousands of years old desensitized a person to such horrific deaths. Nodding, Maxim followed the mating bond's insistent pull farther into the facility. The sounds of battle faded behind them, leaving only eerie stillness. The stench of blood and fear grew stronger. Maxim forced himself to focus on the bond and the pull it had over him and his wolf. Peri strode beside him, her head swiveling constantly. She looked graceful even at the brisk pace at which they were moving at. The black cloak she wore over her clothes billowed out around her as they took a sharp right down yet another corridor. The sounds of the fighting faded into soft background noise. The most prominent sound to Maxim was his own heartbeat as it pounded painfully in his chest. They were passing closed doors, and each had a number on them. There were tons of different smells, some of which were soap. The scent made him think they'd reached the place in the compound where the employees slept. They came to a crossroad of hallways, but Maxim didn't turn. He continued straight until they reached the very last door.
"He's in there."
His voice was gruff with more emotions than he could name. Peri stopped beside him and gave him a sharp look.
"Don't move. I need to check the wards on this part of the compound."
Maxim shifted on his feet and bit back the words he wanted to say because he knew it was just stress and fear talking. He simply nodded and then waited. Peri closed her eyes and lifted her hands. She spoke in a language that Maxim had heard other Fae use. He didn't understand a word of it. For all he knew, she could be putting a spell on him that would turn him into a mangy puppy for the rest of his life. After at least a minute, something in the air shifted, and it was strong enough that it caused his feet to shuffle.
"There."
Peri wiped her hands as if she'd somehow gotten them dirty while she'd been holding them in the air.
"Now we can go in."
She grabbed his arm, and they did the flashing thing again. 1 second they were in the hall, and the next they were in a bedroom. For the second time in a day, Maxim found himself engaged with another wolf he didn't know. A strong arm came across his neck as the large male pushed him back, slamming him into the wall.
"Clearly,"
Peri said, her voice as calm as ever,
"this wolf is going to need therapy just like the rest of our pack."
She looked over at Maxim and the male holding him.
"Congratulations. You're going to fit right in with all the other furball crazies." "My name is Maxim," he told the male holding him, "and that is my mate on that bed."
His accent was thick with his Russian tongue as emotions swamped him. Alice looked frail. Her skin was nearly translucent, the shadows underneath her closed eyes bruised and deep. But he could see the elegant bone structure beneath, her high cheekbones and gracefully arched brows. His gaze moved lower, taking in her slender throat where he could glimpse the throb of her pulse. So fragile now, but precious beyond measure. His fingers itched to brush across that vulnerable skin to confirm her living warmth. Alice's dark hair hung limp and lackluster around her neck that seemed impossibly delicate. He ached to wrap her in his embrace and surround her with his strength. She had endured too much. The oversized shirt she wore did little to conceal her slender curves. Rage simmered in Maxim's gut at the thought of strange hands touching what was his alone to cherish. Never again, he vowed. Her hands resting atop the sheets were fine-boned, the skin almost bruised. He imagined how they would feel, clasped in his own, when she took her rightful place at his side, small but strong.
"Let me go to her," Maxim growled, "or I will kill you."
"Not on my damn watch." A petite female sat on the other side of the bed. Maxim had initially noted her presence, but wrote her off when he realized she wasn't the biggest threat in the room. Now he saw her glowing eyes and thought he shouldn't have been so foolish to think only a male was dangerous. "I'm Lizzie, and Fane is mine. You hurt him, then you hurt me, and I'm pretty sure your Alice would not be okay with that." Then she nodded toward her mate. "Imagine if you were in his shoes and he was keeping you from me." Finn's arm dropped and he stepped back so fast that Maxim had to catch himself from falling forward. "We know who he is," Lizzie motioned to Maxim. "But who the hell are you?" Peri smiled.
"I like you. You're going to fit in nicely, too."
"Awesome. Give me a cookie later once we're out of Dr. Frankenstein's lab," Lizzie said dryly. "But seriously, who are you?"
I'm Perizada of the High Fae, and I'm here to save your ass. So tone it down and let's get ready to move. Is she alive?" Peri motioned to Alice, and Maxim snarled. "Calm yourself, Wolf," Peri told him without taking her eyes off of Alice. "She's deathly pale."
"She is," Lizzie's voice softened. "She was awake only moments ago, but then she blacked out again."
"We need to get her the hell out of this place," Peri said. "It's a war zone out there."
Maxim hurried over to Alice's side and sat on the edge of the bed beside her. He couldn't believe he was finally with her, his true mate. Even after everything I've seen, it's still weird to see stuff like that happen. Maxim didn't turn to see what Lizzie was talking about. He frankly didn't care.
"His markings?" Peri pointed.
"Yeah, they changed right before my eyes." Maxim hadn't even considered the markings when he'd discovered his mate. But if his had changed, then it meant hers had appeared somewhere on her form as well. That was something they could explore when they were no longer in danger and she was back to perfect health. Leaning closer, Maxim inhaled her scent, subtle and sweet. It was weakened now, but still uniquely hers. It whispered to his soul of mate, home, and a precious gift. She was everything he had waited lifetimes to find. Maxim's hungry eyes found her face again, tracing each angle and curve. The elegant arches of her brows and cheekbones, the delicate point of her chin. And her lips slightly parted as her breath whispered in and out, soft and pink and utterly kissable. Something inside him eased, just drinking in the sight of her. Maxim watched the slow rise and fall of her chest, reassuring himself of her continued breath. She was battered and broken, but still gloriously, blessedly alive, and she was his. However long and dark the road had been for either of them, it had led him to her side at last. The great Luna had destined them for one another. Tenderly, he smoothed back a lock of hair that had fallen across Alice's cheek.
"Soon, love," he murmured. "Just hold on a little longer. I'll take you far from this cursed place."
She didn't stir, but Maxim knew she sensed him on some level. Their bond, though new, hummed between them. He only prayed it would be enough to guide her back to him from whatever place she'd escaped to in her mind. Jaw clenched with determination, Maxim moved to stand. He was about to lean over and pick her up when the door to the room blew open. Maxim immediately went into attack mode. He sensed Lizzie, Finn, and Peri doing the same thing. A man wearing a torn and tattered suit, which no doubt cost a fortune, stood in the doorway. Oddly enough, his hair was in perfect shape. There wasn't a strand out of place.
"Get away from her," he commanded.
He hissed when no one obeyed him. Maxim's wolf saw the fangs and then smelled the scent of the vampire.
"You're Cain," Maxim said to the Vampire King. "And you're obviously incredibly bright. Let's get you an award for your astuteness."
Rage erupted in Maxim at the flippant words from the Vampire King. He spoke as if his life wasn't forfeit. Somehow, even in his disheveled state, his arrogance remained intact. Cain's fangs flashed as he hissed.
"I'll say it one more time. Get away from her."
The order barbed Maxim's temper past reason. His vision hazed with crimson fury, a snarl ripping from his throat. No one would keep him from his mate, especially not a parasitic leech. In a blur, he hurled himself at Cain, shifting his hands to claws and teeth to sharp, deadly canines. The vampire had just enough time for his eyes to widen before Maxim slammed him brutally into the unforgiving wall. Cain's head banged against the concrete with a sickening crack. But Maxim gave him no chance to retaliate, his claws raking across the skin of Cain's face. Maxim's wolf was mindless in its rage, bellowing its triumph as it shredded soft flesh. The monster had nearly allowed his mate to be murdered by one of his own. His death would come swiftly. Caught in the throes of bloodlust, Maxim barely heard the others shouting. Vaguely he felt small hands batting at him, trying to intervene. With an enraged swipe, he flung the nuisance away. No one would stop his vengeance. Just as he lunged for Cain's vulnerable throat, an invisible force like a battering ram struck Maxim's side. He flew across the room, colliding painfully with the opposite wall before crashing to the floor. Shaking off plaster dust, Maxim regained his feet with a snarl. But before he could renew his attack, Peri stepped between him and the vampire.
Magic sizzled threateningly in the air around the ancient fae.
"Enough!"
Her voice resonated with power, arresting him mid-lunge.
"Cain's death puts Alice at risk. Stand down!"
The commanding words finally penetrated the haze of rage clouding Maxim's mind. As sense returned, horror flooded in. He had nearly murdered Alice's only chance at salvation in a mindless fury. Still trembling violently with adrenaline, he forced his wolf back under control. Peri watched him intently until the beast receded, leaving Maxim shaken and nauseated at his loss of restraint. The rogue alpha rarely lost control. Turning slowly, he beheld the damage his temper had wrought. Cain sagged against the cracked wall, his face a mess of blood and rapidly blackening bruises. But his chest still rose and fell. Maxim had not struck the killing blow. Not yet. Jaw clenched, he ground out,
"You live only because of the bond that holds my Alice to this world," Maxim said harshly. "I stay my hand, for now."
He speared the vampire with a scorching glare. Cain spat viscous blood on the floor, defiance in his eyes. But Maxim had mastered himself once more. When vengeance came, it would be calculated and complete. The vampire had only prolonged his suffering, not avoided it. Breathing deeply, Maxim released his wrath with a long exhale. He would leash his temper and bide his time for Alice's sake, but Cain's days were numbered. Once his mate was free, Maxim would rip Cain's black heart from his chest with his bare hands. On that, he silently vowed. The Vampire King's death would come not in hot fury, but through righteous justice. Cain pushed himself up until he once again stood.
"Come now. Is that any way to thank the one who saved your precious mate?"
His glance at Alice held a possessive gleam that set Maxim's hackles bristling. A savage snarl tore from Maxim.
"You forced this fate on her and have kept her captive. That is not saving her. You did her no favors. She will live with the trauma of your actions for the rest of eternity."
Cain wiped the dripping blood from his face.
"If you want Alice to live, you will leave her here with me. She's transitioning, and you cannot help her once she's a hybrid vampire. Only I can. You came and have seen that your mate, who I would like to point out has more than one bond cord, isn't dead. The best course of action for you now is to go."
"Do you seriously think you're in a position to give us," Peri paused, "to give me orders? Not to mention you're standing there lying through your damn pointy teeth. The only person who can truly help Alice is her mate."
"His blood, perhaps, but she doesn't need him."
Maxim's wolf let out a low snarl. "You have no bargaining chips here." Peri flung her hand towards him, motioning to his form. "You cannot keep us here, yet you stand there as if we don't have a choice."
"I think I have enough dormants hidden away that I most definitely can bargain. You will do whatever is necessary to keep them safe."
Cain pursed his lips.
"They're innocent, after all. Isn't that what Fane and his red-headed mate are all about? Protecting those who can't protect themselves? Then perhaps you should implore them for your protection," Maxim growled, "because I'm going to reap your intestines from your body and strangle you with them."
"Okay, you said that a little too calmly." Lizzie pursed her lips. "Psycho vibes aren't attractive. Remember that when she wakes up."
"Psycho, protector, savior. I'll be whatever Alice needs me to be for her."
Maxim's chest rose and fell harshly with his breathing.
"When you put it like that, it is kind of sweet."
Lizzie folded her arms across her chest.
"I can see how someone might find the psycho-possessiveness attractive."
"You are correct that I cannot force you to stay, but perhaps I can make a deal."
The Vampire King shrugged, then he turned to Peri.
"You leave Alice, and I will stop making hybrids."
Lizzie sighed.
"You're giving me whiplash, dude."
Maxim didn't disagree with the female. Cain was all over the place, threatening them, then bargaining with them. "She's a gypsy healer, Cain," Peri snapped. "She is not for you." The high face seemed to crackle with power as lightning snapped between her fingers. "I don't know when the hell you got a wild hair up your vamp ass and decided you could play creator. What I do know is that only the great Luna decides who belongs with whom. A healer is always mated to a wolf. You are only a wolf in sheep's clothing."
"It's actually vamp clothing," Lizzie blurted. When all eyes turned on her, she held up her hands. "Sorry, my bad. I get blurty when things are tense." Finn wrapped an arm around her and pulled her tightly against him.
"The point," Peri continued, "is that this bond you have with Alice is wrong, and if you care even only an ounce for her, you will let her go. I never meant her harm."
Cain started to approach the bed, only to halt when Finn and Lizzie closed ranks in front of Alice. The vampire's eyes narrowed.
"But Alice is mine. I will never relinquish her, and I could make things very difficult for you."
Peri arched a brow.
"And I could decide not to give a pixie's ass about Alice and Lizzie and splatter you across these walls. But I'm in a good place right now and trying to be civilized. How about you do the same?"
When Cain simply glared, she continued briskly.
"Our healers are linked to Alice's mind even now, fighting the poison in her veins, but only Maxim's blood can purge it fully. You must know this because Lizzie and Finn here seem to be doing quite well, and she's a hybrid that requires the blood of her mate, and only her mate."
Her gaze speared Cain.
"Are you really willing to let her die for your own selfishness? Because she will die if she's left in your care. And I don't think that's how you treat someone you supposedly care deeply for."
Chapter 15.
Do not think that I have suddenly switched sides. I am not the hero or even the anti-hero in this story. I am a survivor. I understand the long game, and considering how long-lived my kind are, I have the luxury of being patient. It doesn't mean I like being patient, just that I know when to step aside and let my opponent believe they've somehow won.
Cain. Cain stared at Alice's still form on the bed, a bed he'd shared with her only a night ago. If he did not have supernatural hearing, he wouldn't know that her heart still beat in her chest. She looked as if she was at death's door. He knew, just like with Lizzie and Finn, Alice would require the blood of her mate if she had any chance of living. Had it just been a dream? Had he really believed she would pick him? Yes. The answer was yes. He had believed he could be a man she would choose. But now, faced with the man who was meant to be her mate, Cain felt like an imposter, a sham, a charlatan, and the joke was on him.
"Take her,"
he snarled as he kept his eyes only on Alice. He feared if he looked at anyone else in the room, he would forget his momentary bout of sanity and kill someone.
"Now, before I change my mind."
His words were harsh and snapped like a whip through the air.
"You tell Alice that I let her leave, that it was I who gave in."
Cain's chest felt hollow as he watched Maxim gather Alice so tenderly in his arms. Even unconscious, she turned toward the wolf as if sensing safety and home in his embrace. Something dark and ugly twisted in Cain's gut. Jealousy, he realized. He had no right to it, and yet the emotion persisted. He should feel relief at relinquishing Alice. It was the only way to save her life, which had come to mean more to him than he wanted to admit. But instead, bitterness coated his tongue, a desperate sense of loss swelling up. Perizada wasted no time holding her arms out for the others to touch her so they would flash with her. Finn scooped up Lizzie into his arms as if he was worried she'd somehow get left behind. She clung to him like a lifeline. Another love Cain had callously tried to twist to serve his ambitions. "Let's get the hell out of this nut house," Lizzie gritted out, glaring at Cain with undisguised loathing. He supposed he deserved that. Peri's smile held a cutting edge.
"Couldn't agree more."
She met Cain's gaze.
"Whatever you're doing with these doormans, not all of them are like Lizzie. They've gone mad. Fane and his pack are taking out the ones that are feral. You need to shut this crap down like yesterday." "You worry about Fae business," Cain told her. "I'll worry about my own."
In a swirl of magic, the group vanished, leaving the large room gaping and empty. Alice was gone from him forever. Cain's hands fisted at his sides, emotion threatening to choke him. He had brought this loss upon himself, with his selfishness and lies. Alice deserved a mate who could shelter her with honesty and devotion, instead of continuing to fail and disappoint her as he had. Still, letting her go shredded the neglected human heart Cain had believed long dead. She had sparked something in him, made him believe in impossible things like redemption and second chances. Futile dreams, but for a time he'd dared indulge them. Now she was lost to him. The thought carved out a hollow space beneath his breastbone that ached with emptiness. His brief glimpse of light had been extinguished, leaving him in a cold shadow once more. Jaw clenched against the pain, Cain turned on his heel, striding from the room without looking back. The part of him that was still a man wanted to rage and grieve, but the vampire's calculating mind was already moving forward to his next maneuver, unfettered by regret. He had allowed them to take her so she could live. The honorable man she briefly awakened would keep that vow, no matter the cost. But the monster inside him was not so easily silenced. It howled and clawed against its cage of flesh, desperate to reclaim what was his, to punish those who took it. The battle raged silently within Cain just as much as the physical battle was still underway in the compound. He picked up his pace, running for the same exit through which the feral hybrids had escaped. As soon as his feet hit the dirt of the desert, he saw Fane, the alpha of alphas. He stood with a group of warriors from various supernatural species. One of them held up some sort of boundary that kept the insane hybrids from reaching their group. Fane turned in Cain's direction.
"They have to be put down,"
the alpha told him. Cain walked closer, drawing the attention of a couple of the hybrids. They lunged for him. Cain caught them both by the throat, one in each hand. He twisted his wrists, snapping their necks, and then dropped them unceremoniously to the ground.
"Not all of them are mad. I will tell you the same thing I told Perizada."
Cain's chin was lifted high.
"You worry about your business and I will worry about mine. The hybrids are mine." "Tell that to the couple dozen that have fled already,"
Fane snarled.
"I sent some of my wolves after them, but we will have to send more. So now it is my business. You have unleashed something that never should have been created into the human population. Who knows what the hell they will do?"
Cain understood Fane's concerns. There was no telling what the hybrids were capable of. Their bites might be lethal, or they might be able to sire more hybrids. There was too much he didn't know. He considered what he'd tell his military contacts and quickly tossed that thought out. He simply could not tell them.
"You have my blessing to kill any who need killing. Meanwhile, I'll work on perfecting the change so that we prevent the madness."
Fane looked ready to rip Cain's head off. It might have been humorous if there weren't still hybrids around trying to get to Fane's group. They were mindless with bloodlust, even worse than baby vampires.
"You need to shut this down,"
Fane told him.
"If you don't, I will."
In a blink they were gone, the Fae with them no doubt flashing them away. Cain reached out and caught another feral hybrid, snapping his neck just as he had the other two. As he turned back toward the doors of the compound, he looked around at what was left. Bodies strewn over the group. Hybrids that evidently hadn't lost their mind were wandering aimlessly.
"Listen!"
He raised his voice and all eyes turned to him.
"You are my soldiers, and you will obey my commands."
His voice carried as he continued to speak so that everyone would hear him.
"Those of you who are sane, kill the ones that are not, then come back inside the compound."
He motioned to the door.
"And go into the larger presentation room filled with chairs. Take a seat there and wait for me."
He started again toward the door, then added,
"Any who choose not to obey will die. It is that simple."
When he turned his gaze back to the waiting dormants, the man was banished deep behind the vampire's dark hunger. Back inside, Cain found Willis in his lab. The large glass window showed the room full of chairs, which were currently beginning to fill up with the sane hybrids.
"Grab a dead hybrid and study their blood, DNA, or whatever you need to in order to figure out why they went mad," he ordered Willis brusquely. "That was a cluster that will not be repeated."
"You got it, boss." Willis headed for the door. Compassion was weakness. Desire made one vulnerable. He had forgotten that crucial truth, but no longer. Only the mission mattered now. Cain ignored the pain of regret and the Alice-shaped hole inside him. They were necessary sacrifices on the path forward he had chosen, the only path he knew. He set aside dreams of salvation and light. Cain buried the futile longing and ruthlessly drove onward. He would let the darkness embrace him again with its cold, familiar comfort. Celise stepped into the room, the bag holding her precious cargo clasped tightly to her chest. Her eyes took in the various people present. There was at least one, if not two, representative from every supernatural race. That's how powerful the pull of the book was. She'd only told a handful of people, those few she trusted to keep the news to themselves, those few who weren't faithful to Fane and his self-righteous pack. Those few were all it had taken to spread the news throughout the supernatural communities. She stepped farther into the room and waited until everyone else had taken seats. Celise remained standing.
You all have come because you've lost someone special to you, and you lost them at the hands of Vassal and Alina.
There were murmurs of agreement around the room.
I cannot get you revenge on them because they are dead.
Celise was pretty sure everyone in the supernatural world knew of the alpha pair.
Take whatever comfort you can from that fact, but I can help you get your loved ones back.
Show us the book.
An elf male leaned forward, resting his arms on the table in front of him. Celise carefully withdrew the ancient tome from her bag, the power emanating it almost palpable in the air. She reverently ran her fingers over the worn leather cover, touching the intricate symbols etched into the binding. Even closed, it seemed to hum with forbidden knowledge.
This is the Nushtonia, she announced to the rapt audience, also called the Book of the Dead. The magic contained within could return your loved ones to you if we can unlock its secrets.
Hopeful voices rose around the table, but Celise raised a hand for silence.
It will not be easy. Bringing back the dead requires a ritual drawing magic from all supernatural races to break the veil.
She met each set of eyes, staring back at her intently.
Each of you must add your power when the time comes, but you must also know the risks are great. Tempting fate rarely goes unpunished.
A hulking troll with flames dancing in his eyes slammed down a fist.
We don't fear vengeance from the wolves or their alphas. Their reign of so-called justice has ravaged our clans.
Murmurs of agreement echoed his bitterness. Celise's heart clenched with the still raw pain of losing her sisters, killed by Perizada and her damn cold fire. Their deaths had been written off by the Sprite Queen and the others as merely casualties of war.
The ritual may have consequences greater than wolf retaliation. It tampers with the very forces of life and death. We must be prepared.
No price is too high to recover those we have lost, a Fey woman insisted, emerald eyes feverish with longing. Similar sentiments rang out from around the room. Breathing deep, Celise prayed she was not leading these grieving souls, and herself, to an even greater ruin. But the pull to reclaim her family was a relentless ache. If there was even a chance the ancient tome could resurrect their dead. She opened the book, running a gentle finger down the page that described the ritual's setup.
Then we prepare. I will transcribe a copy of the ritual for each of you to study your role.
Her voice dropped gravely.
Learn it perfectly. We only get one chance.
The assembly nodded as one, desperate hope overlaying their grief. They would brave unknown dangers to regain what had been ripped away. Do what must be done, whatever the cost. Their shared purpose seemed to bind them together. Some amongst the group were, no doubt, former enemies. Now they were united in a mission more vital than vengeance or justice. For love's sake, they would attempt the impossible. To do less would be to admit defeat, to concede that those lives lost had meant nothing. That could not be borne. And so an unspoken vow took root as Celise met each pair of burning eyes. They would let nothing prevent their purpose, not an alpha decree or the fragile boundaries between life and death. Those rules did not apply when hearts still yearned across the veil.
So be it.
Celise passed the copied texts around the table. Let fate judge if their cause was just. Nothing else mattered but succeeding, healing the open wounds of loss that yet bled. Even if the powers themselves opposed this defiance, she would see it through for her sisters' sakes. Hands steady despite the gravity of their task, Celise addressed the group.
Study your parts well. Be ready when called, and may fortune favor us.
Subdued but resolute, everyone dispersed to prepare. Much remained uncertain, but the path was set. For love, they would brave the shadows between worlds and pray their light was bright enough to guide the way. Alice drifted slowly up through layers of darkness. Everything felt heavy and disconnected. She tried to grasp onto conscious thought, but it slipped away like smoke. Gradually, muffled sounds filtered through. Voices. Were they familiar? She struggled to focus, to understand the words.
Stabilizing well. Just needs time. A woman's voice, her tone gentle and soothing.
When do you think... Wake? It's been...
Another female, this one sounded younger, worried. Alice latched onto their voices like lifelines, using all her will to drag herself closer to wakefulness. She had to see who was speaking. She needed to know where she was. With monumental effort, Alice forced her eyes open a crack. Blurry shapes and colors hovered over her, resolving slowly into faces. 5 women stood around her, watching her with anxious care etched across their lovely features.
"There you are,"
the closest one said warmly. She had a mane of fiery curls and vibrant emerald eyes.
"We've been so worried, but you're safe now."
Safe. The word seemed to sink into Alice's mind, loosening some of the panicked tension coiled inside her. Safe was good, comforting. But safe from what? Her thoughts felt wrapped in cotton, the details floating just out of reach. Another face leaned closer. This one had delicate features with large, pale green eyes and waves of platinum hair framing her slightly pointed ears.
"Do you know where you are?"
the Fey woman asked frankly. Her tone wasn't unkind, but it was brisk. Alice shook her head weakly, wincing at the spike of pain the slight movement ignited. She had no idea where she was or how she'd gotten here. Her mind scrabbled for purchase but found no solid memories to cling to. The redhead squeezed Alice's hand.
"That's all right. You're among friends now. I'm Jackie, and this is Peri."
She indicated the Fae and the other 3 women hovering protectively nearby.
"Sally, Kara, and Jen are here too."
She pointed to each female as she named them.
"You're safe with us."
The reassurance helped ease Alice's spiking anxiety.
"Sally,
Kara." Her voice was rough from lack of use.
"You're the other healers that came to me in my dreams."
Sally nodded.
"That's right. We told you we'd get you out."
"We don't play."
A wicked gleam shined in Kara's eyes.
"Especially when it comes to gypsy healers."
"Thank you."
Alice tried to get her bearings now that she was physically with the girls and not still in her dreams. But she felt terrifyingly adrift, grasping at memories that twisted away like smoke. Strong hands lifted her, lips brushed against her skin. But whose? It was maddeningly unclear.
"What happened to me?"
Alice rasped out through a dry throat. The women exchanged concerned looks that prickled alarm down Alice's spine. Sally, the healer, with kind brown eyes, spoke carefully.
"You were being held captive."
Her brow drew deep.
"Do you remember? But we got you out with help from the Fae."
Cain. The name fell from Alice's lips before she even realized it was in her mind. Instantly, the memories rushed back in a dizzying flood. The experiments, the hybrids, the blood bond with Cain to save her life. Alice pressed shaking hands to her mouth, tears threatening to spill over. It had all gone so wrong. People had suffered and died for Cain's obsession. And despite herself, she had cared for him.
"Shh, it's okay."
Jackie wrapped a comforting arm around her shoulders.
"Cain can't hurt you anymore. You're free of him."
But even as relief loosened her chest, Alice felt a pang of sorrow lance through her. She had seen brief glimpses of the man behind the ambition and darkness driving Cain, enough to hope he would change, find redemption. If she left him now, would he only spiral further into obsession? Alice squeezed her eyes shut against a surge of guilt. Was it selfish to seek the joy fate promised her while abandoning Cain to his demons? She wished she could save everyone, heal every broken soul. But some hurts ran too deep. Gentle hands smoothed back her hair, pulling Alice from her gloomy thoughts. She looked up into Jen's understanding blue eyes.
"Whatever you're beating yourself up over, stop,"
the blonde said firmly.
"We have all been where you're at. In fact, we should have a damn club with initiation rites and everything."
"I'm vetoing that right now," Jackie said quickly. "Continue, Jen."
Jen rolled her eyes at the redhead and focused back on Alice.
You've been to hell and back. Maybe it's the name Alice. It doesn't exactly have a lot of positive connotations, although Karen would be worse. Whatever.
She waved her own words off.
The point is, no one expects you to fix the world's problems now. Just rest and heal.
Alice managed a small but grateful smile. Jen was right. She couldn't change the past. It was gone and done, even if shadows of it would always haunt her. Jackie shifted, drawing Alice's focus to where the men had been relegated to one corner. Her eyes widened, seeing the sizable group watching her with various looks of concern, frustration, and barely leashed violence. She shrank back instinctively. Kara followed her gaze, her expression softening.
I know they seem intimidating, but those are our mates. Their instinct is to protect us, and they get really grumpy when we don't do what they say.
Her musical voice dropped gently.
Sometimes we indulge them just to make them feel a little better.
Maxim. Remembering his name sent a jolt through Alice. With dawning wonder, she realized the warm brush of finality she sensed through her soul was their mating bond, fully forged at last. She closed her eyes briefly, and she saw the thick golden cord that linked her to him. Her lids snapped open, and her eyes found and locked on the tall, powerfully built man who moved to Jackie's side in response to Kara's words. Even in a passive stance, he radiated coiled energy and intensity. But his stormy gaze was achingly tender as it met Alice's own.
"We'll give you two some time,"
Jackie said quietly, ushering the other men out and steering the protesting females along.
"We'll be right outside if you need us."
"Or we can stay and supervise,"
Jen started, but was cut off by a shove from both Sally and Jackie.
"Nope,"
the girls said as they grabbed her hands and pulled her away. The door closed softly behind them, leaving Alice alone with the stranger fate had destined for her, the one who had rescued her from the darkness. Emotion clogged her throat. Maxim approached slowly, as if afraid she would bolt like a skittish fawn.
"How are you feeling, Malishka?"
His voice was a low rumble that teased along her senses. He had a distinctly foreign accent that she now remembered from the times when he'd spoken to her through the bond. Alice cleared her tight throat.
"Overwhelmed, confused,"
she hesitated.
"Embarrassed, and, more than anything, so grateful to you."
Maxim's stern features softened. Reaching the bedside, he sank down beside her hip with effortless grace. The heat and vitality radiating off him made her breath catch.
"You never need to thank me,"
he said fervently, taking her hand in his much larger one.
"I will always find you, always come for you. It's my duty and privilege as your mate, and you need not be embarrassed."
The sincere words pierced Alice to the core, but shadows still clung inside her, difficult to banish.
"You know, Cain and I shared blood."
She forced the shameful words out in a pained whisper.
"I can't expect you to just accept that."
Maxim's jaw tightened briefly, but his thumb continued gently stroking over her knuckles.
"The past is done. You are meant for me, and I for you. That is all that matters now."
Could it be that simple? Alice's eyes prickled with relieved tears. After keeping her darkest secret, his easy acceptance felt like a balm to her battered soul. Even if a faint wariness lingered in Maxim's stormy gaze, she knew he spoke the truth, and she would have to learn to trust him. Maxim bent closer, expression intent.
"There is still the matter of the blood bond with Cain," he rumbled. "The healers are studying, attempting to find information in the archives. In the meantime, I can help. I want to help."
He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"My blood will keep you strong. The blood rights between true mates is sacred and powerful."
Alice's lips parted in surprise as his meaning sank in. Her cheeks heated at the thought of taking her mate's blood so intimately. But longing rose inside her as well at the promised connection between them. Maxim stared at her, and he, no doubt, saw all the different emotions play across her face.
"The choice is yours," he said gently. "I won't push you faster than you're ready, but I know I'm waiting and willing when you desire it."
Did she desire it? How could she not? Was she ready? That answer didn't come so easily. But it wasn't the bond she had to Cain that made her hesitate. It was her own insecurities.
You need time. That is to be expected. Until you met Cain, you didn't know supernatural creatures existed, and your introduction to them wasn't exactly ideal.
Alice nodded. It's not you, she chuckled. Good grief, that sounded cliché. She squeezed his hand and loved feeling the size difference. He was so strong enough to protect her, should she ever need it again. I just mean this is all so new. The door opened suddenly, and Peri, the Fae, stuck her head in.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but
that's exactly what you're doing, you old wench.
Jen's voice came from behind her.
No one asked you. Go find that hellion of a child and attempt to fix what you've already messed up.
Peri looked back at Alice and Maxim.
We couldn't help but hear, because, well, we're nosy, but that's not the point. Look, Alice.
Peri stepped further into the room.
I get that you've been through some tough crap, but you have to take Maxim's blood. There's no option, no plan B or C. His blood will save your life, and you need to do it. There's no time for you to figure out how you feel, or if you're worthy, or blah blah crap. Either drink your mate's blood or die. That's simple.
You don't hold back, do you?
Maxim bit out, his jaw clenched tightly.
When you're 3,000 years old, you have the luxury of just telling it like it is.
Alice's heart beat painfully in her chest. She pressed her lips together, attempting to hold in her emotions. Peri meant well, despite her stern words. It was obvious in the soft eyes.
Well, okay then.
Alice certainly didn't want to die, and she did want to explore this bond with Maxim. After all, she'd already made peace with the fact that he was her soulmate. No sense in putting off the inevitable. Peri gave a sharp nod, then looked at Maxim.
The more direct the blood exchange, the stronger its power will be.
Maxim gathered her up tenderly against his broad chest. Strong arms cradled her with infinite care. Even if she hadn't been conscious, she instinctively knew she was safe here.
Forgive me, Marischka, but as Peri explained, this is necessary.
His deep voice rumbled through her, full of regret and resolve.
I can't let you die.
Then he looked at Peri.
Could we please have some privacy?
Peri bowed her head slightly before quickly exiting and closing the door behind her. Alice shuddered with a desperate craving as Maxim bared his strong throat to her. His pulse beat a hypnotizing rhythm beneath the vulnerable skin.
I give this freely to you, my mate,
he said, his tone soft as silk, even though it was deep. At his urging, the last thread of Alice's resistance snapped. Some natural instinct took over, and she lurched up, sinking her aching fangs deep into yielding flesh. Hot blood, rich with life and raw power, flooded her mouth. Alice moaned, and she felt Maxim's wolf ecstatic at this intimate claim. She could feel Maxim's steely strength pouring into her, their life forces mingling inextricably. His hands tangled into her hair, pressing her close as she drank deep. Maxim's emotions flooded the forging bond between them. There was relief, desire, possessiveness, and soul-deep tenderness. Sheltered in his embrace, Alice gave in to her instincts, screaming to take more. Finally, subtly, the urgency eased. Alice managed to wrench herself back, her senses reeling. She stared at Maxim's powerful throat, marked and bloodied by her claiming bite. Horror warred with satisfaction inside her. Calloused fingers tilted her chin up gently. Maxim's eyes blazed like molten gold. Desire and wolfish satisfaction etched into the rugged lines of his face.
There is no shame between mates, he rasped. My blood and body are yours now, as yours are mine. We belong irrevocably to one another.
Alice trembled, overwhelmed by the primal intimacy of what they had shared. But she could not deny feeling more wholly herself than she ever had, completed in a way she hadn't known was missing. Maxim tenderly smoothed back her tangled hair, emotions laid bare in his fierce gaze.
Rest now, little one. I am here, and I will let no more harm come to you.
Reassured by his steadfast presence, Alice let her eyes drift shut, weariness settling into her bones. She turned trustingly into Maxim's chest, his strength surrounding her, shielding her. His life flowed through her veins. Their hearts beat as one. In this haven of his arms, she need not fear the shadows of her past or future. He was her shield and shelter now, her mate, now and for all time. She had found her missing piece. She'd never be alone again. Maxim pressed his lips fervently to Alice's hair as her breath deepened into sleep. Emotions stormed through him, more powerful than any he had ever known. To feel her take such a primal claim upon him, sparking an irrevocable bond between them, shook him to his core. She was his perfect counterpart, fated by the goddess herself. He had found his purpose in her frail but precious form. She would never know harm or despair again. He swore it on his very lifeblood, still lingering on her lips. She had endured deep wounds, but together they would find healing, and he'd spend the rest of his days striving to be worthy of the gift she represented. Of that sacred vow, she would never need doubt. Chapter 16.
Is there ever too much water under the bridge? Even if you hadn't meant for there to be a flood, is it possible to come back from something so tragic? For my sake, because I'm being a tad selfish, I hope so. I have missed my friend so much and hadn't even realized that, inside, I'd never really stopped mourning her loss.
Kara. Kara stood before the door to the suite Lizzie and Finn had been given. She had waited over 2 hours before making her way there. She had no idea what to say to her old friend, but Kara was desperate to make sure she was okay. She glimpsed shuffling out of the corner of her eye and was momentarily distracted. Kara turned to look at her mate.
You don't have to follow me.
She turned to look at Nick. He was too hot for his own good, leaning a shoulder against the wall, his strong arms crossed in front of his chest and his head tilted to the side. Keen wolf eyes stared at her. Nick wasn't in the driver's seat. This was his beast peering out at her.
"Where you go, I go,"
the wolf said in a gruff voice. Kara couldn't help but smile at the severity in his tone.
That seems to be a common mantra among you wolves.
"We will not intrude," he continued, "but neither will we leave you unprotected."
She held his gaze and then finally nodded.
Okay.
That was all the concession she would get. Kara was lucky he wasn't attempting to go into the room with her so that he could sniff everything and make sure there was no one lurking behind a curtain or under a bed.
"Don't give me any ideas,"
Nick, the man this time instead of the wolf, said through their bond. Kara inwardly sighed. She knew there was nothing she could say that would get Nick to leave his vigil on the wall. If he wanted to stand there like a statue, then that was his choice. She shivered suddenly when she felt fingers run down her spine. But Nick still stood a good 10 feet from her, which meant that he was using the bond for more than just talking.
"Behave,"
she said softly, but knew his supernatural hearing wouldn't have any issue detecting it.
"With you? Never."
She couldn't help but smile at his stubbornness. Sometimes it was actually endearing. She turned her attention back to the matter at hand, and, taking a deep breath, Kara raised her hand and knocked softly. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. Joy, disbelief, lingering grief, and, underlying it all, bone-deep relief that Lizzie was alive after all these years. Just as the door was opening, a deep voice called out,
"Liz, I told you not to answer the door without me."
And then a voice Kara would know anywhere responded,
"And I told you I don't like being told what to do."
When the door finally swung open, there stood a tired but still lovely young woman with waist-length blonde hair and amber eyes. Lizzie froze at the sight of Kara. Her lips parted in surprise.
"Kara?"
Her voice was barely a whisper. The woman's eyes tracked over Kara's face like she couldn't quite believe she was real.
"Hey, Lizzie."
Kara managed a tremulous smile, the old pain wrapping around her heart.
"It's been a while,"
she joked half-heartedly. Kara wasn't sure how to act. The woman who stood before her wasn't the girl she'd left behind years ago. Lizzie let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and yanked Kara into a fierce embrace. Kara clung back just as tightly, the years seeming to fall away between them. Lizzie still smelled the same, of orange blossoms and sunlight. When they finally pulled back, eyes wet, Lizzie cupped Kara's face in her hands wonderingly.
"I can't believe it's really you. All this time."
Her voice cracked. Large hands rested on Lizzie's shoulders, and Kara looked up to see a tall, ruggedly handsome man.
"I don't like it when you cry,"
he said gently.
"These are good tears.
There's a little ache in them, Lizzie said, but good nonetheless. She glanced over her shoulder to look up at the guy who must be Finn. Could you give us some privacy?
No.
The word was said with no emotion. My mate is currently holding up the wall out here while looking like he'd rather be punching it, Kara offered. Maybe you two could punch each other instead. Develop a little bromance that you don't even know you needed.
Kara? Nick's voice held a warning, which she ignored.
Nick?
Please, Finn,
Lizzie said in a very soft tone.
Kara would never hurt me.
Finn still looked down at his mate as Lizzie turned to look back at Kara. Like a child being put in a timeout, Finn sighed overdramatically, pressed a kiss to Lizzie's head, and then gently moved her aside.
I'll be right outside the door.
Kara stepped to the side and leaned as the large man passed her. And, as if on cue, Nick growled, clearly not enjoying that another male was so close to her, especially in her pregnant state.
Welcome to the Cool Kids Club, Nick said.
Finn simply grunted. Satisfied that they weren't actually going to take her advice and beat each other up, Kara turned her attention back to her friend, who still hadn't dropped her hands. Kara covered Lizzie's hands, that still rested on her cheeks, with her own, still barely able to accept that this was not a dream that would shatter and leave her bereft again.
I thought you died, she choked out. That day with your foster parents? You weren't moving. You didn't even appear to be breathing.
Agony flashed across Lizzie's face.
They tried to kill me. I don't remember much. It's still a blur. But when I woke up, somehow my wounds had healed. I was in a hospital with a new social worker. The doctors said I was a miracle. I was released from the hospital in a matter of days.
She exhaled shakily.
By then, you were long gone. They wouldn't give me any information about you when I asked. Once I was on the streets, it was just about day-to-day survival.
The old pain of that loss pierced Kara anew. If only she had stayed, waited a moment longer, something. But the grief had been too much to bear, and her fear had gotten the best of her. Lizzie seemed to read the self-recrimination in her eyes. Taking Kara's hands, she led them over to sit on the couch nestled in the far corner.
Don't torment yourself over what's past, Lizzie said fiercely. We've been given a second chance. However unreal, we're together now.
Kara clung to those words, letting them ease some of the lingering guilt. Lizzie was right. By some miracle of fate, they had found each other again. She wouldn't waste it dwelling on past regrets. Still, questions crowded her mind.
What happened after I left? She asked softly. How did you end up? A freakish hybrid vampire-wolf monstrosity?
Lizzie supplied wryly. At Kara's wince, she sighed.
It's all right. That's what I am, and it's brought me to Finn, so I can't fully regret it.
Then Lizzie's expression grew distant, haunted by the memory.
After I ran away from my social worker, I was living on the streets, like I said, just trying to survive day to day. Then one night, Cain found me, said he could give me a real home.
She shook her head ruefully.
I didn't believe him at first, but then he showed me what he really was. He moved faster than my eyes could follow, fangs and all. I was terrified.
Kara squeezed Lizzie's hand in sympathy. Lizzie took a shaky breath.
But then he told me about dormants and said he could sense the wolf in my blood. Promised he'd help make me strong.
Her mouth twisted bitterly.
I was so gullible and desperate. When he offered me 3 square meals and a warm bed, I jumped at it. The monster hid his true nature well back then.
Fierce anger flashed in her amber eyes.
He promised to save me, but it was all lies, just a ploy to get me into his twisted experiments.
Kara wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
You couldn't have known his true motives. He preyed on your vulnerabilities.
Kara touched Lizzie's shoulder, offering silent comfort as Lizzie continued haltingly.
The experiments were awful. The hybrid blood changing me hurt more than anything I could imagine. I wanted to die. She shuddered. Thankfully, I met Finn before they gave me the blood combination that turned me. I didn't know what it meant that he was my true mate. At the time, I didn't care. I just wanted a friendly face, you know? Finn got me through all of it.
Her expression softened, love and wonder chasing away the shadows in her amber eyes. He kept me sane and gave me hope when I had none. I can't imagine how awful it was. But you survived. You're so strong. Kara hugged Lizzie fiercely.
What about you? How'd you come to be a part of this supernatural mess?
Kara shrugged. Almost the same way, only I wasn't approached by a vampire. Peri and her crew found me. Kara told Lizzie all about the 4 other healers who had become like sisters to her. She shared about Vulcan and the nightmarish hell they'd endured at his hands. But Kara paused and glanced back at the door closed to the suite. Like you, I met my mate because of the hell I went through. His name is Nick, and as you know, he's currently brooding on the other side of the door. Lizzie chuckled. So it's not just Finn who broods? Nope, Kara shook her head. That's a wolf thing. Lizzie's eyes dropped to Kara's small stomach.
So, how long have you two been mated?
A little over a year. I wasn't supposed to be able to have children. She ran a hand over her midsection, then told Lizzie about the sacrifices each of the healers had made. I willingly gave up the possibility of having a child. It's not like I know anything about being a mom. I never had one.
Can't disagree with you there.
Lizzie lifted one shoulder.
We had some shit examples of mothers. But then again, it means we learned what not to do.
Kara nodded. That's true.
So if you gave that up, how'd you end up like that?
She pointed at Kara's belly. Do I really need to have the birds and the bees talk with you? Kara teased. It felt so good to laugh with Lizzie. They'd always been able to cheer each other up, even in the darkest of situations.
Well, I thought I was pretty clear on the whole process, but apparently something is different when magic gets involved.
Fair enough, Kara replied. I was abducted by the former king of the elves.
Former? I'm guessing since he abducted you, he's not unlike the vampire king that abducted me. Seems to be their MO. Hopefully, since he's the former king, he got what was coming to him. I chopped him into pieces after I seduced him.
Kara waited to see what reaction this statement would elicit. Lizzie's eyes widened for a second, then they took on a wicked gleam.
Please tell me you put him in boxes and mailed him to other evil supernaturals as a warning not to mess with you.
Actually, you're not too far off the mark. Kara told Lizzie everything, especially how the Great Luna had blessed their child, and how Nick's blood now ran through her veins because of their bond.
You had it way worse than me,
Lizzie said after they sat in silence for a few minutes, both seeming to need to process everything they'd shared.
And look at you, thriving like you always did. You're like a cactus.
A cactus? Pray tell how that is a compliment.
Cacti kick ass. They can stay alive in the harshest environment, and not just alive, but thrive. You're glowing with joy and hope, Kara. That's more than I could have ever wished for you.
Well, I wished for more, and I got you back, Kara told her. There's a part of me that is terrified to let you out of my sight, like you might be a mirage or disappear. But Nick's about 5 seconds away from breaking down the door.
I've got the door,
a deep voice said from behind her.
It's safe for now.
Nick wasn't the only one that was ready to interrupt girl time. Kara glanced over her shoulder and saw Finn trying to close the door, but Nick stood right on the threshold, now nearly forehead to forehead with Lizzie's mate. Finn took a step back but didn't move aside. Is this where they have to try to figure out who's more dominant? Kara laughed. Who knows, Lizzie? And considering how hot it is when Nick gets all possessive, I don't even bother trying to stop it. I just watch and drool.
Glad I can entertain you, babe, yeah?
Nick's eyes were still focused on Finn. Yeah, Kara echoed. Me too. I'd hate to have to dump you because you're boring.
Finn,
Lizzie said, her voice all soft and flirty.
Come meet my bestie and quit trying to intimidate Nick. You two will just wind up standing there staring at one another all night, and it's already getting weird.
Nick snorted and then sidestepped around Finn. He strode over and took a seat next to Kara, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her up onto his lap. Kara sighed. I've given up trying to just sit in my own seat. He just picks me up and moves me wherever he wants me. Lizzie grinned. Glad to know Finn isn't the only one that likes to treat me like a doll. No, that's a wolf thing, too.
Could you please stop talking about me like I'm not here?
Finn picked his mate up as well and set her in his lap.
What would the fun in that be?
With a huge smile, Lizzie looked over her shoulder at her mate.
Finn, I would like you to meet my best friend, Kara.
Kara leaned forward with an outstretched hand, but before Finn could shake it, Nick had entwined his fingers with hers and pulled it back to her lap. She rolled her eyes.
It's nice to meet you, Finn. And as my duty as a BFF, I must tell you that if you hurt Lizzie, I will cut you up like I did the last asshole who messed with me.
Finn's lips twitched as if he was holding back a smile.
Noted. Nice to meet you.
Nick, Kara said, this is Lizzie, the girl I told you about. And that's Finn.
I've heard everything you two have said, babe. You don't have to introduce me,
Nick told her gently.
Lizzie, it's very nice to meet you, yeah? And your mate seems nice enough.
That's practically an invitation for a bromance, Kara laughed. I don't think Nick has ever called anyone nice. Way to make a first impression, Finn.
Finn inclined his head.
My life is complete now, he said dryly. I have the approval of the Canada Pack Beta.
You know who he is?
Kara frowned.
Just because I was a rogue doesn't mean I haven't kept up on who's who in the Canis Lupus world. I'd be a fool not to know who the alphas and their seconds were.
Kara guessed she could understand that. Being a rogue was frowned upon, though she wasn't entirely sure why.
Why were you a rogue?
It's all I've ever known, Finn explained. My parents were members of a rogue pack, and when they passed, I took over.
But until the Great Luna put Fane in place as the alpha of all alphas, how was a pack considered a rogue pack? I mean, did you guys rob supernatural banks or traffic humans or something awful?
Rogues don't get involved in the politics of the supernaturals, which meant we didn't aid the wolves or any other supernatural species when they might have needed it. We kept to ourselves. We led quiet lives away from humans and supernaturals alike.
Kara wanted to judge him for that, but she couldn't. She didn't know Finn well enough to cast blame on him. She looked back at Lizzie and saw a furrowed brow and a guarded expression of worry that Kara would think less of Finn for his admission. Kara shook her head.
You and I both know better than to surmise what someone else's actions should or shouldn't have been, yeah?
Nick chuckled, causing her to bounce a bit. He thought it was funny when she spoke like him. Apparently Lizzie did too, because she laughed right along with Kara's mate. But the worry in her eyes was gone, and that's what Kara wanted. She wanted Lizzie to know she and Finn were in a safe, judgment-free zone, and they could stay for as long as they wanted. Kara hoped it was a long time, maybe even for good. She finally had her friend back. Kara didn't know how she'd handle it if Finn wanted to return to his pack and take Lizzie with him.
That's a worry for another day, Nick told her. Enjoy this time you have with her now. She's alive and safe. That's what matters.
It's really annoying when you're right, she said, though there was no heat to her words.
You're welcome.
Nick pressed a quick kiss to her neck.
Behave.
With you? Never.
Chapter 17.
It's so weird to see our pack growing in ways that I don't think Vassal and Alina ever envisioned. I mean, yes, we have pups being born, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the strays we keep taking in because they're on Team Kick Evil's ass. But regardless of how they've come to be a part of our ragtag team, it's amazing, and I know our former alphas would be overjoyed. Damn it, now I want to cry because I miss them. I know Alina would be beaming from ear to ear, hovering over all of them as if they were her children. Mother of pearl, I miss that woman.
Jen.
Maybe we should check on them.
Jen paced in the office while others sat on various couches, seats, or even a mate's lap.
No, Jackie shook her head. Alice and Maxim need to bond, and they don't need our help to do so.
Jen put her hands on her hips.
Oh, really? Because she isn't a human who was tossed into a horrible situation with a supernatural ass, and so she's completely mentally healthy and won't be freaked out at all about having to bite the man she literally just met in person.
Damn, Bethany sat, holding a sleeping hope.
When you put it like that, even I want to go check on her. You're the perfect case in point, Jen pointed at Bethany. You didn't have a clue what to do until I gave you some direction. Sexual position coaching isn't anything close to offering guidance or direction, Sally said dryly.
Coughed laughs erupted around the room.
I'm sure they're fine, Jackie said. Alice is older than any of us were when we met our mates. I don't think she'd appreciate us busting up in there the way Peri did to ask if she needed a book to look at. Don't knock the book, Alpha. Bethany pointed a finger at Jackie. The pictures were very helpful.
Bethy,
Drake growled. What? Her eyes widened. I'm just telling the truth. I hate waiting. Jen groaned and plopped down on the couch next to her mate. I feel like all we can do right now is wait. Wait on Celeste to pop back up, wait for Cain to make his next move with those damn hybrids, wait on finding out whatever it is that's going on with Jewel. She pointed to everyone in the room. And don't act like all the rest of you aren't dying to know. I'm nosy, Myannan spoke up. I feel no shame for wanting to know.
And that's why we don't let you out in public much,
Tenya muttered. Jen snorted. Myannan really had grown on her. Even if she had come into their group with a dubious past, the female had proven her worth many times over.
You'll have to rein in your curiosity, Jen,
Fane sat in one of the overstuffed chairs with Jackie on his lap.
I've brought in some reinforcements so we can start hunting the escaped hybrids.
What reinforcements?
Jen sat up straight. From one breath to the next, the room filled with people. Kara jumped up and ran over to Stella, Anna, and Heather, each with a mate attached to them. But Kara didn't care. She squealed like a child. I seriously don't think I've ever heard her make that noise, Lizzie said. Kara had been sitting next to her. They'd been inseparable from the time they walked into the office.
It's the prego hormones, Jen told her. Totally turns badass chicks into crying, squealing eaters of weird crap. The good news is most of those symptoms go away after the ankle biter is born.
Good to know, Lizzie nodded. Note to self, don't get prego. Finn let out a low rumble, but Lizzie thumped his chest. Stop growling at me. Jen smiled. Finn growled at Lizzie a lot. It reminded her of the way her and Decibel's relationship had been.
Had been?
His voice filled her mind.
Baby, you still make me growl on a regular basis, and I'm not talking about bedroom growls.
Jen laughed.
Believe me, Bea, I know. Your growling is sexy. Hence, why I want you to do it so often.
He shook his head.
Nothing but trouble.
And you love me anyway. Kara couldn't believe the other healers and their mates were in the sprite realm. They would be a complete Wheeler team again.
If everyone would find a seat, Fane spoke up, I'll fill you in on why our guests are here.
The room quieted down quickly as the newly arrived couples, courtesy of Adam, Sin, and Peri, took their own seats around the room. It felt like old times, only this time they were missing people because some were already out working on missions Fane had given them.
I've called in the other healers because I want to see if you all can use your magic to seek out the location of the hybrids, Fane began.
Sally bit her bottom lip. How exactly are we going to do that?
Your magic is pure.
Fane pushed away from the desk where he'd been propped on his hip. Jackie shifted with him, as she often did. The two seemed to be in sync with each other's movements. It was fascinating to watch.
The hybrids that have escaped are...
He paused, seeming to look for the right word.
Ugly,
Andorra offered for him.
Their auras are black, which means they weren't good people to begin with. They had dormant wolves inside them, and then Cain added his concoction, and it brought out the stronger evil nature within them.
What makes you think we can find them, Fane? I don't know for sure, Stella, but there's no harm in trying. Can you promise that?
Nick's voice held a clear challenge.
Nick!
Drayden, the Canada Alpha, snapped. Fane held up a hand to stay Drayden.
It's a fair question, and I'm not so insecure that I can't stand up to some scrutiny.
Kara glanced at Jackie and saw the pride on her face as she looked up at her mate. It made Kara's heart warm to see such a strong alpha pair. There was a knock on the door before Rachel entered. She looked around the room and then at Fane. You requested me?
Oh, snap,
Jen groaned.
Does that mean Sergeant Hardass is in charge of all the kids?
If you mean Gavril, Rachel smirked, then yes, he's perfectly capable of watching over the kids, even your hellion.
Thank you for coming, Rachel.
Fane explained to her what he'd already told the group.
I figured, considering you've been a healer for a much longer time, that you could assist me in what I'm attempting to do.
Rachel folded her arms across her chest and chewed on her bottom lip. She glanced at each of the healers. Her eyes paused longer on Kara and Sally before she turned back to the alpha pair.
I think it should be myself, Stella, Heather, and Anna that attempt this. Kara and Sally have been severely exposed to evil, and they're both with child. No evil should have the opportunity to get too close to them, even in the spirit realm, which is the plane we'd be traveling on.
So, how do we do this?
Stella rubbed her hands together.
The longer we wait, the more chance those SOBs have to hurt people.
Fane considered Rachel's words carefully. Though he hated keeping any of his pack from participating, she made a valid point about protecting Kara and Sally in their delicate conditions.
Very well, he conceded with a nod to Rachel. Kara and Sally, would you help Gabriel in watching the young ones? The rest of us will attempt to locate the hybrids through the healer's abilities.
Kara sighed.
I won't lie. I'm exhausted and actually glad to sit this one out.
Do I need...
Nick began, but his mate held up a hand.
I'll be fine. Sally will be with me. You do whatever they need you to,
Kara told him gently. He ran a hand down her hair, the touch reverent as his eyes drank her in. Fane could relate. It was hard to leave a true mate behind. It was hard to be separated, but at times it was a necessity.
Y'all do what you gotta do, Sally said. We'll make sure Thea and Titus don't bring the compound down around them. We should seriously reconsider their friendship. Thea is pretty possessive of him.
Jen ran a hand through her hair, pushing it back from her face.
Good luck prying him out of Thea's fat baby fingers. Oh, I'll leave that up to Gabriel, Sally told her. I plan to eat popcorn and watch. Smart woman.
Jen held up a fist to her.
That's why you've always been the brain of the group.
Hey, what am I?
Jackie's brow furrowed.
The reasonable one, Jen said. You're the one that reins in my crazy and Sally's way too niceness.
That's not even a word.
Sally stood and headed for the door. Costin on her heels, no doubt to give her a proper goodbye with no eyes watching them.
It is now, Jen grinned. It's in the new Jen dictionary I'm writing.
Of course you're writing your own damn dictionary,
Sally sighed as she exited the room with Costin, Kara, and Nick behind her. Moments later, Nick and Costin returned. Fane turned back to the healer female still present.
I'm not entirely certain how your magic can aid our cause, but I have faith it will guide us somehow.
Rachel gave him a small smile.
Our healing gifts uniquely connect us to the sprite realm. If evil leaves traces there, we may be able to follow them like a trail of breadcrumbs.
Then let us begin.
Fane cleared the center of the room so the healers could sit in a circle.
Focus your energy inward. Connect with your power, Rachel told them.
The women clasped hands, breathing slowly as they dropped into meditative states. The air itself seemed to still, magic coalescing around the circle like a living thing. Fane watched in quiet awe as Rachel murmured an incantation. The foreign words resonated with ancient power, followed by the other healers' soft harmonies. A gasp from Anna caused their heads to jerk up. Her eyes were wide and distant.
I can see it. A black vein weaving through the spirit plane.
Anna's brow furrowed in concentration.
There's sickness spreading from it into the light. It must be the hybrid's evil influence.
We have to follow it, Stella said urgently, before it disappears.
The healers delved back into their trance-like states, magic swirling. Fane could only watch and hope they found what was needed. If this darkness could be traced to its source, it might lead them right to the hybrids. Long moments passed in tense silence. Finally, Rachel's eyes flew open.
I know where they are. We need to go. Now.
Fane's muscles coiled in anticipation as the transporting phase magic enveloped the warriors, whisking them straight to the abandoned warehouse Rachel had pinpointed. They materialized just outside the crumbling structure, its gaping entrance beckoning ominously. The overpowering stench, choking and sickly sweet, hit Fane instantly. There was no doubt the hybrids lurked within. Their evil permeated the very air. Fane bared his teeth in a wolfish snarl of disgust. Today it ended. With a rumbling growl, he signaled the attack. The wolves at his side erupted forward in a tide of snapping jaws and rending claws. Fane followed close behind, magic already crackling at his fingertips. They poured through the front entrance in a blur of fur, fangs, and supernatural speed. Inside the cavernous space, the hybrids whirled to meet their assault with enraged roars. Fane cursed under his breath, seeing not just hybrids but at least 24 humans who bore the sharp fangs and too pale skin of recent turns. The hybrids' bites could create vampires. They would have to be doubly cautious. The two forces collided brutally in the warehouse's center. Guttural sounds of battle filled the air. The space was thick with wet, tearing, furious snarls and screams of rage and pain. The stench of fresh blood bloomed, thick and choking. Fane waded into the chaos, flexing his power. He phased his fingers to claws and whipped out his hands, scraping them across throats of the enemy, dropping hybrids in convulsing heaps as blood sprayed from their fatal wounds. He had to trust his warriors to handle the vampires. The hybrids were the greatest threat. On his left flank, Soren was a whirlwind of death, tearing through opponents with savage precision. Still, Fane kept the large wolf in his periphery, ready to shield him if needed. His old friend would never retreat from a fight willingly. Nearby, Decibel and Jen fought as a seamless team, guarding each other's backs with lethal speed and efficiency. Fane watched Jen hamstring a massive hybrid before her mate's jaws tore out its throat in a spray of crimson. Their bond made them a dangerous duo. Adam flashed in and out, blade and magic striking vital points to drop one enemy after another. The Fae was like a ghost, appearing only long enough to deal death before vanishing again. Cold purpose emanated from him. The other wolves fought just as fearlessly, outnumbered but undaunted. Lucian, Drayden, Gustavo, and Kale already bore injuries, but they never slowed. The packs were warriors down to their very bones. Fane's chest swelled with pride. On the far side of the melee, Andorra and Perizada unleashed devastating power in blinding flashes. The very concrete beneath them cracked under the force of their magic. None could stand before them for long. Though the vampires did not tire or feel pain, Fane noted some hesitation and fear in their red-rimmed eyes as the tide turned. The hybrids' control over them was not absolute. They kept glimmers of their former humanity. Perhaps there was still hope for them, if any survived this fight. Fane ignored his own growing weariness and prayed to their creator for energy beyond what should be available to him. There would be time to rest when the great Luna's cleansing fire had burned this evil from the earth. He had to see this deed done. Bit by bit, they gained ground. The numbers of the enemy dwindled as they fell beneath gnashing teeth and searing magic. Piles of corpses littered the concrete, the warehouse thick with the stench of death and smoke. Sin and the other Fae began incinerating the bodies so that only ash was left. Unlike full vampires, the hybrids didn't immediately become ash when they died. Instead, they reverted back to their fully human form. A bellowing roar echoed from Fane's left. The Alpha turned just in time to see a massive hybrid barrel into him, knocking him flat. Deadly claws raked at Fane's chest as he grappled with the creature. Gritting his teeth, Fane rammed his hand deep into the male's chest. He wrapped his clawed hand around the beast's heart, then crushed it as if it were nothing more than a rotten orange. The hybrid spasmed wildly atop him, jaws gaping in a tortured wail. Then it went still, the manic life in its eyes extinguished. Fane pulled his hand from his chest cavity with a disgusting sucking sound and heaved the limp body off, then knelt, gasping for breath. The end was in sight. At long last, beneath gore and exhaustion, the warriors stood victorious, surrounded by the dead and dying. A few vampires crawled or twitched weakly. Fane allowed his body to return fully to his human state with a groan of weariness. Jacqueline was at his side in an instant.
"That better be a good groan, and not one that means you're injured." She looked him over.
"You want me to have a good groan on the battlefield?"
He gave her a teasing smile. She shoved at him playfully.
"Shut up, perv."
Fane pulled her close and pressed a quick kiss to her lips.
"For you, I'll groan any way you want, anywhere you want."
"Well, that was fun,"
Jen interrupted his moment with his mate.
"Was that all of them?"
Fane shook his head.
"I doubt it. I didn't recognize some of their scents as coming from the compound."
Suddenly, shouts of alarm rose. Fane rushed over to a place where some healer sprites were tending the injured. He found Andorra desperately trying to revive a downed vampire.
"Their bites are infectious," she cried. "When we kill the hybrid sire, their converts don't die. They turn rabid."
Ice sluiced through Fane's veins at her words. He had thought the vampires would perish with their sires, but these hybrid bites carried a different magic. He exchanged an alarmed look with Decibel.
"What does that mean exactly?"
Krina's eyes widened. "According to this one," Peri motioned to the person she knelt beside, who seemed to be barely breathing, "she was bitten only hours ago." Peri looked back at the woman. "I'm sorry that this was your fate. I'll end it quickly." Fane could see a tear run down the woman's face, and it fed the anger inside of him. The female was young, no older than in her mid-20s. She'd had her whole life ahead of her. Peri pressed her hand to the woman's head. From one breath to the next, the hybrid was gone. Nothing but ash. There was no time for debate. With a single nod, Fane signaled death for any remaining vampires, no matter how pitiful their state. It was regrettable but necessary. They could not allow these deadly seeds to take root in the world. Once it was finished, Fane slumped beside Jackie, pulling her close. Her eyes were shadowed with sorrow at the loss of life, but she leaned into him without hesitation. Her light would guide him through any darkness. Perizada appeared, her fine gown splattered with gore. "We must go swiftly. Final death awaits any stragglers, or any that have gone somewhere else when they left the compound. Hell, we don't even know if more have escaped since we left Cain's compound. We should have just burned it to the ground." Her sharp eyes took in Fane's ragged, bloody state. "You've led us to victory this day. Rest and recover. But then the war rages on." Nodding wearily, Fane stood, pulling Jacqueline up with him.
"We go home tonight and rest," he announced. "We pray to the great Luna that these hybrids need rest as well. Tomorrow, we hunt again. Thank you for your courage today."
He rested his hand on Peri's arm as, one by one, warriors made their way to Fae comrades who would flash them back to the sprite stronghold. As the carnage of the warehouse dissolved into the sprite's stronghold around them, he blinked back the sting of emotion. Perizada was right. This was just one battle of many still to come. But they would fight on and prevail. Of that he had never been more certain. Their pack stood strong. Chapter 18.
Sometimes children are the best kind of therapy. Sally.
"Titus."
Gavril's deep voice filled the playroom as Sally and Kara walked in.
"Yes, Uncle Gavril?"
Titus carried a kicking Thea out with him. She had markers hanging from her mouth, and her arms and legs were covered in all different colors.
"Who played with the markers last?"
"I think that's pretty obvious."
Sally took a seat on the floor and tapped the ground for Kara to join her.
"Before Thea got a hold of them,"
the male wolf clarified. Titus's eyes dropped as he looked away from Gavril.
"I did."
"And what happens when the markers get left out where Thea can find them?"
Kara shrugged.
"Again, pretty obvious."
Gavril turned his stern gaze on the two females. Both held up their hands.
"Sorry,"
Sally grimaced.
"We're not helping, are we?"
"Not in the slightest,"
he answered dryly. Sally made a zipping motion across her lips and then pretended to throw away the non-existent key. Thea spat out the markers, giggled, and then clapped.
"Unc Gav!"
She beamed and wiggled for Titus to let her down. Sally's son released the toddler, and she ran full speed ahead at Gavril, who caught her as if she weighed absolutely nothing. His face immediately softened. He propped her on one side of his huge body as he looked at her and tapped her nose, which had a big purple dot on it.
"You're a nuisance,"
he told her, but his voice was gentle.
"Noose!"
Thea cheered as if he'd just revealed a brilliant joke. "So, what were you saying about us not helping?" Kara smirked. "Because it looks like she's got you pretty much wrapped around her teeny, fat baby fingers." Gavril's face bloomed a soft red. Yep, he was a big softy.
"At least the markers are washable,"
he grumbled as he headed for a sink. He set the girl on the counter beside it and proceeded to wet some paper towels. He began wiping down her arms and legs until all the marker was gone. Then he pressed a kiss to her forehead.
"No markers."
Thea pressed her chubby baby hand to his cheek, and her eyes seemed to get bigger as she looked at him.
Okay.
She attempted to sound as serious as he had, but she straight up ruined it when she giggled. Gavriel sighed and put her down on the floor. She toddled off toward Titus, where he played on the floor with Hope, who was lying on her back attempting to get a foot in her mouth. Slate sat stacking blocks and then knocking them over while emitting a very wicked laugh.
Okay, so this is probably just as entertaining as hunting hybrids. Yeah, but I don't know if it's any safer.
Sally shoved Kara to the side just as a wooden block whizzed by her head.
Holy crap,
Kara breathed out. Sally's head turned to look at the culprit.
Thea, no throwing.
Thea blinked innocently. She really was a little hellion.
Werewolf pups are a lot stronger than human babies, and their aim is quite accurate, even at only 3 years of age, Sally explained. If Thea manages to land a block to your head, you're going to be sporting a goose egg.
Kara snagged a pillow from the floor and held it up in front of her like a shield.
Is this one of those scenarios where we should pelt her back? Like when I was a biter as a kid, one of my foster parents bit me back so I'd know how it would feel.
Sally's eyes widened.
What?
Kara shrugged.
It worked. I quit biting because that shit hurt.
Sally threw her head back and laughed.
I suppose you could chuck a block at her. It would take a lot to actually hurt her.
Nobody is throwing a block at a 3-year-old hellion, Gavriel said as he enticed Thea over to her pile of doll body parts. He began putting them together, showing Thea how to heal their boo-boos.
Do you think he'd notice if we recorded him saying boo-boos? Kara muttered.
Yes, Gavriel growled. He will notice.
Damn supernatural hearing,
Kara muttered. Sally laughed. She was only able to stay relaxed because Costin kept her up to date on what was happening. The moment the door to the playroom opened, she was on her feet and running at him full speed, Titus right on her heels. Costin caught them both and pulled them tightly against him.
There's still more,
Sally whispered against his neck. Costin nodded.
We'll talk about it after T goes to bed.
She nodded her head and then stepped back so that Costin could kneel and give Titus a proper hug. Drake, looking for Bethany, was next through the door. Then Nick marched in and scooped up Kara. She gave Sally a wave as her maid carried her from the room. They were such Neanderthals.
And yet you let me carry you around any time I want.
Costin picked up on her thoughts.
Only because there's no point in arguing with you.
Titus prattled on to Costin as they walked to their room.
Tia straight up ate the markers, Daddy,
their little man told him, sounding completely shocked.
I mean, should we be concerned for her mental health? She's lived this long without serious injury, Sally pointed out. I imagine she will be just fine. I do not envy Torian.
Titus sighed.
He's going to be mated to a female who eats markers. Well, your future mate was chewing on her feet, Sally laughed. So maybe worry about your own plight. Torian wouldn't be destined for Thea if the great Luna didn't think he could handle her.
Titus tapped his chin, then nodded.
You're right. Besides, it could be worse. She could eat something really dangerous, like staples or paper clips. Oh, good grief. Let's make sure that never happens. It's bad enough that your father and Uncle Fane dyed her blue. Sally shook her head. Jen is going to blame every behavior issue on that dye job.
We could just dye Titus, and then she wouldn't have anything to complain about, Costin suggested. You have a favorite color you want to be, little man?
You're not dyeing our son,
Sally huffed as they reached the door to their room. She wiggled until Costin finally set her on her feet.
Can we do camouflage?
Titus clapped eagerly.
That way I blend in with my surroundings outside in my human form. I'd be able to out-hunt Uncle Gavriel.
Sally pushed the door open and called back over her shoulder.
I will not be a party to this ploy.
No worries, Costin replied. When he kills more rabbits than Gavriel, I'll let you take credit for the idea.
Sally snorted.
Smart man. I knew you were more than just a pretty package.
Titus, time for bed, Costin said, his voice deepening.
Is Mommy in trouble again? Because I gotta tell you, I think she does it on purpose. It's almost as if she likes getting in trouble with you. And that's enough of that.
Sally shooed Titus to the bathroom.
Go brush your teeth and think about stuff little boys your age should be thinking about, like action figures and climbing trees.
Cain observed impassively as two of his latest hybrid creations faced off in the testing chamber. The hulking beasts circled each other, lips peeled back in animalistic snarls. At his signal, they attacked in a blur of fangs and claws. Despite his ambivalence, Cain made careful note of their enhanced speed and strength. Physically, the hybrid transformation was progressing well, but he needed to know just how unbreakable their loyalty would prove. The larger hybrid finally gained the advantage, his massive claws crushing his opponent's windpipe in a spray of crimson. The defeated beast spasmed violently in death throes. Cain's gaze narrowed, waiting. When the convulsing stilled, the victor threw back his head in a bellowing roar of victory. But the hybrid who had dealt the killing blow did not fall dead as expected. Cain froze, mind racing. The defeated hybrid's sires had been two of Cain's original creations, yet this newly turned beast showed no effects from their demise. Troubling.
"How is this possible?"
Willis murmured, voicing Cain's own shock.
"It appears the hybrid blood alters the vampire-progeny bond,"
Cain mused thoughtfully. This could prove either a weakness or an asset. If his hybrid children could create vampires with no controlling sire bond, it eliminated a vulnerability. His army could continue spreading, with no central figure to strike down.
"A useful discovery,"
Cain acknowledged. The benefits outweighed the risks. He simply had to ensure all hybrids bore the utmost loyalty to him unconditionally. That was well within his power. Yes, the potential was staggering. With an army beholden only to him as their master, Cain could quickly amass a force to rival any in the supernatural world. All would kneel at his feet or be crushed beneath his might. Eyes alight with dark purpose, Cain turned to Willis.
"Summon the human beneficiaries. Tell them Phase 1 is nearly complete."
The shadowed forces funding Cain's work would be eager to know their investment was coming to fruition, and they would offer fresh subjects to fuel his continued efforts. Cain stared down at the hybrid still prowling below.
"The time has come to increase production. Soon we will have an army strong enough to reshape the world."
His expression hardened, his mind returning to the woman fate had cruelly dangled before him, only to snatch away. Perhaps one day, if he were powerful enough, not even the laws of the universe could keep Alice from his side. But first, he had an arsenal to build. He would see the fruits of his labor flourish across the earth, and anyone who dared stand in his way would be swept aside like chaff before a storm. His reign was at hand. Nothing mattered now but that destiny, not coincidence, morality, or the costs to others. Power called, and he would answer, reforging the world as he saw fit, and a new era would rise from the ashes of the old. As he considered his victory, another thought hit him with such force that he had to grip the table in front of him. If this new development started with him, then that meant if he were killed, it wouldn't affect Lizzie or Alice. He wasn't a fool. He knew the only reason Fane had left him alive was because of the two females and their tie to him. If Fane figured out the difference in the hybrid sire bond, Cain's life was as good as over. His head snapped around to look at Willis.
"Start packing up. We need to be gone as soon as possible."
"Where are we going?" Cain's jaw clenched as he considered his options. He didn't like them. He was going to have to do exactly what he was fighting to get away from.
"Underground."
Alice let out a contented sigh. Though her body was languid and relaxed, her mind was a whirlwind of worry that she kept trying to keep locked down from Maxim. As if sensing her thoughts, Maxim smoothed a hand down her back.
"What troubles you, my love?"
His voice was a low rumble against her ear. Alice turned in the sanctuary of his embrace to meet his gaze. I'm still struggling to believe this is real. That you truly want me after everything that happened." Maxim's face softened with understanding. He stroked her cheek tenderly.
"You are my saving grace, the missing piece of my soul. Darkness has reigned in my life for so long, and now I have your light. Of course I want you.
His eyes turned distant and his voice thoughtful.
I've dreamed of our future together often. Though I didn't know what you would look like, what I imagined didn't come close to the actual beauty you are. I've dreamed of a joyful bonding ceremony before the pack, a home filled with love and pups, growing old side by side as our family blossoms around us.
Maxim's tone grew husky with emotion.
You are my fate, Alice. My entire world.
Tears stung Alice's eyes at the beautiful vision he wove. This male who felt like home even after only days together. Her anxieties could not withstand such steadfast devotion. Heart overflowing, she traced the swirling markings that decorated his neck and shoulder. "I want your bite," she whispered fervently. "I want there to be no doubt who I belong to now." Maxim's eyes flared.
Truly?
At her nod, he crushed her to him with a rumbling growl.
I vow here and now to be faithful to you and only you, but we should ask Fane to perform the ceremony. I want it completely official.
Joy suffused Alice at his words. They would be bound officially before the pack, pledging her life and love to Maxim forevermore. The cadence of fate aligning at last. A level of peace Alice had never known descended upon her, and tears streamed down her face. Gazing up at Maxim, she knew only certainty. The shadows of her past could not withstand the radiance of the future this male offered. She would walk willingly into the light and never look back. "Yes," she breathed against his lips before kissing him deeply. "Make me yours in all ways." Maxim's arms tightened possessively around her slight form. No matter what came, he would be her shield and shelter. And she would find home and healing in his heart always. Maxim tried not to fidget as he stood at the front of the large room. It was full of people he didn't know, other than Fane, his mate, and his closest warriors and friends. When he'd reached out to the Alpha about doing the bonding ceremony, Fane had been so overjoyed that it had nearly knocked Maxim to his knees. He'd never had someone so excited to see true joy in his life. Alice had been whisked away only an hour later. They'd put off the hunt for the hybrids for another couple of days, which had shocked the hell out of Maxim. He'd expected Fane to tell them that he and Alice would need to wait. But no, Jackie had said pack always comes first. To have another bonded pair was a blessing, and one they wouldn't wait to add.
"You getting cold feet?"
Costin asked him from where he stood on his left side. Fane's first two males, Decibel and Costin, stood in as his groomsmen, since they were doing a bonding/wedding ceremony. Apparently, it was how the other females had done things, because for them, marriage made them feel attached to their males. That made sense, since most of them had grown up human.
"Not even a little,"
Maxim answered.
"Good answer," Decibel agreed. "There is no greater blessing than a true mate."
Maxim had no doubt that Decibel meant what he said. He rarely took his eyes off his blonde mate. They were like two magnets continually drawn together. Music played, and everyone in the room stood. It was a huge gathering of supernatural beings, and all seemed delighted, although they didn't know Maxim or Alice. Maxim's heart swelled, watching his radiant Alice walk down the flower-strewn aisle toward him. Her shy smile was only for him, eyes bright with joy. This remarkable, intelligent woman was pledging her life to his. It humbled Maxim deeply. Once she reached the front of the room, he helped her sit in the chair that had been provided. Maxim knelt and carefully removed Alice's shoes. He washed her delicate feet with lavender water, drying them gently.
"I kneel before you now, willing to wash the dirt from your feet to show that I will strive to be the servant leader of our home. I give myself to you always, your needs before mine, your wants before mine, your safety and health before mine."
The words rolled off his tongue as easily as if he'd practiced them. They would forever be a mantra for her and for any children they might one day have. When finished, Alice did the same for him with tender reverence. The intimacy of the moment shook Maxim to his core. That this woman would kneel and care for him so sweetly was a gift beyond measure. Next, they turned to face one another, hands clasped. Maxim spoke his vows from the heart. Gazing deeply into Alice's eyes, his heart overflowed.
My radiant Alice, from the moment my wolf felt you, my soul knew it had discovered its missing piece. Even before I knew where you were, my soul cried out and led me to you. You reawakened light and hope when I feared the darkness would consume me. I remember sitting vigil by your bedside, praying you would survive the night. Your strength amazed me. You are so fierce for one so delicate,
Maxim said.
You've endured pain no one should bear, yet your spirit remains so gentle and true. I vow here to forever be the shelter you deserve, to nurture the rare joy between us. You are my heart, my home, my very purpose. This I pledge before our pack and the great Luna, to honor, cherish, and to protect you all my days.
Tears swimming in her eyes, Alice gripped Maxim's hands tightly. My Maxim, my soul's missing piece, you found me at my darkest hour and gave me hope again. Your patience and care saved me when I felt too broken to mend. Alice's voice trembled. I remember waking to your presence after so much fear, feeling for the first time that I was safe, that I was home. Together, I believe we can face any shadow as long as we stand together. You are my rock, my guide, my cherished mate. I pledge here to nurture our bond and the family we will build, to be your faithful companion all our days, in joy or hardship. You hold every hope I have ever dared dream. I give you my heart, eternally yours. Overcome with emotion, Maxim pulled Alice into his arms, pressing his lips to hers in a searing kiss, their souls uniting as one. Finally, Maxim presented his gifts, a necklace of pearls to symbolize the purity of their union, and his promise to be hers and hers alone, a gold bracelet representing provision, and a delicate crystal wolf figurine signifying his steadfast protection of her. They were the only things of his mother he had left, and he carried them with him always. Alice accepted them with glistening eyes. In return, she gave him a simple iron band to wear on his finger, a symbol of my love and commitment, which will never waver, and like a circle is unending. At Fane's prompting, Maxim picked Alice up into his arms, a laugh bubbling out of her.
The rest of the ceremony is for our eyes only,
he whispered against her ear as he carried her from the room, which had now erupted into cheers. Once they were alone in the privacy of their room, Maxim tenderly set her on her feet next to their bed. He ran his fingers along her face, tracing the cheekbones and down her jaw.
I love you, Alice. I will love you until my dying breath, and then, even after that.
He tilted Alice's head to the side. His wolf rumbled in satisfaction as he leaned down, wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her tightly to him. He sank fangs gently into her skin, forever marking her as his. Their bond snapped fully into place with a sharp sting in his chest. Maxim knew with bone-deep surety that he held his very future in his arms. United first before the pack and then their creator, they were one, now and for all time.
My mate,
he murmured against Alice's lips, joy and devotion overflowing from him. She clung to him just as tightly, radiant with love and newfound belonging. Whatever storms lay ahead on their path, Maxim now had his true home, and she was here in his arms. He silently vowed to be the man worthy of her trust and love each day they walked this life together. She was his entire world. Epilogue.
Never say never. You have no idea what things may happen in life that will lead you to a place you never thought you'd find yourself. An impossible situation standing at the line you thought you'd never cross. Never is a word that shouldn't exist for a supernatural being with a lifespan of thousands of years.
Perizada. Peri eyed the spiteful sprite before her with thinly veiled disgust. Celise's aura swirled with darkness. Using the forbidden magic of the Nishtonia had corrupted her deeply. Such power came only through sacrificing innocent lives. Nissa had managed to hunt Celise down while Peri had been helping the Romania pack with their hunt of the hybrids, a problem which still wasn't completely handled.
"You know we cannot allow you to keep using deadly magic freely," Peri said sharply. "Your own hatred has twisted you."
Celise let out a chilling laugh.
My hatred comes from a just cause, High One. Or have you forgotten your hand in my sister's deaths?
Peri flinched almost imperceptibly. The loss of all those from the Arizona compound still haunted her, though events had spiraled beyond her control. Perhaps she did bear some guilt in fate's cruel twist. But sympathy only went so far. Celise had strayed too far into the shadows to walk in the light again. The wickedness of the Nishtonia had claimed her utterly. Still, when Celise offered the book's forbidden knowledge toward solving the mystery of their past, Peri hesitated. Those gaps tormented her, kept her off balance. What secrets remained buried? Sensing her conflict, Nissa touched her arm.
We have not fallen so far as to tread with darkness, she said gently. Our answers will come another way.
Peri watched Celise's aura as it swirled in darkness.
"That wicked book must be destroyed."
Peri pinched the bridge of her nose.
"Its power comes through sacrificing innocent lives. I cannot allow you to keep using it freely."
Celise's lovely face twisted in a snarling rage.
You hypocrite! After the deaths you caused, I will keep the book and make you pay.
She began chanting in a harsh, unfamiliar tongue. The air crackled with a gathering power that set Peri's teeth on edge. Cursing, Peri unleashed her own magic in a concussive burst meant to contain the venomous sprite. But Celise merely laughed again, a mad, sinister sound.
You are weak, but I have power now. The power to avenge my sisters.
Her form wavered, turning insubstantial as she prepared to flash away. Something that shouldn't be possible.
"No!"
Peri shouted, lunging forward, but her hands passed right through Celise as the maddened sprite and her twisted tome disappeared completely. Peri could not stop her in time. She slammed a fist into the ground in frustration. Celise was loose with the Nishtonia, more dangerous than ever in her instability. Peri had failed. She was so damn tired of failing, of coming up just short of where she needed to be. Nissa touched her shoulder gently.
We will find her again. All is not lost.
Her calm eyes helped settle Peri's raging emotions. Taking a deep breath, Peri rose with a fresh resolve. Celise would not evade justice forever, and when they met again, Peri would not let the sprite slip through her fingers so easily. For now, she could only pray Celise did minimal harm with her newfound power. But one thing was certain. Their troubles were far from over. Dark days loomed ahead. Peri didn't know which was worse, the deranged sprite or the hybrid wolves with the ability to turn others in mere minutes.
"What? Cain can die, Nissa,"
Peri said in a rush as the air whipped out of her lungs.
Well, that's the outcome we all eventually hope for.
"No, I mean the sire bond. Damn it, how dense am I?"
Am I supposed to answer that?
Alice and Lizzie shouldn't be held to it. If the hybrids live even after the one who sired them dies, then they aren't bound to Cain. Finally, some bloody good news, she practically shouted to the heavens.
So I guess we're going on a hunt?
Let's get my mate, Peri told Nissa, her lips turning up into a wicked smile. I think Jen would appreciate Cain's head to add to her collection.
Do you think it's wise to encourage her newfound hobby?
Nissa joked. Peri scoffed.
If she doesn't want it, I'll mount it on a spike in the yard of the Romania Pack mansion. It will be a warning to all that we do not play. Screw with one of us, screw with all of us.
Peri knew that her anger wasn't fully because of Cain, but he got to be the bastard who would endure all of her wrath. Lucky guy. This concludes The Forbidden Bond by Quinn Loftis, narrated by Terry Schnaubelt. Copyright 2024 by Quinn Loftis. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Quinn Loftis Books, LLC, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.